Hey, Yuki.
Hi everyone, I'm here.
Okay, right on. I'm about to start everything.
Cool.
Just need to get out of there.
Oh,
Awesome. Yeah, I think we're all set. I was just gonna say a brief blurb at the beginning, if that works for you. Just to welcome everyone to the 24 hours. Does that work for you? Just like 2 minutes to just do a
for
brief.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. Right on. So we have about 4 people in the waiting room, and I'm assuming more will join once we get going. But if I take a break for a minute, feel free to like send me a message if you're like, oh, there's someone that's like being disruptive or anything like that. One thing we have to watch out for is COVID conversations. Like anyone that goes into COVID stuff could get us banned. So no. So it would just be great if maybe I'll just say something in the beginning about how we just can't talk about vaccines as in terms of or what have you.
That won't come up in my hour.
Right on. Okay, well, let's get started. I'll admit everyone.
Cool. And I can screen share if I need to, right?
Yeah, let me fix that right now to make sure everyone. Welcome, everyone. We are about to begin our 24-hour all things mystical event. I will go ahead and introduce Yuki, who is our first moderator for our 24-hour event. I just wanted to say something real briefly, which is that any discussions about vaccines could get us banned from YouTube. So just want to keep in mind that as people discuss different theories for the universe, that they keep that in mind. And so we might have to mute you if you go into any kind of vaccine debate. But I also just want to welcome everyone. This is a very special event, and this came about after a discussion with Tom Lane, who's very well known in the psychedelic community, had been talking with me, and I said to him, I'm really interested in all this UFO stuff and just kind of mystical stuff. And so out of this beautiful organic conversation with Tom Lane came the idea of this 24-hour event featuring witches and scientists and film directors and people that feel like they time travel and experts on DMT states and DMT elves. And just kind of all the mysteries of the universe. And so I'm just praying and hoping that we can hold the sacredness of kind of like the open investigation of where we bring the psychedelic lens to, all things mystical in the universe.
Now we're just going to start to move forward in this way. So yeah, I think as you said, we get to kind of
let me just go ahead and mute that person. If you're a co-host,
still, in a job that she.
Go ahead and mute that person if you hear them. But any co-host, because this is a collective effort, there are people that jump in and out throughout the 24 hours. If you're a co-host, then feel free to, mute someone if they're being disruptive, or just feel free to help the conversation or let people in the room. Just know that you're always welcome to participate in leading. Okay, take it away, Yuki.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Actually, I'm not sure what time you guys are all in, but it's 10 a.m. my time here. And I guess a little bit, I know that I'm so honored to be here. And Leo, thank you so much for setting all this up and getting everyone together. I'm very excited to go into this. And I will be mostly talking about working with psychedelics, but in terms of channeling. And basically, as far as the mystic side, kind of like mediumship work. And so I did kind of want to start just kind of to clear the space and share my screen here. And a lot of this will go through my artwork. So my art is kind of the basis, the medium that I would use to do channeling. And so I do want to kind of share and go through what I'm sharing through my art. So just 1 second, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see how this works. And I'm not sure, is everyone able to see my screen? Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm going to start with this chant with Ganesh here. And just to kind of start things off, it's a little baby Ganesh, and I feel it's cute and nice. And in Hindu mystic system, they always start with Ganesh. So Om Ariom Ganamade Vava Kulla Ganamade Vava Vannival Ganamade Vava Sarvabundiyam Narvajagniam Narvadendiyam Manvada Manalbo Yambaza Magandiva Ayum Glium Zawum Zawum Glium Ayum Vigna Vinayga Swaha Om Shri Gurubhyo Namah Om Gananandva Ganapatikum Avamahe Kavim Kavinamupamashravastamam Jesarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspadahanna Shrinvannu Divi Sida Sadhanam Om Gam Ganapadaye Namaha. Right. So I just kind of wanted to start this idea for me with channeling. It feels that for me, I did work heavily with psychedelics for passing through the veil of death. And this idea of channeling seems to be that when psychedelics would help to cross this veil very easily. And this art piece here represents this veil that I would have to cross every time to commune. And it's interesting where this space might actually take us. And so I think this is kind of an area of exploration. And one of the things I found was impressions that feel like they are from a past life. One of the things that kept coming up was this piece here is from France, and it seemed like it was clearly the 1700s for some reason. And I wound up having these visions. I would meet this person, and there was this chateau, basically that towards the end of life, or sometime I would visit this space, and I would have to constantly go to this space as if some tragedy happened there. So I found that I would revisit. It was a very intense experience going to this space and finding an attic eventually in the chateau. And it feels like there was a suicide that happened. There was a bedroom, and a curtain and a balcony in a bedroom, and a tragic suicide happened, which feels it followed me. And during that time, I recall a lot of occult work that I would do. And strangely, a lot of things would manifest in this life where I was connected to some secret societies and orders. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was one of them, which seemed to trace back to this time. And these impressions are interesting. From my experience, that's what they are, is a past life that I can recall. And it seems like a lot of things would follow, and they would manifest kind of karmically. But there were these kind of revelations that I would tap into through this process of working with channeling. And so I think that one of the things is past life, regression, past life connection to work with psychedelics and crossing this veil of death was one of the things that would come up often earlier on. As they seem like they're apparitions that followed me into this life that I would still have to work with. Other things, regardless of not past life, but this life, this piece here I had this person, and so I'm just going to tell some stories about kind of my experience with kind of tuning into the psychedelic space and channeling. But she would come in and out of my life. And often every night when I would lay down, I would feel her trying to enter my body. And I think a lot of people in the psychedelic community sitting even in circles, we do have that experience, when we're all connected and become one and psychically tuned to one another. And so I would have her come in often, on a nightly basis for whatever reason. And the dream space would be very relevant to this work. Even outside of psychedelic, it's the astral psychic space. I do feel we normally have a psychic bubble with our contents. And we do have karmic connections to different beings. And also when we share opening of our psychic space to others, we can create cords connecting one another. So for this person, she would come in and we would talk through dreams. So I would see her the next day, and she's very aware of the dream. She would be like, oh, there was a spider and I wanted to see the mold under, but the spider wouldn't let me see it. And I was very aware that I was that spider and I did not allow her to see certain things. And it was relevant to the experience I had the night before. And so we would have these kinds of communications. After some while of constantly having her come in, this is how I wound up drawing, but she would enter in my body and then I would feel an agitation energetically. So when that happens, I would have to just see what medium would express this energy and pick up the medium that seems to express it and then have a conversation. So then I would just kind of turn myself off and let it channel through. And through that process, I would kind of just have artwork, this dialogue with whatever energy is there. And specifically for whatever reason, it led me to a bookstore and I was walking through the aisles and there was a book that I wound up picking up, even though it's a modern book. And in the occult world, maybe some might feel, is it real magic? Is it really old? It's H.P. Lovecraft, it's a fictional writer, but this Necronomicon book came to my mind and so I picked it up. And this was towards the end where most of the art piece was finished. And I read the whole book that night. And for whatever reason, there was a sigil, a symbol, which is seen here between the two people here connected. And it was supposed to be to help with when there's chaos, to kind of bring order and stability. So I wound up putting that in, and then I saw her in the next couple days. And I guess she said she typically goes through a cycle, and it is connected for her to the lunar cycle and the moon. And so she said that for whatever reason, this month, she had not the same kind of insanity, and it was very, for whatever reason, mellow and mild. She then did mention, I asked her about the Necronomicon, and she said she worked with these books, and she's also an occultist, but she seemed to have had a lot of entities that she could not remove from her system, which was attached to her astral body, which I had the same experience too. And she had a friend who's a mortician. It's a bad idea, but she was trying to dump these energies onto dead bodies, and in the hopes that it would be removed from hers and carried across somewhere else. I doubt that worked. And I don't, sounds like the worst idea, but it was related to the Necronomicon. But we had quite a bit of psychic encounters through our process of interaction. And so that one and this one is kind of related to the idea of connecting astrally to beings in this life. So the kind of the other one was first starting with passing through the veil, connecting to past life, and then relating things now to this life. I had a friend here I went to visit, and he had a friend named Natalie. For some reason, I connected, so I took some photos with her permission and said, "Hey, can I tune in and draw a picture of you?" So she said, "Sure, no problem." And I just asked her a couple questions. Her favorite musician, she said, was Elliott Smith. And she likes green. She wore a lot of green, and she's half German and Irish, and that was it. And so I left that art piece. I left the photos of her in my room, and I was not at that time motivated to start the piece. But it was interesting that you're working with some psychedelics, and then actually went to go see this saint from India, Amachi. She came to visit LA, and she does world tours, but she's a saint from India who gives hugs as a blessing. So I got this blessing to go see her, and she had some holy water. And it's interesting, the psychic energies that she would put into this water, and also going into her presence itself on stage connected me and opened me up. And it was very powerful. And then I took this blessed water with me. And when I went home, I did sit for a while, and I did see that, the photos there of Natalie. And when I drank this water and sat for a while, it just, my heart space was so open from the experience. So Amachi is known for that. And when it was just so open and I just saw the photo, I had an instant connection to Natalie through the photo. And I then started a 1 week period of drawing. I just locked myself in my room, listened to this Elliott Smith, and did art for a 1 week period while my heart was open. And what came through was Elliott Smith here did, well, I don't know if some people might say there's a conspiracy, but commit suicide. Beautiful musician, and just I channeled that and listened to his music. And so he's represented in this tree. There's only one that's dying. The rest is full of life and springing out. And these hands are kind of like the hands from heaven, clearing and cleansing through the winds, through the dying leaves, and letting it fall. And it's going through a process of dying and going back to the earth, and to be purified and reunited with the earth and rejuvenated and coming back to life, through all of the beings that are going through their life cycle. And so I connected with a lot of the green came through, this Irish folk, and even though this one is Amanita, this one is from Russia for some reason. A little Russian Amanita girl came through, and fairy circles. So I found it fascinating, and to go through this process with living beings to kind of energy exchange and work through astral space. And so that was one of the experiences with living people. This is going into another thing. So besides just natural, spontaneous astral connections, there was some areas that seem like, when I mentioned this occult studies from a past life, they were heavy things that also kind of came through. So I felt like I was channeling and entering through some space that worked with some dark occult subjects, I guess, or entities or deities or what we might call channeling these kind of things. But and I'll be honest, with all of this, I do not know where it exactly comes from, but I know it does come through some occult, Western occult systems, and I have a connection to those things. So it's a different world where there is a high level of history and traditions that might work with energy. So yeah, I guess in this system, sometimes they might call like based magic on this plane, and then you have like celestial light and then underworld or dark realms that we can explore. And it would be, I think, every system you can tune into and navigate astrally, and there is an astral reality that exists like a universe within each system. So even from like tapping into a Christian, Western mystic system, to a Hindu, to a Buddhist, to a Shinto, if you tune in, I believe that all of these structures exist astrally, and they could be quite developed, and you can enter into these realms and tap in and have shared experiences and work with different techniques that get us in tune with what is there. And so that is kind of a different entering into systems that exist, occult systems from different traditions. I had a couple of these are related to some Western occult. And it is interesting because I did go through a process of rejecting light. I don't know why, but and through that, there was a portal that entered into the basement, I'll call the darker realms. And I think there is a place for shadow work. There's a place down there where we will find many things that might be difficult, but they are needed to go to bring awareness, to bring light, to bring transformation. And I will share this. This is kind of personal. It's quite recent, but I'm going through a breakup, and I do believe it's very divine. It was something of a great shock. And so when I found out, I've been with her for 16 years, and it felt everything was so good, you know, perfect. Everything we had full of love all the time, and personal growth, and we supported each other, and you know, navigated things to make our lives better. And then all of a sudden, a big shock after she went to Denmark, and something propelled her, but without getting into the details, when she came back, it destroyed and ripped my heart, broke it completely asunder. And when it broke, it was interesting to see that there was a lot of things from past traumas that was held, you know, when you have something traumatic that you can't deal with. For me, what I had in the past was I used a lot of anger to create a giant seal. Like, I don't want to feel it. So I created a giant seal, and then I just basically used hate to bury it. And it was causing me chronic pain and fatigue. It was in there before I even met, you know, had this relationship. It was there. And if I found even in her leaving me, I had the greatest gift of healing, because she blew open more what was inside from a previous trauma, and it blew everything out. And so she gifted me that. You know, we have things hidden inside that are dark, that might be locked, that need to be entered and released, I feel. And I think there are many ways to do it. That was kind of an atomic bomb way of doing it. But yeah, the process of shadow work, I do believe, is very important. And there's many skilled people in this realm, I think, that are very good at navigating this space and helping to bring light and release certain things that are traumatic or in our dark spaces. Kind of still in vein with the idea of the occult. This is kind of in a I did leave the Western mystic system for some time because I got quite ill, and and I was bedridden for about 6 months, and I just felt like I could not deal with the things that I was working with that was from the Western cult systems. So I ran away to the East, and that was around 2002 or 3. And just started working with the energies from that system, and looking for shamans and mystics, gurus, teachers to help me clear things out. And this piece, actually, I found that I work with also psychedelics in a way also to prepare for entities that are connected to certain temples. So I started going to a Kali temple, and I found that although I will not use substances there, this is a kind of what they call a right-hand path versus a left hand, where they don't have substances, they don't eat meat, they're vegetarian. And so, of course, I'll respect that and enter this temple. But there is once a year a night dedicated to Shiva. And although it's a Kali temple, they have different celebrations. So I did work with preparing all of the stories and studying about this night. But I did leave the one portion in the middle where Shiva actually is here. And I went to the temple that night, and it's an all-night ceremony that goes on. And I just allowed myself to tune into that. And while that energy is fresh and in my body, I left the temple in the morning when the sun came up, and I then released that energy, or pulled it or channeled it back out into the art piece where the artwork was finished. So it's an interesting thing to go into your own inner space, but also opening portals and channels to, spiritual portals like temples. You can go and connect with deities and entities that are housed and enshrined in these places. So yeah, it was interesting experience how that energy entered, and I was able to then put that to finish this art piece here of Shiva. This one is related to a DMT space, but I'll be honest that even traveling oftentimes, to this space, I don't have much clarity. I think working for me with, psilocybin or LSD or other traditional psychedelics, but this DMT realm for me, it doesn't feel like I dissolve this reality or enter this reality or go into it. I feel like completely leave. And it's a whole vast reality that's already there that does not feel like it comes from me particularly. Like when I work with other psychedelics, I feel like I'm going into my astral space or past life, or connecting with beings here. But DMT space, I don't know. I mean, there's probably other people who are much more versed and have traversed these spaces a lot more than I. But I feel like I rip out. I don't know how, but I launch either, feels like through the top of my skull, or sometimes I will get sucked into my third eye. And so sometimes I'll launch out through the skull, and it's this kind of crackling, ripping out of my head and just shooting out through and entering into DMT space. Other times it would just suck right into my third eye, and I feel like I get sucked into my third eye and enter through that portal. So I don't know how best to navigate the space to come back with specific either realizations or feeling of work being done. I feel like I don't have any control. So I just go there, and I'm launched into this dimension, and just seeing different realms. I did have a friend come, and we did sessions with Syrian Rue. And that was the most intense thing ever. Just that blew it into a whole nother level where I saw multiple, it felt like I was in the quantum realm and saw many dimensional portals that I would enter, and they were solid, like solid structures everywhere. I'm going through and several different places until even seeing my own body dead as one option, which was very intense. And they said, you can just let go into it and you can enter that portal if you like. And I said, no, thank you. And at that moment, the thing I noticed about DMT, though, is it's very receptive to my psyche. If I say, whoa, where's my body? Boom, I often come right instantaneously back in my body. Or I don't want to go there. Instantaneously, I came back and I took a big, deep breath. Oh, thank God I'm back. And my body is here and I'm not going to die, you know? And so I was so thankful. I was not ready to take that as an optional path that I want to go into. And it did resemble kind of what happened when my girlfriend and I are breaking up, and it created a complete rip, you know, in the timeline where now there's two timelines. We get ripped apart. And even in the physical reality, I can experience that happened. And now she's like in two places at the same time and torn, and we rip apart. And she made the decision, right? And it felt the same with this DMT space where I could have chose maybe to just go and let go of this past and let myself die and enter a new realm. But I said, no, I have so much, and I could not do that to the people who are there alive in that timeline. You know, the tragedy that it would cause, I could not do it. And so I came back, and yeah, I'm sorry, this is a little emotional for me, but so I returned back to this timeline and continued it. So that's a little bit of what I felt with this DMT space. And other things that I felt like with certain apparitions, I do see that there might be souls that are wandering sometimes, and they're not people that I particularly feel like connecting and know to. It didn't feel like a past life. It feels like there are spirits and souls in different places where they're stuck for some reason. And sometimes they'll call out and try to converse. There is one in particular that was very intense, and just want to mention this one a little bit. But this one I went to sleep, and there was a really I went down into a valley. It turns really pitch black. There's wooden house structures. I feel I am in Mexico, and or somewhere down there. And there is this village that if I go through, there's a lake, and I felt compelled to find this lake. And so when going there, I would meet people in the village, and they would say, oh, don't, we don't belong here. Don't come in, don't come here. Don't go see the howling woman. Don't go see the howling woman. You know, and I still felt like I should go. So I got closer to this lake. It got very cold, very still in this black lake. Everything was black, just very lightly. I can see these wooden structures, and then I would go. And another woman came out and said, "What are you doing here? You don't belong. Go away." And I turned around, but I said, "No, I need to go for whatever." I turned back around, and that same woman said, "Oh, she felt she can trust me." And so I looked out to the lake and I saw this older woman howling, just this apparition that was in such a state of sorrow, such grief. And I recognized that the woman who was with me was the daughter. And she gave me a map. And she knew that I had the willingness to go help the mother. And so this mother who was stuck in grief for whatever reason, was lost in this grief. And so I took this map, and then there is a realm, like a portal that goes to the underworld. But I actually was not allowed to go there. These dogs came out and they attacked me and bit me, and I woke up. And so I was not able to go there. I was not able to go to the realm to try to find her or release this. And then I just did this very quick. The paper is textured. So it was maybe like a 20, 30 minutes, real quick airbrush and like ink. And this was the woman who I saw, the howling woman. And it's very strange. And I never heard of that story of La Llorona, which is a myth story in Mexico. But I told my friend about my dream, and she said it's exactly like the story of La Llorona, the howling woman, where you can often see this spirit in grief, a howling woman who, out of some kind of I don't know the full story, but basically like loss of mind, insanity, killed her own children. And then she, upon realization, went into this extreme grief and howls constantly, and could be seen in still places with water. And it sent shivers down my spine, but because I never heard the story. When I told her, she recounted the story back. But and I can't say what it is in reality, and I do not know where this came from and what it exactly means. But it feels like, for me, I would love to eventually get into shadow work, and do these things with this idea of soul retrieval. Even when I see the homeless, for some stint, that whatever energies were in me, it pulled me down to the world with the homeless. And I was in the Bay Area. So I do say with that, medicine work, psychedelics is powerful. And whether it's from your own psyche or you have some things come in and get embedded, I feel that the energies can shift and it can lead you to places. So there's much care, I think, that really must be made when working with things like this. But there were a lot of entities that were stuck in me, and I got pulled to that realm, So I would spend a lot of time with the homeless, and energetically I was with them. They started giving me advice, and I'm like, well, if they're giving me advice, then what state am I in? Because they're helping me. Where to sleep, this is where you can go, this is where you stay warm, here's the vents, this and that, and and everyone having their different stories. But and they huddle, they would know, like, hey, he dropped into our realm. But they were like, yeah, he'll be all right. And, but don't forget us when you're out. And basically was what I was told. They told me, please don't forget us. And it's interesting that even sometimes they'll make comments like, I know you see them demons too. And it's like, oh yeah, okay. There are these entities that can pull you in and keep you in these realms. And it's very sticky. And if you can't remove them, you will be there for some time. So it was fascinating that there are energetics and entities that could lock you definitely into different realms of reality. And depending on how long these energies are with you, you could spend some time, going through that plane of existence for some time. So yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit about, mediumship or opening up to entities. Sounds like, I don't know, maybe interesting, but I think that it's quite serious sometimes, and definitely the spirit realm to me is a very serious matter. I mean, if you ever want to confront death, I don't take that lightly, that working with psychedelics should also be very something that's done very responsibly, and finding good shamans, good teachers, people you trust, being on a track where energetically it feels like, okay, they got something that would be good for me and beneficial for the higher good, I think is beneficial to do, and having the right guidance. And I think that right now we are putting back into our society an understanding that these things do happen and exist. And it's not just, for me, psychology and not the realm of the mind. It's the realm of the spirit. It's the realm of the soul. It's the realm of places that we go when we leave this body and we come back into a body. But I do think we're bringing it back in and creating safe structures, and it's something so well needed, because we all die, and through this life, how many times we do experience these deaths, transformations, and we have to navigate these times where we have a complete loss and the destruction of our foundation, ego deaths, or dark nights of the soul, or existential crises, and we need people to help us through this. And I think we're in a good direction for all of this. And so I'm so grateful to everyone who contributes to making these passages, rites of passages, teachings available to people to help through life and death and the experience that we go through, and we all go through. So I guess for now, I guess I want to maybe leave it open to any kind of conversation or any questions or thoughts. Let me see if I can stop this screen share here. Okay. All righty. Yeah, so I kind of leave it open if anyone has anything they would want to ask about, or
Could we ask some questions about your art? There were a couple of pieces that I was intrigued about.
Sure. Which one do you?
It was like the second and third one that you shared.
The Veil of Death was the second one, or the France one?
No, it was past the past life one. It was maybe the two following the past life one. I was intrigued by your past life experience coming through. I thought that was like mind blowing, to really give it credence. A lot of people don't feel connected to their past lives, or don't let it rise to the surface in this life. I think it's great when we can connect with a past life. But it was one that was very intricately drawn, and it was like right before the one where you talked about going into darkness, that you went through a dark period of exploring the shadow. It was right before that, but it was very intricately drawn, and if you flipped it, you could probably see like there were aliens.
Aliens.
It looked like,
face? No.
it looked like aliens to me.
Was it in color?
No, it was black and white.
It's black and white.
I think so, but maybe,
Oh, okay. So let me see if it looks like possibly this one.
There were two that were really,
Did
yeah. This one fascinated me because the guy in the right-hand corner, like next to that octopus kind of looking thing in the right-hand corner, it almost looks like a robot.
Uh-huh.
And I was just curious what that figure was.
Oh, yeah. So this goes right side up or upside down. So the guy here on the left here now,
Um,
or
no,
the one in the,
no, now he's in the lower left-hand corner, second from the corner. He looks like a robot to me. I was just curious.
oh, this one here and this one here.
No, right below him.
Oh, this robot.
Yeah. Is it a robot?
It is. I don't know. So this is kind of a weird thing. I don't even know where a lot of this actually comes from, to be honest. But there was something that, and I think the closest person like I would relate to that tapped into the same space is H.R. Geiger. If you know this artist, H.R. Geiger. But there is a mechanization, and it's related also for some reason to sex and this mechanization. But H.R. Geiger goes into that space, and most all his art is in that space. I feel sometimes that there might be like a feeling that my soul has somehow disengaged. So it's a disassociative experience for me, where my soul basically got ejected out and my body is running kind of like a robot or a puppet. I had a friend who would come and see me, and she would look above my head and say, Yuki, some reason I feel like you are floating above your head. And so I'm not sure if it's related to that, but there are spirits and souls here. And I did put NT, so that kind of gave an indicator of what I was thinking at the time. But there is a Myers-Briggs personality test, and I connected to, well, my personality test is the INFP, if that means anything to anyone, but it's basically a psychic type personality, a mystic type. And I feel like I was that got somehow traumatized, and I felt then a loss of identity, and I kind of gravitated towards this idea of the intuitive thinker. And so what this was written here, it says NT. So when I was processing this, it was, I put intuitive thinker, which before I was intuitive feeler. And I felt like I killed my heart somewhere, and the death of my heart made me experience this. So yeah, it was part of a process of me as an intuitive feeler, but having something where I really killed my heart that led to this, if that makes any sense. So yeah. Leo, does that sound okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's just deep, and I am just like pondering it all, because for me, the art is just like so phenomenal. It kind of takes you into a different world. There's a lot to see here, but yeah, I'm good. I mean, feel free to take in other questions.
Okay. Yeah, any other questions from somebody?
Hey Yuki, I'm Steve. How you doing?
Good, Steve. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I love the art as well, especially this black and white one up right now. Thanks for taking the time to put the slides together and talk to us today. I had a question, and I got to admit that I was slightly having trouble keeping track because I was firing out social media links so folks can watch on YouTube and join the call and be with us today. But the one thing I was thinking of was there was a lot of Vedic religious imagery, Kali and so on. And did that occur to you in the DMT space or not? I'm just thinking of Rick Strassman's book, The Spirit Molecule, and how he expected so, the DMT realm to be more like a Vedic or perhaps a Buddhist one, and it wasn't remotely, or that was his take on it. But of course, it's very individual.
Yeah. DMT space to me was not anything to me particularly Vedic, Buddhist, or any religion whatsoever.
What is it, baby?
Yeah, and for me personally, it felt like, especially with the combination of the Syrian Rue, that it was more like entering into the quantum realm. And it was free from any particular, for me, religious, spiritual, like any particular tradition whatsoever. They weren't like that for me at all. I didn't see particularly like entities that would be associated with any tradition. Yeah, it was not like, it felt like I could enter into different timelines potentially, seeing timelines and different timelines and structures that don't, they were nothing particular that I've seen before. They weren't like that at all. And so, this one, although although there is a Shiva in there, in the DMT realm, that is more like my body, more particularly my body. It was my particular practice, but it's not what I saw when I went into the DMT space. And actually, this one here that says, it looks like a robot, I love you, with the face going like this is madness. And the other foot on the other side actually represents my girlfriend that I'm splitting with. And one foot is in and one foot is out, and like running hard away from this. Like, this is complete chaos, madness, like cannot handle where this goes. And so this is kind of like this process of dissolution of ego, having to die to go to certain realms, not a place that is comfortable for her. One foot is in through love, but the other is running hard away. Like there's no way I'm going to be going there, And so although it's saying I love you, she's running from what I do. And so, when I come back, yeah, there's like UFOs and there's these things, but it doesn't graphically represent what I actually saw in DMT space, except for certain elements of patterns and certain colors and certain things like that. But it is integrated when I come back to my physical reality. It integrates with what's happening in my physical life. And it's kind of intertwined with certain aspects of DMT space. But I can't imagine really drawing what I see in DMT space. And there are people who are very good at it. But I can't imagine actually conveying what I actually see there. And oftentimes it's like, it's really like trying to remember a dream for me. So while I go, I feel like I can retain, and then when I come back, I can retain, but some things are very difficult to keep for me. And except for with the Syrian Rue, that was like, I could stay in that state a lot more longer and a lot more intense. But generally it's very hard for me to keep it retained. Like I would make a joke if that scribe Thoth, from the Egyptian deity, as like a sacred keeper of knowledge, the scribe is no longer there. So there's nothing to write on. There's no mind to write on. It's like a dream space almost kind of thing where I kind of remember it coming in and out, but there really is no scribe when I go deep in it. But yeah, so I don't know if that helps with my explanation.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we've only got a few minutes left.
Okay.
Well, you got about over five. I was just thinking if anyone else has got any questions. that they want to put before I rabbit on anymore? Because could you fill me in a bit about the Syrian roux? That probably shouldn't be out of my pay grade, but it kind of is. Is that a DMT containing plant or a?
It's an MAOI.
What an inhibitor?
Yeah, monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So essentially, it's actually from an herbalist environmental standpoint, a Syrian roux is an invasive weed, so it's very sustainable. It grows very fast, and its analog is basically the ayahuasca vine. So the ayahuasca vine would be the MAOI, and then like say chacruna or some other DMT containing plant. You mix them together, but so essentially it's the MAOI component, and you could, I got an extract of it, but you can also take seeds of it, and then you can do an extraction with the seeds. You can lemon tech it and get a pretty strong extraction through that as well. But you just boil it down, multiple times, and then put some lemon in it, and that's it. It's quite easy to do. But yeah, 3 to 5 grams is probably pretty good. But when I took it, the Syrian roux, I took, and it by itself is so intense. And I would have to say, I do recommend, like when you go do ayahuasca ceremony, it's very hard to distinguish the spirit of, the ayahuasca vine and then the DMT component or chacruna components as a spirit individually. So when I sat with the Syrian roux and had a very intense, for me, amount, I felt that shift into dream space. And oftentimes when I'm on ayahuasca, it's like a waking dream state. And it definitely, that Syrian roux or MAOI put me there in that waking dream state. And it was also the frequency that I would hear when I'm on ayahuasca, that component for me came through with the Syrian roux. It would keep.
I see. So you didn't take it with a DMT?
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did, right? So
Yeah. So I took the Syrian roux first, and then you get into it. Basically, I would hear tracers. And then when you start to get into it, then the nausea did come and things like that. And then I did do the DMT. Yeah, and that's what took me into the really intense quantum realm of seeing the different timelines, that I can actually see timelines. And then it ended and culminated with seeing an optional timeline of me dying and leaving my past timeline to go into a new one through a physical death. And that scared me. So I said, no, I'm not ready for that, switching to that new timeline like that. And so I came back, but but it was interesting is that when I took the hit of the DMT and took a couple rounds, instantaneously, it did make me super nauseous from a physical level, right? That flushed it and made that quite extreme. But, and then right after that, I got into those extended visions, much more intense visions, and went into that DMT space and navigated, which otherwise without the Syrian roux, it would never be anything like that.
I get it now. Yeah, of course, you don't need a plant necessarily, do you, to take DMT? And how did you manage to integrate it all? Because obviously, it's very evolved.
Yeah, integration is interesting. I think my spiritual teachings are very important to me. And so when I have a lot of the Vedic texts or the Hindu texts or shamanic texts, these things have been my integration, because they put the context to where these experiences lie. Like, what is the ego death? What happens when you go beyond the mind? What is the mind? What is the construct of the mind? Where does the ego fit within the mind? And this understanding put into context very clearly so that I'm not lost. it gave a roadmap and a map to which I can reintegrate into. And so I found it so that it's not difficult. And even in times where I feel, like the ground of my ego is gone and I don't know what I am, a lot of the Buddhist teachings sometimes help me navigate through that until a reintegration or rebuilding of a structure comes back. And so it really is like certain spiritual structures for me that blended perfectly with the experience of psychedelics. And I found that for me in the East and through shamanic teachings as well. I found shamanic teachers from India. There's one person who grew up in a matriarchal village, a Kali village, and studied under these shamans that are even on the outskirts of this matriarchal Kali village. And he was very helpful too to navigate, because I didn't find too many people who also went into the shadow work and underworld. And he was very versed in what they call the lower chakras. So I was lucky to have teachers who would help me integrate, and it goes into a spiritual context for me. And it's my ego orientation is grafted on these teachings. So they are more easily for me integrated into that reality. So my ego is okay. It's not lost. It has that context that I regrafted into.
Thank you, mate. These are fantastic answers. And we just got a couple of minutes left. Is there anything else you want to say before RN Voot? How do I pronounce it? Voot? He'll tell me in a minute, I'm sure. Dude, have you got anything you'd like to plug? Website, book?
Oh, I guess if I would just say one, I just want to say one other thing I had, which was interesting when you mentioned Kali, was that I did have a psilocybin experience with Kali, and she was quite vulgar, and it was like a left hand. I was doing a left hand tantric practice at the time, and Kali came through, and I also saw her in the form of Santa Muerte. And when I saw Santa Muerte, I was like, oh my God, the teachings that she, in her domain that she covers there, I can't handle that. Like that kind of like, I saw like drug lords running through, people getting killed and dying and coming back, and the fearlessness of even death and like having physical deaths and like churning through like states of extreme, like certain drugs that put your mind in places that really is like, I can't imagine going into. And then I went back and saw Kali in the form of the Hindu Kali of death. And then she was vulgar and said, you fucking ingrate, ingrateful shit. Because what she was saying is that we fear death and we're like, oh no, it's evil, it's dark, horrible. And she said, you ingrateful fucks. What pussy did you think you fucking were born out of if you were born in the cult of death? I.e., like, she is life. If we were an immortal spirit, this embodiment we came out of is the womb of the goddess of time that gave us life. It is only death that gave us time, and she made it very clear that she is so beautiful for giving us and gifting us life. Yet we're going through so afraid of death or demonizing death and all these things. But that she made that so clear. And I was so honored to have that experience. So I guess I'll conclude with that, since we're talking about passing through the veil of death. And,
you know how to exit yourself. Very well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful.
Thank you, Yuki. You are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo, do you want to bring in next guest?
Yes, let's do it. You do it. Do you want to introduce him?
I really want to know how Voot is pronounced properly.
Okay. Let's welcome him to the stage. Okay.
So go for it. Hey, our next guest,
right.
Mr. RN Voot.
That's correct. How are you all?
Fantastic. Thanks, mate. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Splendid. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for putting the event on, everyone. It's fantastic. And thank you, Yuki, as well. Mind blown. Amazing art. Fantastic.
So, dude, I think I came across your books when all the folks are doing the reports from the extended DMT experiences and through
Okay.
Alimore and these kind of sources. But do you want to tell everyone what you do? Take it away. I don't know if you've seen any of these before, but sometimes people do a whole presentation like Yuki just did. Sometimes they just tell their story. Sometimes they just rabbit on. Sometimes they take questions. So,
well, let's
yeah.
just do all three. I'll rabbit on. You guys can interject and throw questions
It's fantastic to hear
along the
familiar
journey,
answers.
and we'll go from there, I guess. I'm just gonna mess around with my screen. I don't know how particularly grainy my screen is, but when I've been messing around, it doesn't look fantastic, and for that I apologize. The nuts and bolts of what I'm talking about is not my face, though. It's going to be the slides and bits and pieces that I'm putting up. So if you can just bear with me, I'm just going to try and set this up for you guys. Almost there. Somewhat of a technophobe as well, so you'll have to bear with me with this.
Looking good so far, dude.
It's all booting up. It's thinking about it. Hopefully. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your folders, your PC.
Oh, really? You can't.
Explorer.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, if you've got two screens, sometimes you have to. I can't quite remember.
You're in Zoom, you can share out. When you hit the share button, you can pick the window that you want. You can either pick the entire window.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've done.
Presentation.
I've done
Open,
obviously I've gone
and
for a little bit of a trial run with this particular Zoom. And everything was fine. Now I've got my presentation on my screen, but not yours. This is no good at all.
No lookies.
and reshare it.
Right, so let's come out of this then.
If I'm honest, this is one of my favorite parts is when people try to help each other.
And as technical as a lot of my research is, it's nothing to do with technology. So basically,
The
I'm
other
a bit
thing
of
you
a
can try
technophobe,
is
and
minimize this
I'm doing my
window.
damnedest here at the
Find it.
moment to try and share. So let's have a look. Come on, guys. This is going to
You can
start
see
getting
if it,
embarrassing.
minimize the window and
otherwise.
see if it's behind it.
Stop share. Right, let's go. Let's try this again.
Go to share an entire screen, or if you have the presentation, pick the one that is the presentation window.
That's the one.
Yeah,
There.
you got it.
Okay, I'm hoping you can see the spirit in the sky right now.
Yeah, we can.
Fantastic.
Okay, well done.
What time are we leaving?
Thank you for the expert advice there, Bob.
Right, okay, let's get down to it. So yeah, it's pronounced Voot, RN Voot. And again, thanks everyone for joining us and taking the time to listen to my research. Thank you, Leonora, for putting it on. Well, firstly, apart from how to say my name, who am I? And it's more of a case of how did I get here? First of all, I don't really claim to be any kind of qualified philosopher, scientist, or biologist, or certified archaeologist. I just like to think that I'm an extremely well-read and curious-minded individual who, for all intents and purposes, believes that there's a lot more to ancient mythology and symbology than at first meets the eye. So basically, I used to discuss my research with work colleagues in the South American jungle whilst working on security detail for government space projects before I had an untimely accident, which actually, unfortunately, cut my career short. Now, my colleagues would implore me to write a book about my findings, but due to the nature of my shift patterns, I never really found the time to even draft a simple manuscript. That is until I broke my back, had 3 spinal surgeries, and during my recovery time, I actually found the time to pen my first book, which was actually titled The Spirit in the Sky. Oh, excuse me, it's just telling me there's a meeting in progress. I'm hoping so.
No. It was saying that it's being recorded.
Oh, okay. I beg your pardon. Okay, so the first the title of my first book, The Spirit in the Sky, Ancient Cosmological Gods and Where in the World We Find Them, was fortunate enough to become recognized by ancient anomalies heavyweight Graham Hancock, for which I'm eternally thankful. And The Spirit in the Sky was actually announced as Author of the Month on Graham Hancock's website back in 2017. So a small handful of books later, it appears that my research is now actually spilled into a trilogy. I had no idea what was going to happen. And I'm currently penning my fourth part to this so-called trilogy. So it seems that the further I descend into the rabbit hole, the deeper it goes, as I'm sure everyone is fully aware of with this kind of research. But my latest work was published back in December, which once again has been recognized by Graham Hancock and Author of the Month again, whose continued support has been absolutely immense, and may long continue. But I guess before we get started, we'll have to understand, or at least talk a little bit about DMT, which some, if not all, or even most of you are probably privy to already understanding. But for those that, well, like myself 10 years ago, have no idea, I'd like to give sort of a brief synopsis, as it were. In fact, I grew up in the 1990s and the club scene there. And yeah, I was extremely familiar with the underground recreational drug scene. And I guess you could say I probably gained a proverbial t-shirt or two. But DMT was so far from being removed from my radar. I'd never heard of it. Let alone knew what it was all about, what its effects were, or indeed what it even looked like. That is until I came across a documentary whilst working in the South American jungle entitled The Spirit Molecule, which was basically the work of Dr. Rick Strassman, which was presented by Joe Rogan, who you obviously have seen all the DMT memes over the past sort of 10, 15 years or so. And it's now, yeah, it seems to be sort of, I guess, a headline topic for psychonauts and scientific researchers alike. But considering I was completely naive to this worldview shattering molecule only minutes before watching this particular documentary, and not knowing anything about it, let alone what it looked like, when I saw it for the first time, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. It felt so familiar to me. It was like I'd seen this particular chemical compound somewhere before, yet I didn't know where. And that's when it kind of hit me. And I say it hit me. I've always been extremely interested in ancient Egyptian mythology, psychedelics recreationally somewhat in my younger days, but the myth of Osiris and ancient Egyptian mythology was kind of my forte for the past sort of 10, 15 years. Excuse me. And I knew that Osiris was symbolic as the original god of resurrection, or indeed the gatekeeper to the underworld, to which we'll return to sort of later on in the presentation. But after watching this particular documentary, excuse me, after watching this particular documentary, I was racking my brain and thinking, where on earth have I seen this molecular structure before? It's so familiar. And I literally took a drink down to the beach, sat there pondering the ins and outs of this mind-blowing molecular metaphysical mind bleep, and everything just kind of fell into place. I was sitting on the beach and the clouds literally parted in front of me, and there she was, Orion. It was DMT, the proverbial spirit in the sky, or the spirit molecule, which Dr. Strassman had just previously been educated me about. And it was from there that my world, or my worldview, I guess, had completely changed forevermore. Bear with me, I'm just trying to get these slides going. I don't need this. And okay, so my latest book, Searching for Osiris and the Tree of Life, is part 3 of the current trilogy. And I do apologize if I'm a little sketchy talking about the Spirit in the Sky, parts 1, 2, and even indeed this one, but my mind at the moment is extremely focused on the rest of my continued research in part 4. It's something that I'd love to talk to you guys about, and I'm on the verge of getting the next manuscript together, and I can't wait to talk about it. But first of all, I guess we really, again, need to understand, for those who aren't familiar with this psychedelic chemical compound, what in fact is DMT. So N,N-dimethyltryptamine, also known as the spirit molecule, we find, is a highly illicit psychoactive chemical compound described as an entheogen, and entheogen being a compound word meaning the God raised within. We also find that DMT permeates the natural world, including all, if not all, plant life, and throughout the animal kingdom, which is an anomaly for a psychoactive compound, to say the least. But we also find that it's endogenous to the human body. Endogenous meaning we create it ourselves. We find it in the eyes, the lungs, so far, the brain, cerebral spinal fluid, and the hippocampus, we find, has pretty much the molecular formula to synthesize this crazy psychedelic compound as well. And nobody really knows why, although recent studies are now suggesting that it's a possible contender for a neurotransmitter comparable to things like serotonin, which is actually excuse me, secreted by the pineal gland inside the human brain, the endocrine system. I know Yuki touched on some of the effects, but ego dissolution and spiritual emancipation are probably the top 2. It was first synthesized in 1931, but has since been, previously been utilized as a shamanic tool for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Now, it's the key ingredient of the ancient Amazonian cocktail or brew described as ayahuasca, and ayahuasca literally translates as vine of souls, and with good reason too, which we shall return to. But of the 80,000 plus species of plant life we find in the Amazon, ayahuasca is simply derived from 2 of them. It's merely a root of the capivine and the leaves of, and the chacrunia leaves. And in a nutshell, I think Yuki touched on it as well. Regarding the capivine, like Hamala, contains an MOAI, which is known as a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. It's the leaves themselves that contain DMT. So if you were to basically eat or consume the copious amounts of the chacrunia leaves, you would have no psychedelic impact on your consciousness whatsoever, due to chemicals that are in your stomach that will break down the DMT before it actually reaches the blood-brain barrier. So it's essential that we have the MOI along with DMT. That is, unless, we're smoking it. So what happens when we smoke or inject DMT? So the ayahuasca experience is drawn out over a number of hours, not so much 2 or 3, more like 6 to 8. I will say I've got very close friends, author friends as well, who are privy to this particular cocktail, and they have got the proverbial t-shirt, which I'm still waiting on. I haven't been able to travel for quite some time due to my unfortunate accident, so it is on my radar. That said, the breakthrough dose of DMT inhalation is extremely fast acting and lasts for around 5 to 10 minutes, sometimes longer, sometimes not at all. But what people may ask is a breakthrough dose. So classically speaking, 3 hits of vaporized DMT crystals would appear to shatter your worldview completely, and it completely distorted mine. We find reports of a multi-dimensional alternate reality, which appears to be inhabited by highly evolved and extremely intelligent entities described by much famed ethnobotanist and psychonaut extraordinaire, excuse me, Mr. McKenna, as machine elves, jesters, or trickster archetypes, to which again we shall return to later on in the presentation. Reoccurring themes shared across the globe are, include the likes of the so-called cosmic serpent, or indeed the Blue Lady. And I guess I've been privy to meeting both in breakthrough experiences. The Blue Lady, I think may have, we might find sometime in the future with further investigation that Hindu deities, Shakti and Shiva, the blue skin deities, might have something to do with this particular archetype or indeed mythology. But when we actually, air quotes again, break through into this so-called DMT realm or DMT dome, everything seems extremely familiar and overly familiar, as these machine elves, jesters, tricksters, even cosmic serpents tend to speak to you. And I say speak, it's more of I guess, a telepathic conversation that you appear to be having with these guys, because sights and sounds, your worldview is shattered. I mean, we see things in regular 3-dimensional reality, but the DMT experience itself appears to be maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-dimensional. It's ridiculously hard to comprehend. But it's absolutely, well, at least I found it absolutely terrifying prior to actually breaking through. But when these entities welcome you home, what is actually going on here? And this is where we come across the documentary that I was talking about when I started introducing this particular presentation, where Dr. Rick Strassman, much famed now for his DMT infused experiments going at the end of last century, almost 30 years ago now. He was, as it says on the screen here, was interested in the chemical components regarding near-death and mystical experiences, and he was the first person to theorize that it might be DMT that's endogenously released during birth, near-death and death states of mind. And it should be noted as well that DMT, for all intents and purposes, basically tricks the mind into a death-like state, hence the ego dissolution. And again, for all intents and purposes, I genuinely thought I was going to be the first person in history that died inhaling DMT. It absolutely terrified me. I thought, oh my God, I've pushed my luck too far this time. My girlfriend's going to come home with my son and find me dead on a balcony. I was absolutely terrified. And that's before everything literally just disappeared. And there I was in this indescribable, I'm an author. I like to think I'm quite good with words on paper, but I don't think that there are any words or descriptions that can actually put this experience into a comprehensive nutshell for people to understand. It's completely worldview shattering. And I've got some volunteer statements from that particular documentary here on the screen, who have actually, these guys they're 3 different people. A shaman was one of them, and they've all gone on to write their own particular books on breakthrough experiences and how it's changed their lives. And it's these 3 statements that really ring true to me. The first one being, it was familiar to me, like I said in the beginning. It was like I was in the waiting room for the rebirth of souls. I was the light. I didn't know whether it was my birth I was re-experiencing, my death, which was yet to come, because I know that time crumbles. The linearity of time is totally meaningless in these states. You're at the Godhead, the point where all time folds in on itself. And my particular favorite, there was no concept of time. It was so disorienting. I was so terrified. I have never been so terrified to be blasted out of my body, to leave my body behind, to be going warp speed backward through my own DNA and out the other end and into the universe. That's one pretty loaded statement indeed. And I think I understand what he's talking about there. Although to put it into a descriptive, comprehensive definition, it's nigh on impossible. I've also spoke about Terence McKenna and his machine elves, and the way he puts it, it leads extremely well into my own thought process and the myth of Osiris. He described it as a nearby dimension, frightening, transformative, and beyond our powers to imagine, yet to still be explored in the usual way. We must send fearless experts, whatever this may come to mean, to explore and to report on what they find. Thought-provoking indeed. But what if we already have? So I've already said that the Spirit Molecule documentary continues to change my outlook on life, on where I'm going after this particular life. Prior to my research in this particular documentary, I was not religious. I'm still not religious, but I was adamant that when this life is up, that's it. It's fade to black. Get your t-shirt while you're here. Enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. There's nothing more. But after experiencing this particular chemical compound, I'm so far away from that state of mind now. It's unbelievable. I guess you could say, with regards to, call it Bardo, call it heaven, call it whatever you want. I'm a believer. Excuse me, I just dropped my pen. So as I've stated, I've been fascinated with ancient Egyptian mythology and the concept of a long lost civilization, like the likes of Graham Hancock has been writing about for so many years now. And I felt that my research wanted to add some weight to this particular thesis, a long lost technological or technologically sophisticated civilization lost to the human story. And I guess that's when it hit me. Could the myth of Osiris be wholly allegorical of DMT? So let's dive into the myth of Osiris. So the myth of Osiris, the god of resurrection, we find, begins at an elaborate banquet where guests have been invited by Seth, or Set, depending on your sources, who was Osiris's wicked brother, to each lay down in a beautifully ornate coffer, and suggested that whoever befitted it comfortably enough could in fact keep it. So guest after guest decided to try this coffer, each struggling with its dimensions, and either coming up either too short, too tall, too wide. That is until the turn of Osiris. Osiris lays down inside to find it fits him perfectly. Yet to the guest's stunned amazement, Seth and his cohort seize this opportunity and swiftly fasten the coffer with Osiris inside, before tossing it into the River Nile. The coffer eventually runs ashore on the coastal banks of Byblos in modern-day Lebanon, where Osiris becomes further entombed within the trunk of a resplendent tamarisk tree. Now, a tamarisk tree is of the acacia variety, and it's still found in abundance on the banks of the Nile today. Several years later, the king of Byblos orders the felling of this tree, as it's to be carved into a beautiful pillar, which is going to adorn the walls of his palace. Now, Osiris's sister and consort, Isis, learns of her lover's fate, and she bargains with the king, who duly agrees to release Osiris from his untimely grave. Seth, however, gets wind of this and is enraged, and he decides to murder Osiris again, dismembering him and dispatching his brother once and for all. Legend further dictates that Osiris is symbolically associated with the constellation of Orion, the celestial keeper of the underworld, known as the Duat. So, we've already found out that DMT is found in extremely high and extractable potentials across the globe, depending on what fauna you're surveying. The acacia seems to be the #1 go-to extraction for crystallized DMT for modern day psychonauts. And why would that be any indifferent from bygone days of an era that is supposedly long forgotten and just turned into mythology? So first of all, the acacia must first be drenched in a liquid before it's alchemically raised. We find that Osiris was tossed into the Nile before he becomes further entombed within the acacia, then rescued or indeed resurrected by his sister and wife, Isis. He's murdered again by his brother and immortalized as the constellation of Orion. Now, many ancient Egyptian deities are usually remembered as a single star. For example, Isis being symbolic of Sirius in the constellation of Canis Major. But Osiris is considered the complete embodiment of the constellation of Orion. What does this really tell us? So because DMT is found within the lifeblood or the sap of the acacia, that should kind of give us a clue what we've got to be looking for here, because he's also considered the complete embodiment of the constellation of Orion. Now, either Osiris resides here on Earth via the acacia, entombed inside the lifeblood or indeed the sap, or he's the resurrected god of resurrection and remembered as the constellation and the complete embodiment of Orion. Unless, of course, everything here is allegorical, which I believe it is. Could there, I'm asking, be a deeper hidden meaning playing out here? So, if we decide to view this mythology through an altogether scientific lens, something rather extraordinary begins to emerge. You see, the two-dimensional fingerprint or molecular structure of DMT appears to bear significant resemblance to the constellation of Orion, albeit Osiris in the sky. So I'm asking, have our ancient ancestry described a scientifically viable explanation to the profound nature of DMT and inserted it into a mythology for the benefit of future generations of the human narrative? I believe it certainly makes a lot more sense to accept that idea as opposed to the current Egypt illogical ideal, whereby they're saying, excuse me, we can either take it at face value, whereby a god of resurrection was indeed rescued from being inside a tree, where he was murdered again and became a constellation in the night sky, which is an absurdity in the extreme, or again, it's wholly allegorical. So to the age-old adage, as above, so below. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. So ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs have differing meanings depending on the context that they're used in. And I'm certain that this applies regarding mythology too. But first of all, we need to ask ourselves, what in fact is a myth? Now, if you look at the definition of a myth, it reads as follows. It's a traditional story or indeed concept, especially one concerning early history of a people or explaining a natural or social phenomenon and involving supernatural beings or events. Again, there's a clue here to read between the lines. And here's where it really begins to get interesting. Could our ancient ancestry have identified this microscopic fingerprint of the molecular structure of a God-inducing chemical compound, emblazoned its two-dimensional nature across the cosmos for a scientifically astute society like our own to actually read between the lines of the mythology? And they might get a better idea describing DMT's possible role in shaping our own reality and what's possible here and after. And so to the constellation of Orion. So on the left-hand side, we've got the constellation of Orion, which is obviously, extremely familiar to everyone in the night sky, if not the most easy to recognize. And directly below it, we also have another constellation known today as Lepus, or indeed Wenet in ancient Egyptian mythology, which is known as the hare or the rabbit. Now, excuse me. When I first published my hypothesis, and rightly so, I had a couple of naysayers beating at my door saying, well, basically this makes a lot of sense, but it's not a carbon copy. It's relatively close. You might be onto something, you might not, but they weren't completely sold until I could identify, excuse me, the profundity of the complete molecular structure of DMT. So what we're looking at here on the right-hand side, we see the trapezium at the bottom of the constellation instead of the hexagonal benzene ring for the molecular structure, which is missing. So this is where we have to look even further into the myth of Osiris. And we do this by looking at what's described as the mysteries of Abydos. Now, the mysteries of Abydos are an esoteric understanding, if not an allegorical understanding, to the nature of Osiris, who he did, why he was deified as a god of resurrection, and what this may mean in the modern world today. So first of all, in the mysteries of Abydos, it's described as Osiris setting foot aboard the cosmic barge known as the Neshmet. Excuse me. So if we now look directly below on the right-hand side here, into the constellation of Lepus, we find a star that's actually that we identify today called Mu Leporis. The ancients knew this as the cosmic barge and identified it as the Neshmet. So for all intents and purposes, we now see Osiris setting foot upon the Neshmet. The second brightest star, being Alpha Leporis, known as Arneb, is the next logical step to identify for Osiris to be assimilated upon the cosmic barge as, excuse me, as both the constellation of Orion and Lepus alike. Now, the Neshmet and Mu Leporis, excuse me, I've got connecting Osiris in the constellation of Orion with Neshmet, with Alpha Leporis, we do in fact start to create the lost, I guess, or now identified benzene ring needed to create the complete molecular formula described as the DMT molecule. Now, this shared mythology starts to make a lot more sense, whereby Osiris is also synonymous with a hare-headed deity known as Wenet or Unefer. Now, this hare-headed deity doesn't make a lot of sense. Like we're going to touch a little bit later on in the presentation to other deified ancient Egyptian and indeed Christian and Hindu deities that appear to be anthropomorphically odd. I don't care what the Egyptologists would like to say to us, but I don't think rabbit-headed gods, dung beetle-headed gods, jaguar-headed gods, I don't think they walk the earth. Again, I think the whole thing's allegorical. And the nature of this particular allegory here, what we find Osiris being synonymous with the hare-headed deity Wenet, by connecting Osiris, assimilating aboard the Neshmet to the head of the constellation of Lepus, being the rabbit below him, we create, again, and identify the full chemical signature or compound for DMT. Now, DMT, we find, is also derived from its chemical cousin, the neurotransmitter serotonin. Serotonin, as Strassman has advised us via his research, is actually secreted by the pineal gland and is responsible for maintaining a well-balanced state of mind and feeling of joyfulness during the day. Now, during the hours of darkness, the pineal gland releases melatonin, to which we shall return to again shortly. But the myth of Osiris continues. Osiris, as I've said, is said to have set foot across the Nile upon the Neshmet. Within the constellation of Lepus, or indeed Wenet, Unefer, the hare-headed deity, we find another star that's called Nile. Now, Nile spelt differently, but it's frenetically intriguing when we realize that this is actually an ancient name which translates as joyfulness. So connecting the proverbial dots as intended, we create the neurotransmitter serotonin, and the star that makes it possible is actually named after functionality of that particular chemical compound secreted by the pineal gland of the human brain. So you can see on the bottom right hand corner here, the star which makes this all possible. It was here where I thought, okay, my research is wound up. This is mind blowing enough. How much further does this particular rabbit hole go? Well, what happens if we decide to marry Osiris with his lover Isis in the sky? Now, Isis is a goddess of fertility, and she's also known, just like Osiris and Unefa, as a guardian of the underworld, or indeed the other world. She's, excuse me, she's also known as a goddess of life, a healer of the sick, and keeper of a myriad of magical incantations. Isis, we also find, is synonymous with Sirius, excuse me, and Venus. Now, Venus is also known as the morning star, and it shares a close mythology alongside Sirius, because thousands of years ago, they were basically confused as the morning star and the bright, excuse me, one was a planet, obviously, but they were confused as one another. They couldn't really tell them apart. And even Plato identified them as being synonymous with each other. And that's probably because of its extraordinary luminescence. Now, history has it that they were named thence Phosphorus and Lucifer. Lucifer translating simply, nothing devilish about it, but as light bringer. Phosphorus, we find, is being recognized as a chemical compound vital to the production of proteins, which are essential to bone growth in the human body.
Said reporting in progress.
Without it, we simply wouldn't exist. So what happens when we decide to marry them in the sky? By simply adding phosphorus to DMT, we create the chemical compound psilocybin. So now we have psilocybin in the sky. And as if by cosmic coincidence, if not by design, the temple of Isis in Philae, ancient Egypt, is dedicated to the pillars which it cries out spores of mushrooms, magic mushrooms, magical incantations, with the property to heal. So what is going on here? Excuse me. How certain could we be of this proposed hypothesis? Could there be even more to this myth than actually meets the eye? Well, as we've already discovered, how and why Wenet, or indeed Unefa, is synonymous with Osiris, but Osiris is also revered alongside ancient Egyptian god of creation, Sahu. But who, you might ask, is Sahu? So once Osiris sets foot upon the Neshmet, he is assimilated to Sahu, who is also known as the Hidden One, the incorruptible soul, and beautiful renewal. But why? And here's where it starts to come together. Should it surprise us then that DMT is hidden within the acacia? Should it surprise us more that DMT is likened to an incorruptible soul? Should it surprise us even more then that DMT is responsible for promoting neurogenesis and renewing brain cells, hence beautiful renewal? But the myth doesn't stop there. The rabbit hole thus goes deeper. On the right-hand side here, it's a little bit blurry, and I apologize for the imagery, but what we've got is a granite bust of Ramesses III, I beg your pardon, being worshipped as Osiris here on Earth. On the left-hand side, we find Horus, and on the right-hand side, we find his evil and wicked brother Set again. Legend has it, though, that Horus's victorious battle with Set as the sun rises would see Set banished to the underworld until the rising sun sets once again. Set, however, would defeat and overthrow Horus thereafter and rule over the pervading darkness until the sun rises once again. Could this be wholly mythological, of an allegorical daily battle between these opposing deities being described as something else entirely? If we're correct in postulating that Osiris might actually be a vital part of, secreting DMT via the pineal gland, would it not make more sense to envisage Horus as a metaphor for the neurotransmitter serotonin, which is secreted via the pineal gland during daylight hours, whereby Set become a natural contender for the neurotransmitter's chemical counterpart, melatonin, which is typically distributed to essential parts of the body by way of the pineal gland and during the hours of darkness, or indeed once the sun has set. Now, this ancient mythology appears to kind of continue throughout ancient Greek, Christian, and other religious ideologies. We may be guilty of the same mythology regarding the horns of Amun and the hippocampus in the human brain. And I've already stated that the hippocampus now appears to be showing the complete tool set, as it were, to actually produce DMT within the hippocampus. And it's the hippocampus that is responsible for higher brain functions, such as memory recall. And we have to ask ourselves, is something going on here along the lines, along the lines of metaphor, allegory, and symbology? Again and again, we find deified creations adorned with horns. But why? Aside from Jacob in the Bible, no one, as far as I'm aware, has ever seen a god, let alone one with horns. So the question arises, what could this be symbolic of? And the human brain anatomy or ram-headed deities don't make a lot of sense. Let's take a quick look at the hippocampus. I've already stated that the hippocampus in the human brain is the place of memory recall, but it's also described as a white eminence, and it translates from Latin as seahorse. Now, Greek mythology describes Pegasus as a white horse, as a white flying horse who was born of a union between Medusa and Poseidon. Poseidon, we find, is the god of the sea, and horses no less, which would appear to make perfect sense with regards to Pegasus being a seahorse. The myth continues that Pegasus was favored by the goddess of memory, no less, and the 9 muses. Muse, we find in the Urban Dictionary, it means to think, to dream, to recall. But the myth continues again. Pegasus's hoof, we find, kicked open the fountain of Hippocrene and let its mythological waters flow, which to me, I'm now thinking it might be kicking open something, a vault in the human brain, or indeed the hippocampus, where the DMT might start flowing. I.e., a smaller part of the hippocampus we find is actually called the pes hippocampus, and is actually shaped, believe it or not, I haven't got a picture here, but it's actually shaped like a horse's hoof. But horses can't fly. So again, what's going on here? So we find the etymology of things extremely enticing and intriguing. Things like cherubim from the ancient, from the Bible, are still synonymous with words like cherubim, the winged angels of God. Now, it's the cherubim that surrounds and protects the brain, or indeed the house of God. Oh, I beg your pardon. I have got, so the third image down here is just circled. It's not the greatest image in the world to find parts of the human brain. But as you can see, yeah, we've got the, what can only, in my mind, be described as Pegasus's hoof, which was guilty of kicking open the mythological fountains of Hippocrene. And again, we find many coins of Alexander the Great adorning Amun's horn, which Amun being synonymous with the hippocampus. It's another name for the hippocampus. And Amun, we also find, Amun, we also find is Amun-Ra, the ancient Egyptian god of light. We also find that Jesus is also known as the Amen. Amun, Amen, and Amun's horn, all being synonymous with one another. So I think that our ancient ancestors are trying to give us a step-by-step guide to human brain anatomy, as opposed to deified, dung beetle head, anthropomorphic deities walking around blessing people and welcoming into the afterlife as gatekeepers. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. We look here at some of the graphics that was introduced to me via Brad Clausen from the Magical Egypt series, where we can see a bust of Amun-Ra, which there were hundreds of them, which actually litter a causeway in Egypt today in Karnak. And when you actually split up the proportions of this particular anthropomorphic deity, the biometric template of a human brainstem becomes extremely obvious, let alone profound. And the same methodology appears to be repeated throughout, throughout ancient civilizations as far back as we can go. We have the likes of Inanna, we have Diana and Armistice. We find the Venus of Willendorf, which is in fact the oldest known carving of what we call a goddess, which goes back to around 40,000 years BC. I'm uncertain that, we're actually deifying rather curvy goddesses without faces, XYZ. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you actually look at it alongside human brain anatomy. And another idea here, which we can see from the underside of the human brain, it bears a lot of significance regarding the ancient Egyptian deity Thoth, which might, in my particular train of thought, might actually mean thoughts. Again, a baboon-headed deity walking the streets, deifying people and welcoming into the afterlife. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And again, we see this same template repeating over and over and over. I apologize. I'm not here to offend anyone, and I apologize for writing crucifixion in caps at the top. But when you look at the cerebrum, the pineal gland, and the positioning of the brainstem up against a classic bust of Christ being resurrected upon the cross, I think there's a lot of food for thought here. We see the same kind of cross section of the human brain and brainstem viewed from the underside, alongside ancient Hindu deity Ganesha, the elephant-headed deity, revered god of arts, sciences, intellect, and wisdom, no less. So, I think there's a little bit more to these mythologies than we first meet the eye. How are we doing for time here, guys? Because I'm only about halfway through this presentation. Do you want to take some questions, or am I okay shooting through?
You've got about 10 more minutes. You are always welcome to come back, like if you have any time in the next 24 hours, like to finish.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So just feel welcome to come back on and finish, just because we sometimes have gaps that happen.
No, sure.
Okay.
Sure. And the funny thing is I've practiced and rehearsed this a number of times, and I was bang on 55 minutes, but now I find myself stumbling halfway through my slideshow thinking I haven't even got to the crux of the situation here. It's been enlightening, but we've got a lot more to discuss. So we'll call this part one of a potential part two in the future. So if you've got any questions and what have you, shoot them away, and
I've got
we
one.
can dissect what we've just gone through.
Regarding the appearance of the various deities with the parts of the human body, is some of that not just pareidolia, I think you say it? You know, the tendency for us to find faces and figures in things. Like the face on parts.
Absolutely.
Right.
Not
saying it's very coincidental. It's very interesting.
No, absolutely. And it's a train of thought that has to be entertained, because pareidolia again means nothing, faces in clouds. But I like to believe if you have one or two, maybe 3, 4 instances, pareidolia, I'd put that in bold, underline, highlight it in italics and say, that's probably the case here. But the more we look into these ancient revered deities, be it a god or a goddess, more often than not, in fact, 95% of the time, we appear to be looking more towards brain anatomy than faces in clouds, in my opinion.
As a chemist, I have a degree in chemistry. When you did the thing with the Orion, I'm like, holy smokes. At first I was like, okay, it's like there's a pentane, there's a sort of a benzene. Then all of a sudden you pulled in the LIPA stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, it just jumps right out. And then when you dropped in the group to make the DMT into psilocybin, I think it was, right?
Yep.
That's just incredible. That's absolutely
It
incredible.
still blows my mind today. Again, I'm writing my 4th book about it, and I still can't quite believe how simple this methodology is, should we decide to look at it through more of a scientific lens as opposed to a mythological lens. And again, if you'd have said to me, even after Penny and the Spirit in the Sky, my first book, excuse me, I hadn't even introduced the concept of serotonin in the sky, maybe psilocybin in the sky. But the only reason it wasn't a fact of, let's try and build a story here that fits my narrative that I'm looking for. That wasn't what was going on. I was following the myth of Osiris, and it's the myth of Osiris that's rather explicit about being assimilated via certain stars to actually join the proverbial dots in the sky to create these chemical compounds, which, mind-blowingly enough, the stars themselves appear to be named after the functionality of the chemical compounds themselves. It's mind-blowing.
It is.
What
Have
we got-
you considered going ahead and taking astronomy software that has the ability to rotate 360 degrees and maybe taking these two-dimensional models and map them out into the into a three-dimensional universe model and see if that, I mean, because it would be fairly easy to do a crowdfunded or crowdsourced kind of a thing like that, kind of like SETI at home or protein folding, and take the same thing and
Absolutely.
see if you could do that with the stars and the chemical
Absolutely.
compound.
And
It'd be pretty cool.
I find it extremely thought-provoking when we look at. I'm sure you've come across the image of, you've got 2 images together. One says this is these are stars, these are galaxies. Yeah, this is the cosmos. Okay,
Mhm.
and then the one next to it says these are neurological pathways in the human brain. And then you look at them and you're thinking, okay, wow, these look more than they're like. It's crazy. So yeah, it's intriguing. Possibility that DMT might actually be in the sky. Who knows?
Interesting.
But the myth continues.
Someone raised their hand here.
Yeah, I'm slightly reluctant because they're only called Zoom user. But
Yeah.
show me.
That's me. It's Ankara. It's Ankara Akiru. I'm one of the speakers on the panel.
Yes.
Here. Got out of the shower, so I don't have my video on. So I don't want to offend anybody.
With RN here, it seems like we got another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, quick
Yeah,
question
everything
for
I
you.
seem to have traversed today is only really the kind of proverbial tip of the underlying iceberg, you know. Again, I don't consider myself a professional archaeologist, microbiologist, chemist, call it what you want. But I like to believe that I'm, I guess, picking the little pixels of certain sciences and mythologies and creating a proverbial bigger picture, if that makes any sense. And the more I seem to look into this particular myth of Osiris, the more the picture starts to become a hell of a lot clearer.
For you, my man.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Indeed, I can, sir.
All right, amazing. Well, unfortunately, I was unable to catch your full presentation, and we only have a few minutes. But I came in at the end, and I was just connecting a few dots. Have you done any research on the corpus callosum or the corpus callosum? Not sure how to pronounce that, but the central nerve that's in our brain around the pineal and pituitary, and the correlation or connection with like the Christ on the cross?
Yeah, I actually touch on some of that in The Spirit in the Sky as well. I think it's a fairly well-known entity whereby Gary Osborne's research introduced a cross-section of the eye of Horus, the corpus callosum, and what have you, and overlaid that with the endocrine system of the human brain. And again, it's absolutely uncanny. Absolutely uncanny. There's definitely a method to the madness, let's say.
I feel like that well, I want to encourage you to check out one of my mentors and teachers. His name is Sevan Bomar. Have you ever heard of him?
I haven't, no. How would you spell that, sir?
Sevan Bomar. And his YouTube channel is Innerstanding, INNER standing. And he really goes into the brain anatomy and correlating it as well. It's very similar to what you're doing, but
Wow.
essentially what he's saying is that the corpus callosum is where we get to choose our focus, because when, in day-to-day life, we tend to get pulled to the polar opposites or polar sides, the right or left, back and forth. And so to span the gap, or to ride the wave, if you will, between the two hemispheres and the poles, we function inside of the corpus callosum, and this is like kind of the bridge that connects the two. So that's what I wanted to share. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no, love it. Thank you so much. Every day is a school day. I love learning. And yeah, the more I speak to people like yourselves as well that throw these things at me, the more able I am to maybe connect a few dots, as it were. So no, that's wonderful. Thank you. His name was Sevan Bomar. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you very much. It's highly appreciated.
Ankara, put that in the chat for everybody. Just add the author into the chat and everybody can see who that is. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Sorry, did you say psilocybin is DMT and phosphorus?
No. If you literally add phosphorus, well, yes, excuse me. Yeah, I think it just broke up there. Literally, yeah, you add the chemical compound phosphorus to DMT, and then we create psilocybin. Yes.
Oh, I never knew that. Did all you boffins, everyone else fully aware of that? And
Trust me, I didn't know this 5 years ago. It's
Psilocybin
someone had said to me 5 years ago that I'll be studying psychedelic chemical compounds, neurotransmitters, and stuff like that. I'd have laughed. So I'm learning every day.
Yeah, truly, psilocybin is NN-DMT. It's basically just one branch away from DMT. Yeah.
And the same with serotonin itself. I mean, they're almost interchangeable. It's almost the same key for the same lock. It's absolutely crazy. And why our brains are producing this is what we're seeking to find out. How can such a profound chemical compound that literally will shatter your worldview of here, now, where we've been before, where we're possibly going after. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And to find out that it's in the mind as well. Whoa, come on. There's a lot more research to be done. There's a lot more research to be done. And it seems like somebody somewhere might have worked it all out for us and inserted some of this into, I guess, myth and mortar for people like ourselves to try and chip away at. And find some answers to what it's all about.
that was fantastic, amazing. You're about a minute. Do you want to tell everyone where they can get your books?
Yeah, fabulous. Amazon at the moment, still compiling a website. I'm on Facebook again, RN Voot, Twitter, Voot RN. Just Google the name. There's not many of us, and I'm sure if you put into any search engine Voot and DMT, you'll find this guy somewhere along the lines. So I hope you're going to come along on a journey with us. As I say, it's conversations with people like you that open up different corridors and avenues to further this investigation. So thank you.
Thanks for giving your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure.
Yeah, feel free to come back on at some point if you want to share the remaining portion.
100%. I've got a lot more to talk about, and it's no less mind-blowing, so that'd be wonderful. And good luck for the rest of the evening. Fantastic.
Okay.
Looking forward to putting my feet up and enjoying it.
Wonderful. Dr. Weiss is our next presenter, and I'm going to hand the stage to him.
Hi. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, you can. So, Leo, hi, my name is Dr. Jeremy Weiss, and I am the founder of Temple of Miriam the Prophetess, which is a non-denominational Jewish temple, and our our mission is that we believe that we are all spiritual equals, and that since we are all spiritual equals, there is absolutely no need for clergy, that your relationship with the divine is between you and the divine, and that there really shouldn't be any need for gatekeepers or mid-level clergy. And unfortunately, that's typically seen by religious institutions as a bit of a heresy, because there's a lot of advantages to spiritual gatekeeping. So I took it upon myself to form a non-hierarchical, non-rabbinical form of non-denominational Judaism. I'm sorry, I have a brand new kitten here. And we are a thriving entity, and we specialize in Jewish mysticism and magic, because I really do not differentiate very much between magic and religion. Typically, religion is defined by religions as what we do, which is approved, and magic, they define magic as what they do and is not approved. And there is an othering that occurs in that process. And my mission is what's called Tikkun Olam, which is spiritual repair and unification of these divisions between us. So when I volunteered today to lead and speak, I really didn't get much. It was my fault. I didn't get much direction from Ms. Leo, and I'm quite honestly here by invitation, but I'm not so sure why. So I might have to ask Leo what she thinks I can, or maybe I should just ask all of you what it is you think I can bring to the table here to talk to you about today.
Dr. Weiss, I would remind you that when you spoke for our Judaism and entheogenic kind of history event, you had spoken about entheogens being used in Jewish ceremonial practice that folks were not always aware of, that were used within the religious context. That might be worth mentioning, but because you're the one person maybe that would really touch on like exorcisms or demons or the validity of magic or ghosts or any of these things that some folks may have a hard time believing in. I think you are open and receptive to all those things, and you kind of counsel people in a way that traditionally people within Judaism have been taught is not part of their culture.
Right, that's true. It's true. I have performed exorcisms. I just, before I came on this here to join you, I was teaching the members of the Temple of Miriam the Prophetess techniques of mediumship for gnosis. And mediumship is typically thought of as a forbidden practice in Judaism, because often mediumship involves necromancy or talking to the dead, and that is explicitly, quote, prohibited in Deuteronomy and Leviticus. But there are many and numerous methods, which are actually biblically approved methods of communicating with spirits. So I taught a class on that today, and I the Temple of Miriam, the classes that I teach at Temple of Miriam range from reading entrails and divination to bibliomancy, which is divination by way of asking questions of a book, tarot readings, and any form of divination that about which you can imagine. In fact, we're having an upcoming workshop on the orniscopy, which is or ornithomancy, which is reading and interpreting the patterns of birds and the signs of birds. So we focus on putting magic and spiritualism back in the hands of the practitioner, because we at Temple of Miriam we're non-sacerdotal, non-hierarchical, and do not feel the need for clergy. Your relationship with the divine is yours and private. So if anyone here has questions about demons or spells or love spells or chiromancy, palm reading in the Jewish tradition, I'm your man. I am your man. Well, no Tarragon, feel free, hit me.
So do you feel that demonic powers, I suppose, have increased maybe exponentially in a certain period of time? So let me put it in a historical perspective. Back in the time of Jesus, and demons were maybe not as widely, I don't want to say recognized, because they recognize them, but they're not like the incantations and stuff, at least from the Christian tradition, are not as strongly presented as they were, say, maybe during the Renaissance, right? And then as you go further into our time, when we're coming up into modern times, you have people like Hitler and Stalin and people like that obviously seem like they had some type of demonic possession or demonic influences. And yet those, the ways of handling them, the ways of you would expel those kinds of evil forces, the incantations that were maybe lost to time or something, I guess. Are we seeing a resurgence now within, say, the last, I don't know, maybe since the 1960s or maybe since the 80s? Do you think it's something that we can recognize as you said, the laity out there? We see these things, and then how could we protect ourselves?
It's a great question. I think the problem is that we don't have a baseline, really to compare with an accurate baseline with which to compare, because what you started with was a sort of presupposition about, like, well, it didn't seem to be very common, as much common back then, and there's a lot more horrible shit going on now, so maybe like there's more demons and malevolent forces out there. And in actual fact, there was a lot of horrible shit going on way back when. This is invading that, there's starvation, there's freaking plagues, there's but
that was God testing the Jewish people, right? I'm talking more largely on the perspective. If you go to the Old Testament, they're talking about, God is testing the children of Israel. If you're talking about New Testament, which is, I think, kind of where I was going with that, it's different.
It could be. I can only answer really and speak from the Old Testament perspective, which is, I'm not sure that there has been an increase in malevolent forces. Certainly malevolent forces, I mean, where people were just as scared back then as they are about them now. And there were a lot of protections then, as there are now, that people were using and taking precautions. The mezuzah is an example of that. That is the little thing that many Jewish people hang on the door. That is an anti-demonic protection to keep the home, spirit, demons out of the home. Jewish amulet bowls, there's lots of techniques that people were doing. So, but also like in Roman times, the flying penises are called fascinum. People are wearing anti-demonic and protective amulets. I mean, the oldest amulet, the Semitic amulet, is the priestly blessing, which comes in around 600 BCE and is a tubular amulet. So they've been doing protection from malevolence for a long time.
Well, the Catholic Church is saying that there's a tremendous rise in requests for exorcisms in our time.
Yeah, that is true.
You've seen that in the news?
Yes, but it's hard to know whether or not that happens because people are more familiar and more aware or more educated about what's going on than or whether or not there really are more attacks. It's hard. I'm just saying it's hard to measure that. For instance, there were no reports in the literature before 1604 of Dybbuk possession. But once Dybbuks were written about in 1604, then there were reports of Dybbuk possession. So the question is, were Dybbuks around before we didn't recognize them, or was there really a rise after 1604 in this issue? And so I think we have shitty records then, and we have shitty records now. There's nobody keeping track. I think it's objectively hard to measure. I think anecdotally,
agree with that.
Anecdotally, I would say, oh yeah, sure. It seems like there's a lot more excitement going on for sure. But I wasn't around 5,000 years ago. I can't compare.
You don't know that.
I don't know. I don't know. It certainly seems less busy back then.
Could I just add that I'm a kind of a devotee of Carl Jung and his approach to the psyche.
Yeah.
And he noted that we live as we approach into the age of Aquarius, that new psychic dominants are in play. And that always portends that something is missing in the consciousness of existing humans, and presumably all those contents are in hell as demons. And so it was his opinion that we are all, and I love your individuality thing about your church or whatever you call it, because it's down to the individual, to each of us depopulate our own hell. And that simply means, how are we going to incarnate and integrate these new psychic dominants that are so prominent in our time? And Jung identified that with the ascension of the archetypal feminine. And Miriam certainly would be a candidate for that. Or and in Jewish mysticism or alchemy, the Jewess Maria Prophistina is prominent in alchemy, and her axiom out of the one comes a two, out of the two comes a three, and out of the third comes the one as a fourth. And like this, the two are united, meaning male and female, not just masculine gods like that which dominated Israel in the Old Testament, not like the masculine God that dominated the New Testament of Christianity, but we have to include the archetypal feminine. So if you see the orb behind me, in there is, I was given a ride in this UFO. And the feminine looking figure is Sophia, a generic meaning wisdom. And I lay in the bottom in a fetal position, meaning that I was on a quest. I was being taken on an adventure to be reborn. And I think that's what is prominent in our time. And so demonology, or the idea of demons, is simply where God stores all these new aspects of wholeness that are waiting to unfold in time. And it seems to come in accordance with the movement of the zodiac, from Aries to Pisces and now to Aquarius. So that's a comment I'd like to add here. Thank you.
So Dr. Weiss, I think Yuki had a question for you. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Weiss, thank you so much for being here. I don't know too much about Jewish tradition and mysticism, but I did wonder when from the Jewish tradition you are working through things like magic, is it an understanding that if you work through God as a source of your works, that then it is okay? And I did wonder in relation to things like King Solomon utilizing demons to construct the temple and such things, how that all came about.
That's great. It's great, absolutely great question. Thank you so much for that. So, the first part, well, let me answer the second part of your question, which is, you are right. The King Solomon commanding the demons to do something beneficent, which is to build the temple. That example is the earliest example in history of demons being commanded to do something beneficent. And it is a fascinating twist of events, right? Now all of a sudden you're harnessing powers of evil to do good. Is that allowed? Uh-oh, right? It presents with a very interesting paradox. And yes, I would agree with your first part of your statement that the typical Jewish position, historically speaking, is that yes, the magic that you perform or do is you are not responsible for, but is working with the will of the divine. And our friend Moses gets in trouble because he, takes the staff and knocks the rock, and the water comes out, and now there's water, and everybody attributes it to Moses, and that's arrogance, and God punishes him by not letting him go into the land of Israel. So he has to hang out at Mount Nebo and look at it, which is where I was about 4 weeks ago, actually at that spot, which is kind of cool. And so that you should be working your magic through God. And so that is in fact part of the basis of the praxis of how Jewish magic works and becomes acceptable. Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And so in terms of that, then it's quite difficult, seems to differentiate when we're coming from our mind, ego, and other than maybe surrendering to the will of God, working through us to do works. How do you feel you could feel that it would be not coming from your own ego, and it is in actuality through God's divine will?
How do I feel? Well,
How would you differentiate? Because it could easily, I might feel that this is working through a divine will to perform things, but in actuality, it might be coming from, my own ego trying to perform something or enact something or do something.
Oh, that's because easy. That's very simple, because regardless, I don't take credit, especially if it's something good. I didn't do it for me. I'm not interested in taking credit. Like, I'm interested in helping people, and I will do what I can to help them, and I will do rituals to help them. I will do spell casting to help them. I will do divination to help them. And if I help them, I help them. And then to me, I just say, then, well, great. I was a vehicle through which the universe acted in order to right a wrong and help this person achieve whatever goal it is. I'm not interested in everybody recognizing me and being, and making, becoming famous for it, or even, a little thank you is nice, but like, I'm not driven by the ego. I'm driven to help the person. Originally, I'm not, no, I don't know, what you know about me, but originally, I am a practicing physician. I am a physician. Okay. I did my fellowship in vascular and interventional radiology at Harvard. And I was chief resident at Columbia in radiology. And I'm a hardcore science guy and a physician. And I, stopped practicing medicine actively, I would say, like just a couple of years ago, 5 or so years ago, when I decided to turn my attention to more spiritual pursuits. But
Thank you so much, Doctor.
yeah, and so that's why I mean, like, it's the same for me. It's the same thing. Like, I didn't go into medicine. That was my point. I didn't go into medicine for the kudos, right? I didn't, like, because there just isn't enough that you can get out of it. Okay, like, I went into it because I find helping people satisfying.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Thanks very much, by the way. I was speaking to a transpersonal psychologist, a working one, who said that the client base wasn't what you might expect. It was often people who'd had an experience, and that they weren't necessarily kind of wanting one. And they were prepared to be able to rationalize it, and they just wanted to speak to somebody else who had the same experience and would kind of like hold for them. But what's it like with exorcisms? Do people come to you saying, oh, I never expected anything like this would happen to me. I'm not a particularly spiritual or supernatural type person. What's the client base like for the exorcism?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it varies. Like I said, I'm a physician, right? So the very first thing I do is I have to exclude mental illness and any physical, any physical non-psychic or non-spiritual causes, right? And so that could be mental illness, or it could be like a brain tumor that's organic, where people start seeing things or whatever because there's an actual mass in their head, and that's pressing on stuff, and they're having experiences or whatever. So that once that's excluded, okay, the remainder, so I'm taking out those people. Of the remainder, I have clients who say, I have the range. I have some clients who know that or suspect that someone else has cast something on them, or thrown something on them, or sent a demon to them, or sent an evil spirit to them. I have others that just feel like it's out of the blue. I have others that have been plagued chronically. Maybe it's not limited to them. They're inheriting an ancestral curse, right? And it's been something that's passed along, has been in that family, living with them for generations. So there's the wide spectrum, very diverse. And that's what makes it so interesting.
I'm interested you mentioned sort of ancestral curses. Is that anything that's come up in relation to plant medicine work, psychedelic work? I'm thinking in terms of like family trauma, generational trauma.
Yeah, I don't know of any. I don't know if anybody's doing specific research, studies on that. I wouldn't know. I wish I did.
By the way.
Do you mind touching on gematria, and also like what it's like to go through an exorcism from your perspective? And then also I had put a question in the chat about the kind of like the end of time scenario as far as the dead will rise and what that means for you within Judaism.
Yeah. Okay. I'll quick. So the first question is gematria, right? Okay. And so for those who don't know, gematria is Jewish numerology. You see it a lot on social media these days. In gematria, this means that, and that means this, and usually 9 times out of 10 is a lot of bullshit and stuff. But it is a numerological based way of achieving gnosis, meaning knowledge, and achieving extra knowledge about various topics because of the nature of the way Hebrew, which is the magic language of the Jewish people, works. Okay. Hebrew uses numbers, and letters are the same. Okay. So every letter has a numeric value, like A would be 1, and B is 2, and C would be 3, essentially. But then, so every letter has a numeric value. They have 22 letters, and their system goes from the first 10 letters go from 1 to 10. Okay, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the next letters, which are like 11 through 22, they go in like 100, 200, 300, 400, like that. Okay. And that means, well, then how do you write like, like 22, right? So you can write 22 with using the letter. So the way to write a number is essentially the sum of whatever letters you've chosen. Okay, that means that each word corresponds to a numeric value because each letter of the word corresponds to either 1 or 7 or 20. And so that means you could add it all up and come up with a number. So it means like the word, cane, okay, or low, okay, let's say the word low, which is, Lamed L is 40 or 30, or I think it's 40 actually. And then Vav, which is O, is 9, so, and then you get 39. So how would you get 22? You could add 10 plus 10 plus 1 plus 1, or you could have 10 plus 10 plus 2, right? That's 22. Or you could have 19 plus 3, right? That's 22. So all of those, so now you're like, whoa. And that just means that every word has a corresponding number. Okay, that's all. Every word in their language adds up to a number. You look at a word, says dog, 72. It's a number. So the whole idea now is that, okay, all the 72s must have something in common. Okay, so you can look for other words and make correlations using this system. And using this system, that allows you to uncover the secret codes and secret knowledge that is in the Bible, okay? And very classically, we just had a holiday called Rosh Hashanah, start of the new year. And during that holiday, we avoid the eating of nuts. And the reason that we do is because it has the same gematria value, the word nut, as the word for sin. Okay? So nuts are not eaten during that time. So it's just a way of receiving gnosis and understanding different aspects of the universe. Now you had another question. What was the other question?
The dead will rise, kind of how you conceptualize that, and then also what it's like to do an exorcism from your perspective.
Oh, well, perfect. That's exactly what is it like to okay. So I'm gonna start with weekly spells. So I'm actually happen to have just recently written about the topic of performing a Jewish exorcism. And let's talk about I'm gonna tell you how to do it. Okay. So there's a Kabbalist, okay, named Chaim Vital. Very, 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 very famous Kabbalist. He studied under another famous Kabbalist named Isaac Luria. So Isaac Luria came around and he had a very famous student, okay, Chaim Vital. And these two people...
Can I interject for a moment?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to go back to Gematria, if possible. Okay.
Sure. Go back to Gematria.
Yeah.
Going back to Gematria. Yeah.
So, Gematria attaches a numerical value for every letter, and that allows you to take sentences and words and sentences and add them all up into a single number. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is a powerful mnemonic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It helps
Yeah.
to remember. That's the magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
That the and what else did I want to say about that? Right. So I believe, and it seems to me that when when you look at people doing gematria and saying adding up this and this and that, and that, oh yeah, right, that's 17, that's 17, oh, yeah, yes, that it helps them to remember. And the reason that it helps them to remember is because there's a fundamental difference between the way memory is etched in neurons and the way memory is etched in silicon or paper, right? Neural memory is more fluid. It is more amenable to change, and less like this is the record that it is what it is. That's that I just want to drop that in.
I think to his point is that when you're talking about in today's world, you've got the silicon memory of chips, right? The RAM and the ROM, well, RAM specifically, and then the read-only memory of, for instance, a hard drive is the ones and zeros go on there, but they're overwritable. Whereas in the RAM, it's not. It's supposed to be in it like a firmware or something. It's etched in stone. I wanted to pick up on what he said too, which was even though the ability to do your addition and combination of the letters to create an output, that's actually a mathematical concept in cryptography called a hash, right? And what it is, it's an algorithm that you go through and run your string of characters, and mathematically it comes out with a different string of characters. But every single time you put the initial condition the same, you always get the same output. So it's used for validation and verification. And I think what Doc Z here is saying is that perhaps this is something that's an organic way that traditionally has been used by humans, or in specific religious traditions, to impart knowledge that shouldn't be forgotten. It needs to be carried on in generational knowledge. Hope I didn't speak too much for you there, Doc.
No, not at all. I'm trying to figure out how I can insert into the chat a little summary of gematria.
You can share your screen or you can copy and paste, but yeah, if you want to.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let me try that. Screen sharing, start broadcast. But
I didn't mean to derail you from your other thing about the dead, the end of times with the dead too. We need to get back to that. Sorry about that.
And the exorcism.
Yeah.
No worries. What? Okay, let's see.
Now we're gonna know your password.
I don't think so, because it's changing. Okay. Let's go to this. You guys can see this, right?
Gematria is Jewish
Right?
numerology.
You can see it and hear it?
Gematria is Jewish numerology.
Tell me more.
In the Hebrew language, the letters of the alphabet are the same characters that are used to write the numbers. So the letters and the numbers are the same characters. The first 10 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are given number values that increase consecutively 1 through 10. An aleph, which is letter A, that's number 1. Bet, which is beta or B, number 2, and so on. The next 8 letters are used to represent 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 190. And the final four letters increase from 100 to 400. So to 100, 200, 300, and 400. In their numerical system, the way to come up with a number such as like 22, you can write it using the number for 20 next to the number for 2, and those can be in any order. Or you can write the number 10 plus the number 10 again. That would be 20, plus the letter for 1, plus the letter for 1. That would be 22. And you can do that in any order also. A number is just the sum of those alphabetical symbols. This means that every word in Hebrew must have a corresponding numerical value, right? Because you could add up the numerical values of each letter of a word and come up with an associated number. Sages believed that these numerological correspondences might actually lead to greater insight into the deeper occult meanings behind these words. It's pretty simple. Gematria is...
That was pretty cool. You know what else is interesting about Aleph? There's a discussion about infinity that I was actually going to bring up in my presentation later. Aleph null and Aleph 1 and Aleph 2 are different sizes of infinities, right? So everybody thinks
different cardinalities
yes,
of infinity. Yes,
right. They're much larger, and this is really interesting how you've tied that together. Thank you. That's really cool.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad. It was a better explanation than the one that I gave you because there's some visual things. So that was your quick lesson in gematria. A lot of times you will see a lot of people talk about gematria and its relationship to English, and I warn against that because it's not something that can be really done with English, okay? Because it's something that's particular to the Hebrew alphabet. And there is not a one-for-one way of transliterating Hebrew to English. Like you can spell things differently because in Hebrew, you have more than one letter that makes the same sound. So you might have more than one choices, more than one way to spell a letter. So a word. So please ignore that if you ever see someone talking about what something means using gematria and it's in English. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, the reason that I think that gematria is used, I think the reason that it is useful is because it can hold a complicated word or sentence into a number that you can remember more easily.
Well, that's one of the advantages for sure. Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, that's true. Yeah. You know, I know that 18 is a magic number and it stands for life. And that's why we wear the chai. And that's for, you know, that word, chai, there's life.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I was just asked to talk a little bit about a exorcism, right? Is that right? So, and how a Jewish exorcism is performed. Well, I would gladly like to read this account of an exorcism performed by Rabbi Samuel Vital, who is Chaim's son, okay? And this is, he lived from 1598 to 1678. And this is a firsthand written account that was documented by many other people as well in this town. So I translated it, and it goes like this. Said the young, and this does mirror many of the steps that I do if I need to perform an exorcism, which is very rare. Said the young Samuel Vital, today I will speak about the strange things I saw in Egypt, in Cairo actually. May God protect it. This happened to Esther blessed among women, daughter of Rabbi Yehuda Weiser. So he's saying, this happened to this woman I know named Esther. She happens to be this daughter of a rabbi, okay? May the Lord protect him and grant him life. You know, he's like, you know, every time he mentions someone's name, it's always, may the Lord protect him and da-da-da-da-da. So it's very nice. She was attacked by chest pain, affecting her for more than 2 months following her marriage. And one day thereafter, some people in the Jewish neighborhood compelled me to go and visit her. And I went and I visited her, and I found her in the manner of the stricken. And I was in doubt as to whether or not it was a mazik, meaning a demon, or a dibik, which is a malevolent possessing spirit. In the Jewish tradition, those are different. Demons are one thing, spirits are another. Demons are invisible, physical, bodied creatures that eat, fuck, and shit. Spirits are the residua of a living entity, okay? And both of them can possess, both of them are types of malevolent entities, like the evil eye is also a third type of malevolent entity, or the angel of death is actually an angel, but it's a fourth type of what I would consider to be malevolent entity. Satan, an angel, I would consider to be malevolent entity. So there are malevolent entities, and there are benevolent entities, and there are demons, and there are spirits, and some of these things can possess, and possession is not always bad, because you could be possessed by a holy ancestral spirit, okay? Or like the spirit of Moses, or an angel could possess you. So there's also benevolent possession. So now that we've got all of that covered, I'm gonna get back to the story. Okay, he says, I advised the Jewish townspeople to bring a spiritual representative from the larger local non-Jewish community who had been living in the area to visit and evaluate Esther, and thus they did. In the middle of the matter, the mazik, this is a demon, was within Esther, spoke in a loud voice and said he was not a Jew, and that he had entered her body out of his lust for her. Among other things, he confessed that he had attacked my thigh, which caused me pain and kept me from healing her. Afterwards, the cleric toiled over her and said that he had already conquered the mazik, the demon, with a small flask and buried it in the earth, which is how he deals with it. Now, in one of my blogs, I actually show you me catching a demon in a flask, and you can actually see it in one of my very first blogs on how to banish malevolent entities, and it's a very similar technique as what this non-Jewish person was using. Okay, says then all of a sudden a voice cried from the mouth of the young woman and spoke and said, I have been left by myself, alone in the body of this person, and I am a spirit of the Jew. Therefore, hurry and call to me the sage Rabbi Samuel Vital. May the Lord protect him and grant him life, in order that he may heal me and remove me from this. So here's a woman who is actually possessed by two entities. One happened to be a non-Jewish demon, and the local exorcist of the larger non-Jewish community came and took care of that problem. And the second thing that was in her body happened to be a Jewish spirit, okay? So, and the spirit says, get me the hell out of here, okay? Immediately I was called, and in order to honor those who came asking for me, I was obliged to go to her. At the time I approached her, I was still uncertain as to whether or not this was a demon or a Dybbuk, a spirit, or a Shadim, or the a malevolent force such as the evil eye. And I sat by Esther's side. She was lying silent like a silent stone covered in a white sheet. And out of uncertainty, I said, Shalom, peace upon Israel. Immediately, the lips of the young woman moved, and she responded to me, Blessed is he who comes, Shalom upon you, blessing and goodness. I said to him, Oh, you're a Jew. And he responded, Yes. And I said to him, If you're a Jew, say the prayer known as the Shema. Okay, this is a very famous prayer central to Judaism, and it's Deuteronomy 6. He says, then he recited the prayer in Hebrew. I then began to speak with him, and he responded to me appropriately, all that I asked of him, until I asked him who he was and who his father was and what land he came from and when he died and how he was buried and how many years he lived and what his punishment was and what was his sin and who was the transmigrant here that was, whether this nephesh, this soul, this ruach, and who appointed over him and whether or not he sits alone here or has a watchman over him. And to everything he responded properly and rightly, and nothing perverted or twisted to his words, and without my having to had decree upon him like a decree upon the rest of the spirits. Afterwards, I asked him, well, what do you want? So why are you here? And he says that he wants me to fix him and remove him from this body by using my great wisdom, and that he recognized from me that which is decreed upon me in heaven. And I said, well, didn't you strike me in the hip? And he's like, no, that was not me. That was the non-Jewish demon. He was the one that hit you in the hip. And then he lied and he deceived. That wasn't me. So he says, and what did you come? Why did you come? And he says, I came here to request that you fix me. Okay, well, what do you want? That you will fix my soul and reunite it, remove me from this body. So Rabbi Samuel Vital says, all right, I'll do it tomorrow. Which I think is very funny. And he answered back and he said, why delay? There's two suffering spirits. There's my spirit, there's me, and the spirit of this other woman. And he petitioned me greatly. And finally, I adjured him with a severe adjuration not to deceive and to depart and only return and re-inhabit and not to re-inhabit her. And that he also, and this is very important in Jewish exorcisms, you have to negotiate the way the demon or the mazik or the spirit is going to exit. Normally, they like to exit. They can cause damage as they exit. So you negotiate with them to please exit either through the fingernail or the nail of the big toe. And often a sign of a successful exorcism is blood at the fingernail or the toenail. So he negotiates that he'll depart, the spirit shall depart Esther and not remain and give her any damage upon leaving, and then he'll be healed. And then they set upon saying a series of prayers and blowing the shofar, which is the ram's horn that we blow at the head of the new year, is a thing that annoys Satan. The reason that it's blown is it confounds Satan. And so it is blown often during exorcisms up until, up until like 100 times. And then the other techniques are used. And these are certain various psalms. Psalms 91, Psalms 109, verse 6, said backwards. The Psalms number 20, Psalms number 90, and another prayer called the Anna Bekoach, which is another type of protective incantation. So that is generally the large, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but that is generally the structure of a Jewish exorcism. They're often performed in public, and they're performed with a minimum of 10 righteous people around. And someone had brought up a very interesting point earlier, that Catholics are reporting more and more episodes of requiring exorcisms. And as it turns out, if you comb through the literature, the Catholic literature very rarely reports a failure of an exorcism. There are failures of exorcisms, documented failures written up in accounts of Jewish exorcisms. And again, I don't know if this represents a true difference in efficacy or it represents a reporting differences, because when you're self-reporting, like us doctors do, you kind of get some skewed results. Maybe you don't have as many complications as maybe you say you don't have as many complications as you actually do. So there's not very good data, but all I can say is that for thousands of years, Jewish methods of exorcism they were considered exorcists par excellence, So there you go. I hope that was a good summary of Jewish exorcisms and gematria and some quick Jewish mysticism. And if you have any questions about the Temple of Miriam the Prophetess, come check us out. Again, there's tons and tons and tons and tons of articles on the occult, everything from secret codes in the Bible to how to bring rain, to reading signs, prophecy, how to actually touch someone and read their mind, read their thoughts through touch. That's called contact mind reading. There's a lot of very interesting information on there. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. I feel like, being with you, it just inspires like a lot of questions, and I know people want to learn more. I know that you have so much to teach. Do you mind putting the website in the chat so people can go check it out?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll put it in the chat.
I mentioned that. Thank you.
Okay, right on. Thank you so much for your time. We're so grateful to have had you. And Catherine Hargreaves is our next moderator. So I want to welcome her to the stage and pass the mic.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Leo. Dr. Jeremy, that was so cool. I wish I had been here for the whole thing. Awesome. Thank you all so much for having me here today. It's such a pleasure I love nothing more than, hanging out with some like cosmic weirdos and talking aliens, talking spirits. So let's jump right in. I'm going to give you a little context as to who I am and what my work is. So my name is Kat, and I am a medicine woman, and I am initiated in a West African lineage of shamanism that is animistic elemental. So what that means is we work with not only the like consciousness of nature, right? The mountain, the rivers, the wild, but we also work with a lot of different beings that both populate this earth and some other realms as well. And so I won't name them all. And I would say a lot of them are actually universal beings. They have different names in different cultures. And I'll talk about them where relevant, because there's a lot and we could go in a lot of different directions. But I say all this because I think it's important to acknowledge the context in which I'm working. And the lineage that I work with does not have an official name. It is rooted in the Dagara people of Burkina Faso and Ghana. And this particular lineage is, we work with divination as one of the main modalities of channeling wisdom with the beings, the elementals, and, these different kinds of, you could say entities, energies that are available to us, to all of us. So for those who are aware of the Dogon people that are also in West Africa, this lineage is not the same, but there's a lot of kind of overlap and interplay. And the Dogon were one of the first indigenous people to actually identify Sirius B. So they were working with the Sirian star system well before modern science, modern humans, all of that. So it's a really advanced connection that they have to not only planetary beings and like Middle Earth beings, but also star beings and what I refer to as star ancestors. So it's really both a deeply rooted lineage and also a very galactic lineage. So yeah, there's a lot here to say. I could nerd out about this all day. But what I came here to share is just some messages that have come through in a lot of my work with my clients recently. And while there's a lot that I could also say about divination technology, right? It's an energetic technology. And just to clarify what divination is for anyone here that doesn't know, there are many forms of divination on this planet, right? Not just in this lineage. You could look at a tarot deck as a form of divination, reading tea leaves, right? There's so many different things. And I am initiated. Sorry about that, Craig. I'm going to mute you. Also, too, if any questions come up as I'm speaking, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer anything that comes up. So where was I? All of this is to say, okay, that's right, divination technology. So when I sit with someone and offer them a divination, I'm not only channeling my ancestors, but also this multitude of beings, whoever wants to speak up or weigh in. And there's a kit that I have. So as many people know who have like ever worked with a tarot deck, it's one of the easiest ways to kind of contextualize divination. We work with archetypes, right? There's the Wheel of Fortune, there's the Queen of Swords, there's the Fool. And in the same way in my kit, but very different, I work with a physical kit. I have pieces that look like what I call forest debris, a shell, piece of corn. But each one of these pieces represents an archetype or an archetypal story of healing. And so what I find so fascinating about this lineage is that when I sit with someone, certain pieces will speak to share messages with them. And what I start to notice is that, most of the time when someone sits with me, the pieces and combinations that come through are really unique. But if I'm sitting with a lot of people over long periods of time and certain pieces speak up a lot, that starts to communicate a larger collective pattern that's happening, right? Because it's present for everyone, which is super rare. It would be as if you were pulling the Fool card every day for like 3 months, and not only you, but everyone who came into your house. So it starts to say that there's something like larger afoot. So I wanted to explain all that because what I'm sharing with you today are those kinds of messages. The ones that have been speaking up for a lot of different people, all with very different circumstances and situations. So there's something larger happening on our planet at this time, as I'm sure you are already aware of. And I'm just curious, like, I like a little interactivity. So raise your hand if you've been going through a bunch of shit this summer. Yeah, like big stuff, like you're like, what the fuck is happening kind of stuff, right? So yeah, you're not alone in that. Pretty much everyone I sit with has been going through some massive, like, not just one thing, but many things, myself included. So I started to pay attention to this because I'm like, everyone I know is going through like a crucible, like a big squeeze. And I finally just sat down and like tapped in and started talking to my beings because I was like, yo, listen, there's something up. And what is that? So what's been up, y'all? There's a lot to say on this, but one of the pieces that really spoke to this in particular is nicknamed Breath of Fire Up the Lineage. And it's one of the most potent pieces in my kit, right? So when it speaks, it's a big deal because it talks about big fucking healing. Sorry, I swear a lot, so please excuse me. So big fucking healing is what? It's collective healing. It's healing of major karmic timelines that we all share. So you can think of this as collective healing of a generation, of cultures, of a group of people, right? And we've been seeing that more and more on our planet in the past few years, but it's kind of getting crunchier. It's like more is getting kind of pulled up and dredged to the surface. So we've been feeling a lot of that this year in particular, and this summer in particular, because we are actually approaching an event horizon. Now, for those of you who like space movies, I know I do, Event Horizon usually speaks to a quantum physics experience around a black hole, right? You approach it and time and space bend. So what I call like an event horizon in terms of like what's happening on our planet is we are literally coming to a point where we can't see past a certain paradigm, essentially. It's a limit to our own consciousness, is what I've been told. So it's not just a physical experience of literally being unable to see like through or in a black hole, but we are coming to this point where we are actually being forced to evolve, and evolve in a way that is deeply uncomfortable, because there's a reason you are feeling squished and squeezed and pulled and shaken, not stirred, because a catalytic experience of the kind that we're having requires a big wake-up call. Okay. So before I get more deeper into that, I want to check in with Christopher. Do you have a question? Okay, cool. Just checking. Are we good, Christopher?
Christopher, you need to unmute yourself.
Hi, my bad.
There we go.
You are correct. There is a shift in the energies. We are going through a little bit of a rough patch. I'm a psychic remote viewer and time traveler, so I know this, but it is going to come to an end. It's going to be relieving itself from December through April, and then from there things should improve. It's one big like wall up of pain that they sent us, but give it a few months, it will evaporate, and everything will start to get back to more of a happier normal terms. We're just going through a little bit of a change right now.
Thank you for that. So
Catherine, I have a question about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I write science fiction, and one of the things that I am very interested in is multiverses, and especially the perception that some people have that in 2012 the world came to an end because of CERN, right? They were doing their particle physics experiments, okay? And it sounds hokey, so if you're a scientist, you're looking at that, okay, yeah, no, this didn't happen. But it's interesting how much science fiction like Doctor Who and some other things have addressed exactly this scenario where a pocket universe is created to, create survival. And so you're living in a simulation until you get to a certain point. And my point to what you were just saying is this uncomfortableness, this sense of disorientation, maybe because as everything's coming back into focus, these multiversal components in our consciousness are unifying, right? They're coming together, and as you said, we're being squeezed back into whatever this final form is. As I think Christopher just said, this evolutionary, or maybe it was you said it, the evolutionary piece of it, right? So it's interesting that it from different perspectives, we're seeing the same behaviors in the universe. There's different things mathematically going on. There's different things psychically going on. There's different things, culturally going on. So I just, I thought it was interesting that you brought that up that way.
I love that. Thank you. Yeah, we could go deep talking about the Mayan prophecy. So what I want to say about this, and kind of speaking to what Christopher was saying, listen, y'all, we all have our own experience, right? So what you do with this information is up to you. I'm going to say that I don't know if things are going to evaporate on their own, because what I understand about this moment is that it is designed to shift us. It is, right? When you get a pressurized container, diamonds are formed. But as you go into that pressurization, you're going to undergo a transformation by the very nature of that experience. And so I think when we're at this climactic point in humanity, right? It's like we have all of these different changing conditions that are creating some pressurization, climate change, right? Like we're having a lot more movement of people to navigate, get away from fucking wildfires. So we have a lot happening on our planet that's really kind of creating this sense of falling through thin air. This is what people, I keep hearing this in my client work, where people are like, there's no ground anymore. There's no ground in the way that there used to be. So I do think we are navigating a very different reality. Literally, that is paradigm, consciousness shift. It's all part of this. And I think that hold on, let me pull up my notes here. So when we get to this place in our consciousness, right? And y'all have probably heard Albert Einstein's quote, you're not going to solve a problem from the same level of thinking that created it. We're in that little paradoxical place right now. So how we got ourselves into this mess as humans is not going to look the same as how we get ourselves out. And so that's the evolutionary crux point that we're heading towards, is we're literally being forced to move in a way that is different, that we actually can't right now fully conceive of, because we haven't yet arrived in a place where it's a mutation of consciousness, is how I think of it, right? We are forcing a mutation that until it happens, we won't almost even recognize what's on the other side, which to me feels like a lot about kind of the universal multi-universe theory. Is if you have access to a certain kind of consciousness, you can see into different realms. Abso-fucking-lutely. And so what we're kind of looking at right now is a mass consciousness shift. We all know this, right? It's been talked about for years, but I do feel like we're at this point where what I've sort of identified this, if I were to put my finger on what's happening this summer, it's that we are all being shown certain conditioning, right? Certain patterns of behavior that are actually limiting that consciousness mutation, that are preventing us from evolving. It's sort of if we could just remove the fence that's right here, we could walk and something different would happen. So a lot of us are actually being tuned up, right? We're being forced to look at this thing in ourselves that is actually part of the larger karmic knot. It's where does your pattern, your micro pattern, connect to the macro? And it might not be in obvious ways, right? It might not be in a way that we thought it would look, which is why it's so freaking tricky to heal, because it's in not only our individual blind spot, but our collective ones. So there's definitely more here, but you know, what I come back to, because I like to take the perspective of like, what's not just like, what's the best possible perspective, but like, what is an encouraging perspective? Because as we all know, if you tell someone you're doing it wrong, they're less likely to change. They're less likely to really like get with the program. So what is an inspiring perspective for me is that this time is literally designed to ripen you. Okay. It's forcing us to look at the things that are actually holding us back from a greater expansion of consciousness as humans. And how do we work with that in a way that is not imposing more of the same old rules that don't work, right? We're going into another universe, and the rules there are slightly different than this one. So, is there any burners in the house? Anyone go to Burning Man here? Maybe. So at Burning Man, people use this term default reality a lot, right? Like when you go back to default world, it's like going back into the matrix, going back into normie world. So what I think that actually speaks to though is default reality is the accepted scripts, right? The accepted patterns and stories that we have just inherited. And now we need to confront in order to move forward with a far better game plan. So we know we're heading into a time of like very disruptive shifts and dynamic movements on our planet, which means that we are actually here opening ourselves to a totally different understanding of reality. And, you know, y'all, I'll say this, like I work with nature. So a lot of what I am channeling and what I'm looking at and what the beings are trying to help us see is our relationship to this world. We are aliens. Okay. Like we human beings are aliens. We came in to populate this planet. And even though we call it ours, we are essentially still aliens to it. The way that we see it is not congruent with our like a harmonic relationship. Okay. We live incongruently with the laws of our planet. So right now we're kind of like an infestation. And that's part of what needs to shift so that we can grow into our actual maturity as human beings. And that's really what a big piece of this is right now. You know, like I was talking to the beings, talking to the star ancestors, and they were like, this is a time of recognizing and cultivating actual eldership on this planet because y'all are not it, right? We have kind of absconded from the role because we are still in many ways adolescents, right? Spiritual adolescents learning how to like take responsibility for our world and how we live in it as humans. So what does eldership actually look like? Right? One thing the beings love to say to me is that human supremacy is obsolete. Human supremacy is a total falsehood. And if we operate like that, we will make ourselves obsolete because it's incongruent with natural law. So I'm not too worried about the planet. I'm more worried about humans, right? But when we ask ourselves, right, because there's old people on our planet, there's indigenous people, like there are those who are holding what I would call the elder frequency, but it requires more of us. It definitely requires more of the West to come in and adopt this mindset. And that mindset is an indigenous one. And I'm sorry, I don't have like the tribe to attribute this to, but one of the, I would say, more universal beliefs of a lot of the native people of America is the fact that you live your life considering the impact of it for the next 7 generations. You walk this land with the recognition that the next 7 generations will come after you. So you leave it better. right? This is not old news to us, but it is old news to many of like how we live our life in the West. Because we don't live it like that. We live with a very short-term view of satisfaction or success. And that short-term view is like the window on that is kind of closing. So we are actually, one of the things that we are being asked to do right now is to adopt an elder mentality, even if you're 20 years old, right? Even if you don't feel ready to be an elder, or if you're not physically an elder, it behooves you to take on that mindset of how does this choice address or impact the next 7 generations? Because one above all, again, is not natural law. We are bound by some of the like constructs of this world, this realm. So living outside of that is only going to hurt us at the end of the day. So I offer that as a tool. If you want to really start thinking differently, start transforming, like start assisting your own transformation, it's to start thinking with a long view. Because a lot of our galactic ancestors, a lot of the aliens amongst us have a very different timeline and view, right? So that is a form of immortality, is to take on that mindset. So we get really, I think, kind of bogged down in a lot of these escapist ideas of what aliens are and do, right? And some of our fixation, I think, with space is very escapist, right? There's a lot of talk in some of the spiritual realms of ascension and like going elsewhere to get to another timeline, another better place. And that's simply, in my opinion, a bypass. So part of the greatest work that we can do is recognize our work in this realm, because that actually connects us more greatly to a legacy, a galactic legacy of stewardship. All right, so yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Humans, the way that our consciousness works, the way that evolution works, is that if we are not given a natural disaster of some kind to force our own evolution, we will create one. History has shown that time and time again. We manufacture catalytic experiences to move us, to shift us, and to generate the actual, whether it's like fear, whether it's empathy, whether it's compassion, that are required right now to take action. So to take responsibility for your work in this time is, again, really to recognize that all the little ways in which you don't take responsibility, in which you are not accountable to your impact on this planet, to your impact on yourself, it serves you to really look at that right now, because that is connected, right? We are woven into a greater fabric. You pull one thread, you touch all threads. So to me, that is a galactic mindset, to recognize that we are woven in. Like I heard this fact the other day, it was like on a meme somewhere on the internet, but your voice impacts a star in a galaxy billions of light years away. How can we not be gods? So that, to me, that kind of consciousness, that awareness of connection and how we manipulate and move it, even with the smallest, tiniest, unconscious breath. Okay, like that is a different way of seeing ourselves, of recognizing the impact of our humanity, of human beings. So a consciousness shift is not always like, oh, wow, aliens are here and now they're controlling the government. You know what I'm saying? It's about becoming more galactic in our own understanding, in our own awareness. So,
Question for you. You have a minute?
yeah, please.
So you've touched on the idea that we have these cataclysmic or tumultuous changes in history, right? As things occur, and that your perception of that is that it's a positive outcome. That when these things happen, I mean, that was the message I kind of got there. But I kind of wondered if sometimes we're being, that is the fence that you're talking about. You know, that fence is being put up on purpose, right? So that this evolution is always being, you know, held back. And I'm not sure exactly how, you know, we can get past that. What does humanity do to evolve to that level if we're constantly being thrown these obstacles to that evolution?
I mean, I want to be clear in that I don't think it's a positive. I think from a level of, from the highest perspective, what is good, what is bad?
True.
Right? I'm not going to be the one held accountable to being like, the Holocaust is positive, you know?
I understand, right?
But I will say necessary is maybe what I would substitute for positive. Because necessary means that, like, how do I say this? When you are given shit, right? When you are given a shitty experience, when you are given a really painful experience, you have many options. You can run from it, you can face it, you can alchemize it. You can actually look for, like, what is this experience showing me about how I need to adapt or orient or shift, right? It's really about what's outside of us. It's what it's pointing to inside. So you could look at some of these large scale, catalytic, and oftentimes devastating events as being opportunities where it's like, whoa, course correction. Why did that happen? Right? What did that show humanity about humanity? And we're being shown that all the time. So I really like, my perspective on transformation is that, wow, if you're ready to get in the trenches and like pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get to work, you will be served by anything that comes towards you. Anything. That to me is true mastery, is like, I will receive whatever shit comes my way, alchemize it, and keep moving. But if we don't integrate those lessons, we repeat the karma. That's what karma is. It's like, if you're told time and time again, don't shit the bed, but we keep shitting the bed, that's when we take on the karma, and it's on us to clean it up. So
let me ask about that.
Yeah.
Because we're still talking, you know, metaphysics and stuff here. What if that type of negative event actually is something that pushes us into a separate dimension, you know, a parallel or pancake version of it? As you said, this is that squeezing that happens, right? Karmically, what's going on is, you know, we're paying now for the sins of things that were done. Sin's a bad word, but you know what I'm saying, that the effects of what happened centuries ago, maybe. All right, where this now is pushing our evolution in a direction, whatever direction that ends up being. It's predicated on things that were done far before us, maybe even before our own consciousness in this universe, right?
Yeah.
So.
Whew. I mean, you're asking some good questions.
Oh, I think a lot about it. That's what the thing is. It's just, you know,
Yeah.
a lot of the times when you're when you have experienced these things, okay, it takes a long time to process, you know, to alchemize. That's a great word. I like that. The ability to take those negative events, and remember, it's negative to you doesn't necessarily mean it's negative to the other people involved, right? I mean, you know, face it. But the thing is, your ability to recognize that reality as being the reality is the alchemy that happens. And it's sometimes very, very difficult to do that because of preconceived notions or incomplete information or established cultural, whatever you want to call it, artifacts, I suppose, you know, or just pigheadedness. You're stubborn and pigheaded. You don't want to accept reality, right? So I'm intrigued with what you're saying, that this is something that you've sensed and picked up these patterns from these everyday objects that are now manifesting themselves more frequently in your experience. You know, like you said at the beginning of your talk here.
Well, to your point, I believe that crisis points hold powerful magic, right? Quantum leaps emerge from the messiest mess, because it's like we have to sometimes get our face so deeply in the shit before we are actually motivated, incentivized, right? Like, raise your hand if you don't want to like totally uproot and change your life because you're fucking happy. Right?
Yeah.
Change is difficult. Change takes energy. So for us to actually generate the energy to like gain a momentum that will kind of carry us over this like hump, right? Over the fence, so to speak, we have to actually muster a lot of energy as humans, both individually and collectively. So, you know,
What do you suggest is a good way for people like us to do that?
That's a great question. So right now, this time to me is about developing a elasticity of consciousness, a readiness of consciousness. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. But I would say, like, number one, a lot of the tools we can use is simply different lenses. Like, questions are powerful lenses because they kind of force us to stop, pause, filter, and check. Like, check in. Am I rolling into the old script, the old pattern? Or there's an inflection point being given to me. And how am I choosing to use that? So where I'm going with this is like asking yourself the question of, is this choice really serving me now? Is this choice serving me 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Is this choice serving my ancestors, my future ancestors? I know that sometimes that feels like a little bit of like a poetic, like, oh, so, you know, but it really does start to, again, contextualize our choices in this longer view. So that's one, is like, okay, you're going to be asked to make different choices because we live in a world that is rapidly changing. So the more you can practice being open and flexible and adaptive to new choices, and actually like taking on this like, ooh, yes. Like, I tend to kind of have this frame sometimes for myself that life is a video game, right? So if you're playing the video game, you know, or you can take on the idea that like you're Indiana Jones, you're the adventurer, here's a new quest. What's the hero's journey? What's the video game boss that you have to fight? If you take on a different tack, right? Like, a lot of us tend to collapse in these climactic crisis points because, again, they're designed to test us. And so when our old way of doing things collapses or falls apart or doesn't work any longer, we collapse and fall apart. But instead, that's our moment. That's your moment to take up a different sword, to say, maybe I don't even need a sword. Maybe I need this tool. So there is magic hiding inside every dilemma we face.
Do you think that this is an intuitive or instinctual
Yes.
thing in humans?
Yes. Yes. I love that you said instinctual because like, strategy only takes us so far.
Right. I was thinking the logic part of this has nothing really to do with it. It's more of an emotional response.
Oh, yeah. And well, I would be careful of even saying emotional because some of us react in like defense patterns, right? We fall into a victim pattern or this pattern, right? When our
feminine energy versus masculine, I think is what I was thinking here. You
know? It could be. I tend to think of it as like a distress tolerance, right? Like, if your distress goes outside the window of tolerance because the change you're going through is so intense, you're more likely to collapse back into a pattern of, it's literally a protection pattern. We all have there's like 5 different ones, but all of that is to say you're going to fall into something that is rooted in a comfort zone versus rooted in a resourced place of courage. So, let me bring up my notes here. This looks really different, and this is kind of a big answer to your question, but one of the things that I keep coming back to is like, ooh, right now feels intense. It feels destabilizing. It feels like I would rather just smoke weed in bed all day, you know, like that's an easier way to cope with the distress window, which feels like it's getting pretty big, you know, but we can make this enormous evolutionary work of humanity our site of sacred play, right? Like we have to kind of find a way to totally say yes to it and turn towards it, because otherwise we are going to bury our heads in the sand until literally like the last fucking moment. So I don't think that the mentality of like fear and all of that is serving us as humans. I think that's why a lot of us do look towards like space and aliens and other worlds, because it's really unbearable to confront the enormity of what we're facing.
Do you think that people are looking outward like that for someone to come down here and rescue us then?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like, here's the thing. And what I encounter in my work a lot, especially around a willingness to be on this planet. Like, I don't know if y'all feel this, but a lot of people I talk to are like trying to escape all the time. Spiritually, mentally, check out, right? Like it's difficult. It's disturbing. Feel free to like raise your hand if that's you. But y'all, what I want to say is not the thing that you're going to want to hear, which is we have to grieve it. Grief. Yes, Steve, the comforting delusion. Exactly. And here's the thing. The only way out is through.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to actually gather the energy necessary to do this evolutionary like shift, we really need to grieve. We need to accept and look at and swamp and yell and right, get through the part of us that is like, what have we done? How do we fix this? Oh my God, it's too big. So there's something here for us, and it's not always going to be this like wild invention at the last minute, right? It's always going to be found in ourselves. Creating that readiness of consciousness that's so willing to dive deep into the dirt and the muck and the shit. That's what's going to open up the galactic innovation.
You answered the question I was about to ask, which is, it sounds like you think that there's like the shared consciousness that humanity has at some point or other inspires that activity for that next great, whatever invention that is, that whatever that, like I said, people tend to externalize it and say it's, UFOs or aliens or whatever, but a lot of it may be just human consciousness. Like Yuki earlier had some really incredible drawings that mimicked things that I thought I wasn't mimicking me, but stuff that I'd drawn in my youth that were common patterns, ancestral patterns that come across all the time to everybody, right? And he picked up on it tremendously. The intricacies of his drawings were very much descriptive of, I think, these multi-dimensional type of events.
Ooh,
really neat stuff.
Yeah, I love that you said ancestral patterns, because that is what we're trying to heal right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why like there's so much stuff around money and capitalism and colonization and right, like this, I don't think any of what I'm saying is new to us in general. Like it's kind of like we're like yeah, like care for the earth, okay, but cars, so a lot of it is recognizing that the instincts we have, the information we have, it's not misleading us. It's pointing us right towards the kind of big blinking sign that's like right here, heal this. And what I love about my work and this lineage is like, for a long time, I was someone who was like always trying to get off this planet. Like, let me go up there, let me go daydream, let me do drugs, let me do all this because it's so painful to be here. And rooting myself here, really rooting myself in this work, which is of the earth primarily, has given me access to so much more up here. right? And you can understand that in a polarity sort of like framework. When you are more deeply rooted, you can actually grow taller, have more access to a channel. So it feels paradoxical. It feels like they're working towards different ends, but I will really say, y'all, that the more you go into like your human stuff and work on the healing that's there, yeah, exactly. The material world matters. So the more you are willing to do all of this, right? To look at the shit, to like take your responsibility, to be held accountable, the more you're going to actually create that large scale experience, that opportunity. And we're all kind of being asked to do that. So, you know, like we're in a birth canal right now. We are literally in the birth canal. Think about what happens in a birth canal. You're squeezed, it's dark, right? It might be painful. It's unknown. You don't know when you're going to come out the other side. If you're that baby, you don't know if there's another side. You know, you're just fighting to stay alive. And so part of what I've been told is that even our concept of God and divinity can be updated, because what we are healing and facing our stuff and grieving, you know, the work. Yeah, Steve's on the level, perinatal matrix. Exactly. So we really need to grieve and mend our relationship with source energy, which is on this earth. Earth is source energy. It gives us life. Like, it's like God's right here. Sometimes it's like so silly how close it is, how wrapped up in everything it is, to the point where we can't even see it. So a shift in how we relate to source energy, which is rooted and expressed through earth, right? And it's just one place that it's expressed. But this relationship is going to help us relate to what's happening on our planet in a whole new way. Because if we're constantly trying to escape source, like we're trying to live outside of like what's possible, out of reality, essentially. So to your point, it is kind of like creating this pocket universe that is completely divorced from truth. Right? What is reality but something that we create in our heads? So we are being asked to get real with our work here now in this time.
How do you ask a question?
Please.
Like that.
Thanks. I mean, we should have done this in the 70s, you know, when the Arab oil crisis was. We should have been sustainable, and people have their needs, like for food, shelter, transportation, Maslow's hierarchy, you know, and you know, capitalism is like and greed are destroying the earth, and money and politics is destroying things. We need to sort of have, I don't know, we need to have cooperative businesses or something. And yes, I agree with everything you're saying. We need to live sustainably, in a way that's sustainable over 7 generations or more. But it's going to take a collective effort of many people doing this. I don't know how to do that, but anyway, thanks.
You're so welcome. And you know what? You're not alone in that, Craig. All of us are like, what do I do? And that's part of what we need to get over. Like, we need to allow ourselves to have our freak out, but then we got to get to work. And again, I want to say that it's not about doing all the big stuff. Like, no one person is going to heal climate change, but starting to filter choices through a different framework will start to help us adapt to a different worldview. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's about how we filter our work, our choices through that. So, I also want to thank you, Leo, for asking about dragons. I want to talk about dragons real quick, and then I'll take your question, Christopher. Dragons are my fucking favorite. So Who here has an interest in dragons or has worked with dragon energy? Okay, cool. This is great. So what I have been told about dragons, this may or may not align with anyone else's experience, but dragons are primordial gods. They are the most ancient form of gods on this planet. They are connected to Middle Earth. There still is a Middle Earth. Middle Earth is an energy, right? It's a dimension. But the dragon realm, they are the creation destruction, like they are the creator, the destroyer. Okay. So we need to remember, we kind of have this like weird relationship with God energy in the West, but God energy is the creator and the destroyer, both and, right? And so it's about embracing both. So a lot of the gods that we have anthropomorphized, right? A lot of the gods that we've made into human figures or forms or what have you, they were originally conceived of and conceptualized as dragons. Now, here's the thing. I love this. One of my teachers, who I have a dragon teacher, what he talks about is, he said that, like, again, to this whole point, there is no bad or good energy. I really push back against this like love and light mentality, because we need forces of destruction and chaos and darkness as much as we need the love and light. They go hand in hand. You can't remove one without totally castrating the power of the other. So dragons, a dragon and a demon are the same thing, but one has access to its full kundalini, and that's a dragon. So, you know, we tend to look at a lot of these like lower level beings, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes really purposefully, because they haven't evolved, right? They haven't raised their kundalini energy to the fullest extent possible. So all beings possess the capacity to have that level of power. And dragons are a really powerful entity or being if you want to work with that. But just from my work alone with the dragons, like, be ready, be real ready, because they are not a lightweight being. When you call in a dragon, you are also calling in Kali energy. Okay. You are also calling in Odin energy. You are calling in the destroyer god energy. And if you don't know how to work or hold that energy in a good way, right? Because there was a period in my life where I accidentally called Kali in one year on Halloween, and boy, she really came. And she really fucked me up in a good way. But I didn't understand at that point what I was calling in, what I was working with, and what that would do. So there are certain gods that it is recommended that you don't call them in until you reach a certain level of development and actually can hold your power to the point that you can work with them without harming yourself or harming other people. So dragons, you're working with God energy, primordial God energy. And again, with that comes the powers of creation, the powers of destruction. And destruction is actually a good thing, because we need to discreate certain things that no longer serve us. So when we discreate, it's the inverse of creation. It's just as important. But an imbalance of one or the other is going to create a real kind of fuckery in your world. And that's where it's important to be mindful. So the other thing I want to say about dragon energy, right? Because they are gods, because they are rooted with the stewardship of our planet, they are tremendous protectors of this planet, of this earth. They are guardians of this realm. And so they are here in service and are working with a lot of people who are deeply connected with the elemental energies that are meant to raise the consciousness on this planet at this time. Because dragons are like, them and earth are like this, right? And when you think about that source energy coming through earth, it's like, well, duh, of course. So what else do I want to say about dragons? Yeah, they are very elemental in their nature. I would not call them in lightly. I would be extremely respectful. It's kind of like working with the mountain. The mountain, like all elemental beings are powerful, but certain ones you come with like mad respect, big humility, because the forces that they carry are that powerful. And if you call them in, it is no small thing. I work with the lightning gods. Like I almost got hit by lightning this summer. Like you have to be careful. So dragon power is a big power that is coming back online at our planet at this time for this reason. So does anyone here like already work with dragons? Maybe.
Hi, yes, I do actually. Hi, I'm Yasmin.
Hi.
Hi. So yeah, I do work with dragons along about 2 years ago. I was in a metaphysical store and this oracle, the dragon oracle came out to me. And so I just pulled 2 cards today for that. And the first one that I got for the recent past was the rainbow dragon. And it says, brings the leap of joy that opens new doors, have trust, rediscover wisdom, expect miracles, and accept opportunities. And then I said, what are we moving into for the next space, for the future? And I pulled the orange dragon right here. And it says, bringing soul families and communities together, spread belonging, worth, and oneness, bring people everywhere together. And I really, really think this is super on point for the energy that I feel moving forward, because I heard you talking about the collective and the shift and all that other stuff. I'm highly sensitive to energy. And what I see moving forward is we need to collectively come together. We need to stop the race, economy, all that stuff, because the planet is literally in danger. Like there's so many different things that are going on right now, levels of vibration, and the old way has to go for us to be able to move forward. And the only way we can move forward is together. And then there's that opposing force that wants to divide and conquer, right? So we really need that, spread that oneness and that unity, because in all reality, we are all one with creation. There is no separation. Once you get to a certain level and frequency, you realize that there are, different paradoxes happening simultaneously on different timelines. And I love how you mentioned the light and love thing, because that's something that I've been preaching to people. I'm like, oh, if you're just light and love, you haven't been in the shadows. Like you have not done any shadow work. You don't even know or even want to kind of acknowledge what's going on the other side, because it gets really, really dark, even darker than I had thought. But I've been working with dragons now for 3 years, and yeah, because I got my tech 20, yeah, because we're in 2023. And it's like you said, they're the guardians of this realm. Like they really are very protective. And at one point in time, I pulled like the Omega dragon, and it was talking about bringing together, like getting rid of the lower vibrational energies and clearing space in the ley lines of the earth, so we could collectively come together and heal the planet. Because when we heal the planet, we heal ourselves. And I'm moderating at 9. Sorry, I'm moderating at 9. So I have a lot to share in my presentation. But when you mentioned dragons, I was like, what better thing to do than pull some cards?
I love it.
The dragon world.
Like came up with like, hey, dragons. Thank you so much for pulling those cards and for sharing. I love hearing it because, like, yeah, dragon energy came in my life strong. It in the same way that like wolves used to be like, I could tell my people, I was like, oh, you're in the wolf pack. Now it's like, oh, I have like a whole dragon like sisterhood. And I walk with the rainbow dragon, so I love it.
So that's appropriate. That would be the energy pulling.
Yes. And I know we're getting close on time. Y'all, I could talk about this all day. I do want to say this to kind of to your point about like, we belong to each other. We belong to this planet, and that's where our healing lives. So I don't want to be cliche, and I don't want to be like dark. I don't want to be fear mongering, but my beings were like, waters are coming to wash this planet. There is some big water energy coming in, big water beings, water gods are here. And water is healing, water is life. And I was like, this is kind of biblical sounding. And they were like, well, fucking right. We are in times. And I joke that we're obsessed with the end time story. Why are we so obsessed with it? What is it trying to help us see? Can we tell a different story? Because right now as humans, we are telling a lot of stories about the end times. So it is time to really like collect your people, to come together with your people, to be in community, to find out what that actually means to you, to resource your people, to resource yourselves. Like, it is not just about hoarding money and guns and property, right? Like, we need to figure out what gifts we carry that are in service and give them generously, give them as much as we can. Yes, I'm going to get to Chris in 1 second. And yeah, y'all, like, when you connect to nature, this is like one of the foundational tenets that I teach. When you connect to nature, you are connecting to the reality of everything, all information that is stored in reality. You don't need to just channel the Akash. You can go for a walk in the woods. These are actual channels for you. And the more that you connect to that, the more you are going to connect to the consciousness of nature, which is source energy. And that's going to inform you more deeply, right? It's going to incept you. So the last thing I want to say is this: we are planetary keepers. That is what the dragons teach us. Okay. So if dragon energy is coming in for you, you are a planetary keeper. Step up. And it is about expanding our vision of not only like who we are, but what we are capable of. We need to see bigger for ourselves, for everyone. And not just like bigger out there, but bigger in here, to call ourselves in, to call ourselves forward. Yeah. Okay. All right, Chris, what's up, my friend?
Yes, I just want to say I agree with everything you said. You are spot on with everything, and your energy level is very high. I can sense your energy level. And I teach a psychic remote viewing course and a healing course and so on. And I'm teaching to the public in November the 1st. You're welcome to attend. I won't charge it. So yeah, you're spot on. I mean, I think if we all work together as a team in this world and raise our positivity, we can make a positive shift. But we need to get ourselves to that point.
Yes, and we will. I really fundamentally believe in us, but let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Have you ever took remote viewing before? It is a fascinating course.
No, I'd be very curious. I've been developing a lot of my psychic abilities in the past couple of years. So yeah, I'm gonna I'll share my information in here. So please reach out. Leo, are you gonna send out like an email or a follow-up where we can like get everyone's info? I don't know if that's on the menu or not.
I'm about a second. Hello, can you hear me, Bill?
Yeah, but we can hear you. Hang on a second, okay?
Okay. That was great, Catherine. Leo will send something out so you guys can get a hold of each other. And thank you for your time. And next up, we have Tom Lane.
Thanks,
Thank you all
Catherine.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Info is in the chat. Blessings.
Thanks.
You too. Thank you.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, what I was going to talk about is something that Natwa Mesoamerican anthropologists are talking about, a little bit similar to what Catherine was talking about, but from a different angle. And it's really strange that people talking in psychedelic science and going to people, like MAP, Psychedelic 2023, have no clue about this. And basically what's going on is the Natwa Mesoamerican anthropologist, and this is coming from the really progressive movement, like the Latinx, then they use the X, so they're progressive rather than they use the A, at Berkeley, are finally admitting and listening to the fact that the Mesoamericans didn't have gods like the Romans or the Egyptians or the Greeks or anything like that. And there's a whole different metaphysics. But basically what we're talking about is these ancient time people. They're starting to actually believe now and take them at their word that they're meeting these ancient time people that I've been talking about when people are mushroom for years. So I'm going to try to bring up a little slide presentation now to take you through a little what I'm going. Mike, can you help me with this? Yeah, it's an email. It should be an inbox. It's one that's been way down below that hadn't been brought up yet.
In the presentation, Mike. Full
Yeah, we've got it. It's
out.
just taking a second to get to it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it there?
Not yet. Leo, do you have to do something on your end over there to help him out?
No, he should be able to just share his screen.
Yeah, just share the screen, guys.
Okay, can you see it now? No.
You have to have the presentation open full screen.
No.
Okay.
If you go down to the center of your
There we
screen,
go.
it should say
I got
share
it.
screen.
You can see it now?
There you go. Yeah, good job.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. This is about the courtyard at Atelco, which took me years to find out. There was in a place called Xochicalco, an attempt by the Mayans and the Tehuacanos, especially the Zapotecans, to create a universal means of the sacred ceremony of the deified heart to become Quetzalcoatl, the dragon. Now, this particular ceremony was in Xochicalco, and the interesting thing that these three stelas, which are very similar to the Yucatota Codex, the pictograph, are a story of death and rebirth to meet the sacred, become Quetzalcoatl, to die and be reborn. And the interesting part, it took me a long time to figure out that there was a place in Atelco where this altar was being shown as a part of the stelas. And these were where the Tamalti female and male Tamerlan sacred mushroom sages who were in the school of the magicians and wizards in Xochicalco. And this at the bottom tells you this sacred ceremony of how to eat sacred mushrooms, which people are typically doing wrong by swallowing, because 80% is destroyed. When you eat it in your mouth with honey and you don't swallow, you have a sublingual transfusion going to the brain and spine and to the ventral aorta of the heart where the blood comes in. And this is what causes the spine to start vibrating and bring forth this sacred dragon. Now, what I'm showing you now, I bring this up, is a place in the temple of the plumed serpent. Now, the temple of the Stelas is what it's called now, but they believe in ancient times it's called the temple of the moon. You can see motifs on here where there's wizards that are on this temple of the plumed serpent. Now, next to this temple in Xochicalco were the three stelas, where there was a ceremony of initiates came to be bebushroomed and to enter in and meet with these ancient time people. Now, this hole you see right here was where, when the Spanish found them, they broke these stelas into three pieces and did like an exorcism where they painted them red, and they tried to hide them forever. And they were buried in this hole, which is sort of like about a little over 6 feet wide by about 4 feet deep. The stelas were 55 inches tall and 16 on one side and about 9.5 on the other. They poured sand over them, and then they put the top back over, and they put big boulders over that, like you see in the front, to make people think there was nothing there, and they were discovered in 1961. This is what you see here. is the on one of the stelas, you could see the Sacred Mushroom Temple in Atelico. And this was basically a courtyard, and a lot of anthropologists have totally mistaken this. They thought it was a military courtyard. Well, anybody that's been in the military like me knows this little courtyard is too small to have anything to do with the military, which everybody in Teotihuacan was in the military. But this was the special place of the wizards and sorcerers of Teotihuacan. It was in a special place. And if you see right here, right now, this is a picture of Teotihuacan, and it shows you the pyramids. And in here is the palace of Teotihuacan, and over here was the palace of Telco, which was where these this emblem is coming from. That is on the three stelas of Xochicalco. In other words, they're showing the sacred ceremonial center to meet the ancient time people in Xochicalco, 125 miles south. And what you're seeing here on this plumed serpent, as you can see at the top up here on the plumed serpent, one of the wizards and the symbols that go with Xochicalco and the dragon. Now I'm going to take you into now is to see, these are two of the stelas which are very widely seen. The third one is very hard to photograph, but these are showing the stelas somewhat after they were recovered from the Mexicans, from the Spanish colonialists. And the first stela is showing the ascension into the underworld as a jaguar, and the second stela is showing the return. Now, I want you to look closely at this because you can see a lot of these details here of the initiate. And this is initiate inside the plumed cape of the wind and the plumed jeweled earrings of the sun going into the jaguar, into the underworld. And at the bottom, we see the two hands of creation holding this up. Now I'll go to this right now where we can go through this. Now I have a 66-page book explaining all this, but I'm going to try to make this a little bit easy for you to understand here. At the bottom, we see the hand of creation, like I talked about. And they had these sacred bundles. Now inside these sacred bundles, they would sometimes have ceremonies at night. And when they would open them up, there would be screams and things come out of them, and there would even be magical events. Now the four cunixes represent the eye of the sun, and above that you see the mat where the initiate is going to be laying on in the ceremony when he takes the sacred mushrooms subliminally to go into the underworld to meet these ancient people in real time. And like I said, this is the plumed serpent of the wind, and on the other side we see the Bacal, which is the sacred symbol for self-sacrifice. And above that, we see the reptile eye that represents the all-seeing disembodied female eye, which you sometimes see on the sacred mushrooms when you take them. You either holographically travel or see this disembodied eye. And above this are the bundles of feathers that represent the female side of the Quetzal, of the sacred serpent. And above that, below that is the urn. Now on the other side, we see the bundle of numerals and the year 6. And then we see the Venus symbol of Talak. Now this is on the right side. This has to do with death and rebirth. And then we see at the bottom, the sacred rabbit, Tolchi, which is going to follow you into the underworld. And these are type of avatars that you meet as energy, power, motion, not like deities like Roman or Egyptian gods. So you can see this again, and you see parts of the stelas put back together. Like I said, parts were missing or destroyed by the Spanish. And this one is you're coming out of the underworld right here, and you're making your ascension. And in here we have the at the very bottom, the drops of blood, the 4 drops of blood, which are for self-sacrifice, because you realize when you go into and face actual physical death, not the ego death. The fact that you're going into an abyssus where you realize your life is one-time shot on this earth. You come back, you realize that life is all about self-sacrifice. Now, in this particular thing, we have both the energy motion power of Quetzalcoatl, which is shape-shifted from just being a dragon. He shape-shifted into the jaguar, eagle, and the serpent at the same time. And here again, we have the plume tunic, and that long word, E-H-E-C-A-L, is for the jeweled earring of the wind. And above that are the serpent nostrils, and we have the four dots of self-sacrifice there also again on this particular stela. And above that is a symbol for the Nate Olin, which is a symbol of the jeweled eye of the sun. And the fact that you're going to go and actually be reborn at the pyramid of the sun. Now on these other sides, I'm just going to go to the symbol of Talak. And below that, this symbol with it has 8 symbolic of jade around the symbol, the ancient symbol of the reed, and the 9 house, which is as it is in. Now, if you take a look at this next one, you could see also one of the palaces at Atelico, and we're going to see the actual part of the ceremony here. And I'll go down to the next picture. This is the Atelico Ceremonial Center, like what the palaces look like around it, not the pyramid of the sacred mushrooms. The altar is a miniature pyramid in the center of the red courtyard. Now below here, you see the feet. In the sacred mushroom ceremony, the feet are descending. And below that, the feet are ascending below numeral 13. 5 Cain has to do with some, and numeral 10 have to do with some sacred spiritual aspects of these numbers. But on the other side, you see Ozamali, which is actually, it's sort of scraped away, but that is the avatar of like the sacred monkey that is with Xochipilli. So basically the idea there is telling you to enjoy your life on earth, that even though you are getting this one shot, it's a time to be joyful and enjoy that you're here. Now down here, we see the jaguar again symbol with the forked tongue to the underworld. And we see on either side of this, below this tongue, are 2 feet ascending, and then the sacred emblem of corn, and corn being in particular special and sacred to the Nahuatl Mesoamericans and the Mayans. Now here at the top, we see that actual pyramid that's carved into Xochicalco of the pyramid altar in Atelco and Teotihuacan. And basically below that, you see the feet that I talked about that were in ascension. And then you see the feet below that again, and the sacred rabbit Tolchi. And so we go to these symbols right now. You can see the Teleco ceremonial altar. I'm the first one to write anthropology that this was a sacred mushroom altar. And this was the sacred ceremony of the deified heart, where I'll describe more. And you see the feet descending and the feet descending, and you see that Tolchi, the rabbit, which has to do with sensuality and the forces of the moon. And there are the 4 dots of self-sacrifice below numeral 9. And above that, we come to Tolchi again, the sacred rabbit. And we see in the 4 house, the initiate, below the word initiate in 4 house, you see the initiate lying on his back with his feet up on what's called a serpent mat. These are woven serpent mats of power. And they were going into the underworld to experience becoming Quetzalcoatl during this ceremony. And here's Tolchi, and below that, you see the number 7. And then you see at this ceremony, you're driving your dark side. You're driving what's called Zoltex Venus as a descent into the underworld. that you're leaving the ancestral underworld behind. And the dark side is being vanished into the underworld. Now, this is a very interesting stela, which is very hard to find information about. On the front of it, we see Quetzalcoatl, who's shaped into Talak with 3 sacred mushrooms on his tongue, and I'll go about these below. The symbol above is for the symbol of the rain serpent Quetzalcoatl that comes. And below that, we see Talak. Now, coming out of the center of Talak's mouth, you see this tongue turned to the right with a flower on it. And in Natwa Mesoamerican poetry and symbology, the flower was called Tamochi, which had to do with the sacred mushrooms and the way you ate them, where you, after going through a cacao ceremony a few hours before, and when that was over, then you ate the mushrooms with honey and you chewed them up, typically as much as 15 to 20 grams without swallowing. You're eating these subliminally and buccally, that the gums around your mouth and the roof of your mouth are sending this as a sacrament straight to the bloodstream, to the spine, and to the brain. And the inner cheeks are buccally doing a blood transfusion straight to the ventral aorta of the heart, where the blood is being rejuvenated by oxygen. Now, what I'm trying to say by this is when you swallow the mushrooms, 80% of the mushrooms are destroyed in the liver. They never get through the liver, and you're lucky if 10% of what you swallow in your stomach gets through. And in this particular case, you can see also that Talak has a bifurcated tongue coming out of the left and right side of his mouth with mushrooms on top of that. And then the sacred Tamochi. And then at the bottom, Iktal, which is releasing the rain and the sacred spirits to bring the holy blood of Quetzalcoatl, this male-female serpent that dropped to the earth, that grew these sacred mushrooms when they are charged with the lightning of Talak. Now, this was something I experienced with Maria Sabina I was in Mexico in 1973. Now, down below, you see the backside of this. I'm showing the backside of the third stela. And we go below, and this is the sacred vulture at the mountain of creation. Now, this refers to a sacred cave, but in Mesoamerican, everything was sacred. You saw shit was sacred, your snot was sacred, waste was sacred, but everything was either organized or disorganized. And the sacred buzzard, which was sacred about this vulture, was that it rejuvenates death back into life. And here again, you see this feet ascending in the sacred mushroom ceremony. And here's the sacred bundle to be released when you come above the earth. And you can see the arms ascending there and an era underneath this bundle. And then you see the feet are ascending too, but you see on the left and right side of the symbol, you see the sacred bundle. Now up above here, you see, like I said, the sacred buzzard, which not only was he regenerating life in the death, but this referred to the sacred mountain, the cave where everything came out of. And you see the feet ascending here. Now we're going to the other side of the stela, and we can see, again, the feet ascending and the initiate plunging into the earth, into the sacred earth. And this is the initiate is doing what's called a dance of the wizard, a particular type of dance that was done to ascend into the earth to bring back the ethnogenic knowledge and the knowledge of all plants for dyes, plants for sanctifying a place, plants for eating, plants for wearing, all sorts of ways plants would be used. And you see here up on the top of the next one, this refers to dealing with meeting the god of death with Venus underneath. Now, this is Michiquitzi, which is a term for actually not an ego death, but meeting your physical death and overcoming fear of physical death that come back again as Venus. And here you see the feet descending, and this is showing the womb of the earth and this is a sacred truffle, which Maria Savina gave me, and Walter de Jimenez, her daughter, said she could see them growing underneath the earth and the lightning glowing. And here we see the 8 jade symbol again. Now these symbols, I'm using in my book, and like I said, it's taken 66 pages to describe all of what these different symbols are. But they all had to do with like the Mixtec, which was pre-Columbian, just like this is pre-Columbian, pre-Hispanic, sacred mushroom of the deified heart as a ceremony to when your spine vibrates to bring forth Quetzalcoatl for physical healing. This is the thing that's sort of hilarious about the Freudian psychologists, this pseudoscience that believes in the ego and all this other stuff. And we all know by following that Freud was a sexual pervert that had sex with his nephews and his relatives and his wife. That's where the Oedipus complex came from. And he created all this stuff that people just bought willy-nilly wholesale. And it isn't until you read his letters and everything that you find out what I'm saying is true. And but this is a totally different type of metaphysics. It's not Western, it's not dualistic, and it's not binary. It's based on a monistic continuum. And when you meet these, if you meet them as a dragon or monster below, that is when you should have love for them and to express emanations for them. And that's when you'll change them in the continuum, because this is not binary. In this metaphysics, there's not men and women. Men and women were considered like men, and I write in the book tilde women or women tilde man, because everybody was considered to play a male and female part at different parts in their life. And it could be all through one example was that women that died in childbirth were honored the same as warriors who died on the battlefield. And this type of rebirth was a physical rebirth and a spiritual rebirth on rebirthing on earth. And like I say, these were not gods like we think of them. They're types of energy, motion, power that are formed and seen as what people call like the ancient time people. And they didn't have a honeybee like we do now. They have the African honeybee in Mexico now, but they had a stingless wasp, which ate that honey too. And the nectar is almost exactly similar to the African honeybee. But this came from a stingless wasp. And like I say, this is all absorbed in the mouth and the mucous membranes going into the bloodstream by bloodstream transfusion, unfiltered, directly to the brain and the spine. And this causes your heart to beat in total rhythm and synchronicity with your breathing. And with your breathing and heart, and with your spine starting to vibrate, this is when you can physically heal yourself and you can meet with these ancient time people. Now, the ancient sages did what are called incantations to them, that they demanded that they do something. An incantation is different than a prayer. You're demanding that these energy avatars, and you're asking them what they want of you, because a lot of this was a type of divination and seeing into the future of what and how things would be in your life as possibilities, like rather than just an oracle of a fact. It was entirely different than the oracles in Europe. And the interesting thing of it is that this is the biggest lie of all, that the Spanish stopped this stuff. Because here's a curious thing. This was all going on when the Spanish invaded during the Spanish Inquisition. There were 68,000, now listen to this, 68,000 recorded trials in Spain for witchcraft. Over 68,000 people tried. And out of these 68,000, less than 100 had anything to do with psychedelics or any type of plant. And they didn't have a single thing to do with mushrooms. Everything that was recorded out of the 100 of 68,000, now think of what a small percentage that is, were henbane or mandrake. And these are not psychedelics. These are have scopolamine in them. In Mexico, they would never eat these things. The nightshades like Brugmansia, they would rub on the skin sometimes, but never eat. So when the Spanish came to the New World, guess what? They tore down idols and stone idols, and this one crazy Bishop Zagara that came over started burning up all the codexes and all the lenses. But the Nahua Mesoamericans were saying, well, we're killing your gods. And they would say, well, that's just stone. But they didn't realize that around them all the time, people were taking mushrooms and olakiki and peyote. And it's because they couldn't see it. And it's hilarious because they never saw anything like that in Europe. They didn't know what was going on. Now we're talking about the 15th century and the 16th century. And it wasn't until late in the 17th century that they started figuring out, oh my gosh, these people now we're learning their language, and we're learning that though they're going to Christian church or Catholic churches, that they're still taking these mushrooms and going into healing ceremonies and everything. So this one Spanish governor, and also he was in charge of the military, the priests, wrote this book, The Heathen Patterns in New Spain, and he left it to his successor. Now, in the religion that has no name, this Brian, I can't even pronounce his last name, ignorantly wrote that it had to do with the Spanish stopping this, and it's exactly the opposite. 200 years when it was translated later, he said he wasn't successful. He had his soldiers cutting down okokiki vines, and he had them going in houses to raid people. And he even did Sescapo-like tactics of forcing people that they were going to die if they didn't give up what they were doing and he found out the people wouldn't give it up. So he said, this is ridiculous. It doesn't do any good to kill them. So he actually got into ceremonies and got into some of these ceremonies. And the most interesting thing he reported was they were working, they were healing people, and people were being healed. But of course, it had to do with a pagan god. This couldn't be right. And so this type of, went on into the 18 and 1900s. And when Watson came and found this in the 1950s of people using sacred mushrooms in Oaxaca, it was like all over. But the type of new age and MAPS type of people today talk like Maria Sabina was like the last one left. And even Watson met people over in the mountains of San Jose del Pacifico, and she wasn't the only curandera or sabio in Walla de Jimenez, but they called her a Tonalti woman, which she was the last link, but still between the ancient pre-Columbian, pre-Hispanic types of worship, like the Tamalan women and the Tamalan men, who were never called gurus or sages. They were called like the people who know things. And in the Maztec version of that, where Maria Sabina was called a Chotachien, it meant a person who knows things. And they referred to these ancient books because you realize these ancient books and codexes, there'd only be 2 or 3 of them. And the people knew about them, and they knew about the people who had them in the temples. They called them the old crinklers because they were typically old men or old women that would move them. And their ceremonies were based on this, and dancing and using, the sacred mushroom in different ceremonies and festivals. But all of this went totally unaware by the Spanish. And that's the most hilarious thing at all, that these people thought that the Spanish stopped these out, and they never really did. But anyway, I'm reaching a point now where if somebody would like to ask questions, I'd be happy to ask any questions, that somebody might have.
Can you tell us about your personal experience with becoming Quetzalcoatl from your Sacred Heart book?
Well, my experience in becoming Quetzalcoatl, I've had several experiences with that. But basically what happens is when your spinal fluid starts vibrating, Quetzalcoatl will come. And it's almost every description of the sacred mushroom and people taking it, if they've gone into really large amounts, they've met Quetzalcoatl, which is like being inside of a spiral tunnel of spinning bracelets of jewels, almost like stars of all the colors of the rainbow. And in one experience, we were healing a guy that had been in a motorcycle accident, and we're in Utah in Goblin Valley, way out in the middle of the desert at night, and it was dead calm. And there's like this, when Quetzalcoatl came, it was like a mini whirlpool around the fire, and the person was swallowed by Quetzalcoatl and went through him just like a rabbit, and I was going through him too, and the person was healed there. And another ceremony, the ceremony of the singing pyramid of the sun, I actually climbed the pyramid to go into and become Quetzalcoatl and Talak in this physical healing ceremony. And people that have been through this ceremony, called the ceremony of the deified heart, they gain the right in these ceremonies to be called Quetzalcoatl. Now, this ceremony was actually discovered by an ancient Toltec king called Seyatak Tolson, who brought these ceremonies to people so that they would stop human sacrifice and wars and that sort of stuff among the Toltecs. And to many people over the ages, he was like the Christian type figure. That answer your question somewhat?
Yes, thank you. Christopher, did you have a question? I can't tell. Can't hear you, Leo.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I was just curious, talking about mushrooms, and you were talking about when you ingest them, you lose 80% of like the psilocybin. Is that what you're talking about? As opposed to like chewing it in the mouth?
Let's go through if you swallow it or if you make a tea.
Right.
The biggest distortions in lies is that you can change psilocybin, the psilocin, by making lemon tech or something outside the body. Not true. Only the body can convert psilocybin and some of the other entourages that are in it to psilocin. Now, some of the mushrooms, like the Zapotecorum, which is called the crown of thorns, which I've taken, which is by far the most powerful. You take that mushroom and people just want to touch you. There's so much energy going through. They call it the crown of thorns and say dragons live underneath. And it is an amazing amount of psilocin in it. That mushroom, when you even get close to touching it, will turn jet black.
Wow.
But when you swallow, you're going to get a bad smell sometimes. Why do you get the bad smell? Because of stomach acids, bacteria, and other stuff in your stomach. If you eat it without swallowing with the honey, the only thing you smell is the floral honey. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when it goes to your stomach, you're lucky if 90% gets through the small intestines. But let's say you even got 95% through, which would be a super high amount. 80% of that is going to be destroyed in the liver into something that can't be used. Some will be peed out, but you're lucky to get in the bloodstream somewhere between 15 and 10% as psilocybin or psilocin that will actually be activated in the body. Now, it's funny, some things you swallow are actually more potent. Like, for instance, if people eat THC gummies, how many people eat THC gummies?
I have. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't chew those up like bubble gum, if you swallow them, the liver actually makes them a more powerful delta T THC. So it's better to swallow them and let the liver transform them. Whereas Salvia divinorum, for example, that some people know about, which is used in Waltlow when they couldn't get their mushrooms, like Maria Sabina would use that, 90% is more effective being absorbed than any other way. In fact, a lot of people can't get off on Salvia divinorum unless they absorb it in the mouth and chew it.
Interesting, because you usually hear of it like being smoked, or at least I have, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't work being smoked by 90% of the people that take it or as a tea. And it took years and years, but a lot of medicines really don't work well unless you take them buccally subliminally you put them on your tongue and let them dissolve, and it goes straight into bloodstream by what's called a buccal subliminal blood transfusion. The interesting thing, especially with dried mushrooms and with honey, it changes it as a carbohydrate alkaloid entourage. In other words, mushrooms, once you get the water out of them, which water can be absorbed in your mouth and go in the bloodstream too. But if you're eating dried ones, all you're doing is you're transforming a carbohydrate to a pure glucose alkaloids, because all mushrooms are a series of alkaloids and carbohydrates. So they're easily transformed. I can eat steak, I can eat chicken, and have it all go into my bloodstream and not even swallow. And try that with potatoes or something that's easy. But when it goes in the bloodstream like that, you're getting 100% unfiltered transfusion. And like I said, the gums and the roof of your mouth are going straight to the brain and straight to the ventral aorta of the spine. And that goes into what's called the cerebral spinal column and starts that vibrating, where your inner cheeks, it goes straight to the ventral aorta of the heart where the blood's being pumped in. And that's where the heart starts to get synchronized with your breathing. And I've been in the swamps sometimes, or going through the swamps, where I could go through just for hours on end with not even stopping. And it was like I was sailing through. Now, 3 days later, I was suffering from the my legs having what's called that type of acid you have when you take a lot of oxygen out of your body when you're
like lactic acid buildup.
Yeah, it'll build up in the legs, and you'll feel that 3 days later. But this is a tremendous amount of energy that's going in, and it starts generating this energy that comes out of the spine. And that's where the rainbow female male jeweled winged serpent comes for healing and rebirth. Now, a lot of people's first ceremonies, they meet with a lot of these different deities, like one of them, whose name I won't try to pronounce. If you're into like one of the 7 sins of gluttony in any type of way or form, you'll have to deal with that deity, and he'll show you by divination the different paths that you'll be involved with. But these are by inclinations. You ask them to tell you things, and they'll ask you things, and you'll ask back. And this is not just something I'm saying. The ancient idea of time persons was invented. They used to be called previously the non-human other, or the other than human, but it's like the Natwa anthropologists assigned on time persons. And I've talked to a lot of these privately by phone and been on the seminars where I'm the only person that you would say in the psychedelic world, that I hate that word though, that even has been at these or even talks about it or even knows about it, which is just amazing. It would be like we're going to the moon and we've just taken off with moonshots and nobody in America knows about it.
Right.
So this is incredible. And a lot of these anthropologists that are now writing books on this are saying, wow, this is against my better judgment. I had a long, long time before we could finally start taking these people for their words. And this is something that's totally wrong about Joseph Campbell. He's absolutely wrong about not being able to create and get involved with these ancient myths. The reason he's wrong and doesn't understand is because he's totally underwater in Western dualistic mentality. And that's why people that don't know anything about pantheistic neutral monism, like the Tao Te Ching, the Polynesian Mana, or the Natwa Mesoamerican Tiel, those are the only three, don't have a clue of what they're doing when they're taking sacred mushrooms. They may remember what happened, but they don't have a single clue about why or how. It's like they're a fish that jumped out of water and is flying around for maybe a few hours, maybe even 8 hours, and they come back and they remember, but they have no idea of how to shapeshift the experience and deal with all these shape-shifting entities. And their way of talking to people about dealing with it is totally horrible, because they talk about monsters and dealing with monsters rather than telling people how to love these monsters and the emanations and the 3 different type of emanations they talk about, the anthropologists on mushrooms, like Olin, Maleni, and Napantha, and how these emanations create and change the deities. And like you start doing this a lot and it starts almost becoming laughable. It's like meeting an old friend who's wearing a Halloween costume and you have a laugh and giggle and you say, "Hey, I've seen you before, you know, let's have some fun. Go ahead and gobble me up, you big monster." And then it changes into an angel, you know, it's like sort of like, you know, it's over. And
Yeah.
sometimes when I climb the steps of the pyramid, there are all these huge serpents reaching out to grab me and stop me from going up. And I just laugh and say, "I don't have time to play games with you and shapeshifting. I'm going to the top. I've got a healing ceremony to get involved with."
Yeah. And have you physically been to Teotihuacan?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go there. It just seems like a very awesome place.
To me, the two as awesome as Teotihuacan, or more so, was Malenko and Xochicalco. Xochicalco was where this universal religion was, and Malenko was where the Eagle and Jaguar Knights had their sacred place to have ceremonies of the deified heart and to conduct the generals into being Quetzalcoatl. This was literally entirely carved out of the mountain, every single piece. There's very few pieces like this on Earth that are carved from one piece out of a mountain. I think there's one in India where it's carved all the way from the bottom, but this is carved way high in the mountains of Malenko. And I really like that place a lot. But the Anthropological Museum at Mexico City is just incredible. And I've taken people on tours there, and it's an absolutely incredible place. It's funny, the three stelas of Xochicalco, they have them in the wrong place. They have them they have different halls of the ancient people down below and the modern people up above. Like you can go into a hall up above of the Huichols, which are really the Wixcara that use peyote, and bless their hearts, they don't even let tourists in or get involved, or gringos or anything like the plastic tourists that they're down that do ayahuasca in South America and Central America.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the different Indians, but down below they'll have like the Olmecs, the Toltecs, the Mayans, the Aztecs, etc. And they've got these three statues against the wall where it's really hard to photograph the backside and even some of the sides of some of them in the Toltec hall, which is really, it's not Toltec at all. It's a Mayan, Tehuacano, and Zapotecan, and it's 125 miles south of Teotihuacan. So it's very interesting from that standpoint. But this religion of eating the sacred mushrooms in Quetzalcoatl goes back to the time of the Olmecs, who were first into the ancient cave drawings of the Olmecs, and that there were jaguars who were women who had sex with jaguars before they had sex with their husbands.
Mm-hmm.
And these other sacred ceremonies. And then you go forward to the time of the Toltecs, which there's a lot of questions about Quetzalcoatl leaving the Toltecs and going south to become Culiacan and Chichen Itza, becoming the plumed serpent there. And they have a lot of things there which are called like the white serpent dances, or the dance of the ancestral serpents. And some people believe the Teotihuacanos, the Toltecs conquered the Mayans at Chichen Itza, and others believe they just integrated in their culture. But you know how, like in New York, there would be a Chinatown, and in San Francisco?
Right. Yeah. A lot of big cities have kind of their own Chinatown. Yeah.
The Teotihuacan had its Mayan section, where the Mayans lived at Teotihuacan, and vice versa. In Chichen Itza, there were places where the Toltecs lived in that era, or later the Tehuacanos. But it's amazing how ignorant people are about the Aztecs, because all this happened before 900 AD, and the Aztecs didn't even come out of the northern desert until 1200, and they had just changed from having a witch to a single avatar, which was like a war god. And when they came into the Central Valley, everybody disliked them. This was at 1200. Teotihuacan has already gone down, and when they came in, they claimed this place had belonged to their ancestors and everything. And they, like the Spanish, burned up a lot of the stuff about peace and love and non-war between tribes. But when they entered the Central Valley, they were a very warlike tribe. And the interesting thing was they started getting hired by mercenaries of the other tribes in the Central Valley to fight battles. And pretty soon they were getting bigger and bigger. And one time they were almost vanished because there was a thing among the Mesoamericans and the Mayans that was unlike in Europe. You hear about how all the people intermarry, right? And they got the big noses and they look alike in these lineages.
Right.
In Teotihuacan and the Mayans and everything, it was a big thing to have your daughter marry into another tribe or to have your son marry into another tribe and be there, because that would mean less likely there'd be a war, right?
Right.
Well, they tried to marry one of the daughters into the Aztecs, and they went through this sacred ceremony where they stripped her flesh and the priest was wearing it. And when the father came back, oh man, was he went insane, and they had a big battle and they almost wiped him out. But over periods of time, they kept growing more and more strength. And pretty soon, by about the 1400s, they were the top people. And there was 3 different groups. They were called the Triple Alliance.
Okay.
And they were the top group. And they practiced even a warfare with the other tribes. It was called the Flower Wars. And what this was imagine having a football game. And you were the Aztecs and you would force this other tribe. In fact, one tribe, they kept living next to them. And that's why they went to war with Cortez, because there would be this battlefield and they have referees and everything. And to get to be a Jaguar Eagle warrior, you had to capture 4 people alive in battle. But during these battles that the Aztecs would have, the ones that were captured alive would be taken back to Tenochtitlan, and there'd be a ceremony where they would take their heart out of the sun. But that night, their wife and their relatives and mother and father had to be a ceremony where they ate them. So you could see why this particular tribe, a lot of people wonder, well, why didn't the Aztecs just wipe them out or put them under subjugation? Because they wanted to be strong enough to have a war with them. Well, Cortez only had 200 men. In his first attempt at Teotihuacan, they drove him out, slaughtered the Spanish going back. Montezuma had been killed, but when Cortez got back to the ocean, he had to burn his boats to keep from living.
Right.
But it was within a year, the population went from about like 22 million to 1 million because of the diseases the Spanish brought over.
Wow. That's cool. Yasmin, it looks like you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yes, I did have a question. When you were presenting, I noticed you talked about ego death and an actual physical death, and you mentioned about having one life to live on this planet. I wanted to know, do you believe in reincarnation or anything like that, or past lives?
Well, I believe in it, but a different way than different people. I don't believe that your ego gets reincarnated. I don't believe what makes you you right now and your name yet Yasmin or my name Tom Lane gets reincarnated. I think part of our energy, there's a ancient symbol that shows at the moment of death, of physical death, real physical death, where your energy is leaving your spine and your breath is going out to be reincarnated. But I don't believe in reincarnation, like say it's typically thought of reincarnation. I believe in types of energy and thing. I think the only thing that goes on and lives are how kind you are and how nice you are and how people remember you as you, your ego, what's you've created in your mind, in your conscious mind of who you are.
Yeah, I was just curious about that because you know how they say YOLO, you only have one life, but I know in my opinion that I feel like there's multiple possibilities because we are energy, right? And energy never dies, it just transforms into another state. And so that's why I was asking.
Right, I agree with you on that, but the type of thing that is your ego, your personality, of what makes you who you are now, I don't believe that gets reincarnated. It's gone forever.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And that's why I believe that the whole thing about ego death is silly. Think about it. What the hell are you worried about an ego, that you're going to be some rich person with yachts and everything, and all of a sudden you're going to be a poor person on earth, you know? Or people aren't going to think well of you or something, I mean, man up or woman up, or, buckle yourself up, because life is full of chaos and nothing you have today couldn't be taken from you tomorrow. You don't know what the future holds in that regards, so ego death is a silly Freudian sort of BS witchcraft, that the real thing we have to face is when you're born and you start moving toward old age. There's a German term for it, Diessen, and that means you are a being in time. This physical being you are in time. And when you get older, like Bill and myself, you realize, maybe unlike you don't realize now, that you only have so much left you can do. I mean, like let's say I'd like to visit every country of the world. Well, I'd rather visit every waterfall or visit remote areas of the world or go into the jungle. There's not enough time when you're 76 years to do all that. You may, if you get lucky, you may have 10 years left, right? So this idea of time is what makes your life valuable. But at the same time, the idea of Quetzalcoatl, what he said is that all of these sacred plants are for all people, but there's only two things that basically were given on earth. We live in a world of chaos, and we'll give a pain and love, and it's going to cycle. This is going to keep cycling through our lives. Pain, love, in other words, good times, bad times. We're going to go through these cycles. And he said the trick is to be joyful in all of it. Be joyful that we're on the earth above ground and find joy in that. And that the only thing we can figure out to do when we have a short life is to try to work for other people and help other people, and do something to use your talents for them, whatever your talents might be, for other people of all types, all races, all colors, all tribes, to be just basically a good and kind person and figure out how you can use your talents to help people.
Okay, I just had another quick question. So have you ever heard of the theory that we choose our life experiences? We choose our parents, the things that we're going to go through, our race, religion, creed, where we're born on the planet. Do you believe in that type of thing before we come into this physical vessel?
Well, I believe there's something called the hand of creation. And that we come out of the womb, if you've ever been at a birth, when you've been on mushrooms and you've been there, and you can see the angel type spirits that are there when the baby comes out of the womb, which I've done 5 times, and been there at the delivery with no doctors or medical people around. All 3 of my sons were born at home, and I've been at these home births. Is that I believe you are born to your parents, that for whatever reason, you're sent there for them. And there's all sorts of different aspects of astrology that are involved in that. But there's a huge, huge, monstrous difference between European astrology and everything and what is considered Mayan and or Natwa Mesoamerican. Now, let me try to explain that real quickly. They would have these sages that would sit around men and women in temples, mushrooms, especially during the day when the sun, and just try to feel things. And the earth has the sun has a 2,600 year orbit. It's an elliptical orbit. You follow what I'm saying? Like a figure 8 that's pulled apart. The sun goes on that orbit. At the same time, Venus has an 8-year orbit around the sun that is counterclockwise. It forms 5 petals as it moves around, and the earth and moon, and what they were basically is in this 8-year orbit of Venus, and the time of the sun and the moon, there's these different type of energies coming down, and the Mayans would actually put a glyph for that day and what they were feeling, right? You follow what I'm saying? And the most interesting thing is NASA has discovered that some of these glyphs and everything are totally related to huge sunspot activity on the sun, when the sun was streaming all this energy to the earth. And the basic ultimate of this ceremony is when you wake up in the morning with the ceremony to what's called the singing pyramid of the sun, where you're outside in the morning and you realize that all the birds that are singing are being conducted by the sun. The sun is the great conductor of life on earth, and the conductor of the birds singing, and you're out there at the singing pyramid of the sun in the morning in the what's called the garden of the tree of life. with these different avatars.
Thank you for sharing that. I definitely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and to me, it's very much more important to be out in nature with friends, with eyes wide open, taking sacred mushrooms during the day, and you'll learn to see these emanations coming from the plants, coming from the animals, and millennia coming from people like you and around, and you'll start to understand this stuff rather than this Freudian witchcraft bullshit of sitting on a couch with a blanket on like a fleckless infantile, taking a pill rather than a sacrament, taking a psychedelic rather than a sacred plant, and you're have headphones on listening to canned music. When you're outside in nature and you'll hear a limb drop from a tree or a crow call, that type of synchronicity you're not going to get when you're listening to canned music. I'm sorry, with blinders on. How idiotic. I mean, let's go back to Maria Sabina. Nobody in the past were taking these things. There were a lot of them at night. There were special wizards that took these at night. They covered their skins black with scorpions that had been burned and rattlesnakes and brugomancy, and they did these ceremonies at night before the big parades started. But next day, when the parades would start, you would have these wizards flashing from the top of one temple to the bottom, and they're joining a parade, these huge parades through Teotihuacan where people were dancing and singing, all on mushrooms, playing music and instruments. That's what you should be doing. You should be playing music. You should be playing instruments. This is insane, medical, transhuman, Freudian witchcraft, putting people in a room on beds and giving them a pill. But this is all big pharma. They're all trying to turn us into cyborgs. And maybe Bill will talk about how we can stop this, and turn all this back of this transhumanism that's coming on, and people don't even recognize it. When you hold this up in your hand, guess what? Yeah, I could get it on the screen here. Well, I can't sell my cell phone right here in front of my face. That's because of becoming transhuman. And everything in this was invented, by the way, by the military. There's not a single thing in here that wasn't built by the military first to use for military action. And they know everywhere you're going and everywhere you've been, and they knew how much toilet paper you used the last time you were sat down at the toilet. So there's all this stuff that we've lost as human beings, and we've gone from postmodernism to we're going into transhumanism, and I'm into going back into hunter-gatherer groups. I'm going back to my son in the Amazon, into the jungle, and going back into hunter-gatherer tribes, because I believe in I don't believe in this civilization. We're destroying the earth. The ego has put people at the center of the circle of life rather than on the outside like everybody else. So that's my rant.
Can I ask something? Can I ask
What?
a question?
Sure.
Can you heal people? Do you have that ability?
Well, nobody that was ever used the sacred mushroom say that they have the ability to heal people, because you could turn people on and heal themselves. The way I like to say it is you take them to the river and you show them where the canoe is, and they get in and they have to paddle. This isn't a cruise ship. You're not going to go on a cruise. You have to paddle yourself. Now, I can go in the canoe along with you, and I can point out certain things to you and point out what you're seeing and doing and how to maneuver a little bit, but you have to paddle yourself. Nobody that was sane would ever say that they could heal anybody, even if they could.
Awesome. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looks like our hour is about up. I did have one more question, though, for you. What is the name of that mushroom you were talking about earlier on that you said dragons live beneath?
This is the most powerful one of all.
Right.
I took it when it popped out of graves. I mean, literally popped out of graves in San Agustin La Silla. It grows after the soil is bare, and it comes out of the earth after there's landslides or hurricanes or tornado storms.
Right.
If you know who Alan Rockefeller is, he's the guru of like mushrooms. He said there's far more of the percentage of psilocin in this Psilocybe zapaticorum than any other mushroom that exists. And when you get near this mushroom, I mean, you just get your hand close to it, almost like in the aura of it, and it'll start dancing, it'll start moving back and forth like that, and then it will actually turn jet black. And when you eat this mushroom, you don't go 15 or 20 feet. And there's so much energy coming out of you that they used to say only the strongest curanderos or even a brujo should take this, that it's just unbelievable. That's why they call it the crown of thorns. And I recently just discovered there's people that have learned how to grow it. And I asked Alan about the person who had this form and everything. Did he know what he was doing? And he said, yeah, and people are going to start to learn how to do this. And this mushroom is just so unbelievable, powerful than any of the others that exist on the planet. There's nothing even close. And it basically goes in the mountains of Oaxaca, Sierra Madres del Pacifico, and it goes, near Cerro Santo Pacifico and down through the mountains there. But the Zapaticorum is in a special category all of its own.
Right. Great. All right. Well, thanks, Tom. And next up, we have Bill. A.E. Williams. Hey, Bill. Thanks.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Science fiction author, just to let you know. And I'm going to get rid of this background in a minute here, but I'm going to have a slight departure from our normal conversation here today. So,
well, when they asked me to talk about UFOs and stuff, I know a little bit about them, but nothing like Craig McManus does or other people. But Bill's as a science fiction writer, he really knows a lot about them. And what I like are what's called hard science fiction, where it's in the future of things that would actually happen, like P.T. Dix used to write about, like Blade Runner. As these things could actually happen and be there in the future. And I think we're entering this in transhumanism now. So I really love people that write science fiction, but it's based on stuff that's 20, 30 years, 50 years from happening now. And then unfortunately, some of this stuff happens 5 or 10 years from now rather than 30 or 50. Things are accelerating that fast. And Bill's a good friend of mine that lives not far from me. And he's quite, he really can put a lot together, that most people can't in forming all this together. Anyway, I'll quit talking.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a science fiction author, and my pseudonym is A.E. Williams. My website's terminalreset.com. You can look at that later. But so when I was asked to come up with something interesting, I thought, well, what can we do here? And I came up with, what would aliens do? Let's explore some things, because I think that with all of the focus on UAP, UFO information that's happening today, some of this is misinformation on purpose, but I think there's a larger context that's the underpinnings of this. So I'm going to try to get into this today while we talk about it. So I'm going to introduce you real quick who I am, and then we're going to talk about these various things on the agenda. But I want you to think first, before we go down this path, I want you to ask yourself these questions. And Tom brought this up a minute ago. There's this binary aspect to existence, and especially with psychology and medicine and things like this, is like there are areas of gray. And I don't want to come across with my presentation as being a binary yes or no kind of a thing. I want you to open your minds here a little bit, okay? Do you believe in a higher power? Do you believe in a force that binds the universe with everything in it? Or personal gods, right? Or do you believe in the existence of life on other planets? Do you believe evolution is real? Do you believe in intelligent design or AI being right around the corner? Or do you believe we're living in a simulation? These are all ideas that I struggle and grapple with as an author to try to put some kind of meaning to the plots of the books that the stories that I create, okay? So to answer the first question, you can tell that according to this recent survey here from Statista, that UFO sightings are taking off, and more Americans now believe in aliens than had, right? Like in 1996, 20% aliens are around us, UFOs or alien ships, 34% in 2022. So that's a 14% increase, which represents, almost 100% there when you think about the statistics of it, right? So almost twice as many people are thinking about whether or not these things are actually extraterrestrial or powered and commanded and steered by alien life forms. And this is kind of in contrast with what we've been told by the government for decades. You know, Project Blue Book came out in the 50s and was more or less trounced when it came out, because people were like, oh, well, yeah, this is really interesting, but it's all, you know, weather balloons, or it's military, whatever it is. It's something that's explainable, right? So then the question came up recently was, well, then why does focus so much on the these new sightings and things like this? I'm hoping that the audio works on this, and if it doesn't, we'll find out here in a second. But I got a 3-minute little short for you here. So let me know if you can not hear this.
Yeah, man.
You guys hear it? Thumb up. You can hear it.
So what happened here? So I don't really. It's hard.
I can hear it.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it was a thing that it came down and it did something to the trees here, you know, some kind of weird helicopter looking thing up. It wasn't a helicopter. You know what I mean? It making noise. I know it did. I mean, well, the thing on the ground made noise, but it did something to the trees. This thing.
It's a lot, to be honest.
It wasn't a person. It wasn't a person.
Yeah, it's good. It's coming in, but you may need to, people may need to turn it up.
Like a human being. That was like humanoid. The trees are all gone. It looked like it had sawed off. Yeah, but it wasn't a saw. It didn't use like a chainsaw. No. It was like. Yeah, ever been like fishing on a boat? Okay, and then you catch something you don't know what it is. You know, some kind of weird looking fish, some kind of big freaking. You know, I don't know. It didn't have anything to do this with. I really don't know. That was like a UFO, a helicopter. Well, the helicopter thing, I don't know. When you say UFO, I think flying saucer. I think, you know, versus the flying saucers. You know, I think like something like from the 50s. You know, I think like you know, Mars Attack. It wasn't like that at all. Like, no. It wasn't anything like that. It was just it looked like a helicopter without, but it didn't have the blade on it. It wasn't making noise. It was kind of floating there like a balloon, but it wasn't a balloon. So it was like that. But except it was like it came down out of the sky and it kind of did stuff. It was during the day. Yeah, it was just perfectly good like this. You know, I mean, I only had like 14 or 15 years by then. Well, that's what I had. That was it for that. 14, 15. And then this happened, and then I stopped for a couple of hours. Full broad daylight. You would have thought, you know, you could describe the damn thing and see what it was, but it was some weird thing. No, it's more like a helicopter. But this thing came down out of the helicopter, and the helicopter looked at it. When I say helicopter, it looked like a helicopter, but it didn't have like the helicopter blade. You know, it was kind of like, nothing was spinning. It didn't go like back and forth like it went up and down like. Didn't make any noise. It was kind of like, you remember that guy with the balloon with the skin in it? It wasn't like that at all. Oh yeah, I called them afterwards. They didn't come by again. They got tired of coming out. All right.
So the point, the point of my cute little film here is that in all the time since the 50s, we haven't had, in spite of all of the advances in technology, people running around with cell phones. Our satellites are way out in space, right? You would think that we'd have better evidence than what we just looked at in that little film. Oh, yeah, maybe I was drunk when I saw this thing. Maybe I wasn't drunk. Maybe, you know, who knows? Okay. And I get kind of frustrated about this as a person that's very hopeful that alien life is indeed out there, that you don't actually come across evidence from the government. All right. Now, there's two reasons of that. One is they want to protect a status quo type of situation where the announcement of alien life would upset, I don't know, a couple thousand years worth of doctrine, right? We're talking about anything that's religious based, that's, not based off of, the Judeo-Christian tradition is going to be tossed out tomorrow. You might be able to make some arguments for other religions, Eastern religions, and the stuff that Tom alluded to earlier. But the point being that this is going to be causing social upheaval of an unprecedented scale, right? So what I wanted to do is take a look at some other things about aliens too, which is the other thing that's coming across, and I kind of mentioned this earlier, was in 2012, a lot of people believe the creation came to an end because of particle physics going on over at CERN, and that the Mayan 2012 event actually happened, and we're in a simulation. And no less a personage than Elon Musk believes this. Okay, so we're saying here, is it a constructed reality? Can we prove anything? Well, let's take a look at some things. What if the Big Bang is actually the entry and exit point for multiple realities, so that when you have a Big Bang, that particular universe comes into existence. And then at the end, on the other side, you have the heat death of that particular universe where entropy is maximized. Would you actually get another Big Bang? So this is a question, right? Another thing is, we're noticing that there are observational inconsistencies right now because of the James Webb Space Telescope versus what the Hubble saw. Now, they're putting that down to improved accuracy in our machines and our measurements and our sensors. But the fact of the matter is, they just came across some type of inconsistency that says, well, the universe we thought was 13.8 billion years old is now 26.6 billion years old. They've doubled the size of the universe based on observations from the James Webb Telescope, which upsets the cosmological constants of physics. Then you say, well, what about evolution or guided creation? And I'm going to touch on this momentarily, but what I'm making the point here is 4.5 billion or 5 billion years long enough to have an evolution? And we'll look at some examples here in a minute. The last thing that I wanted to touch on is, in a constructed reality, you would look for touch points. And one of these touch points might be terraforming. Okay. For instance, if aliens wanted to keep us around for whatever reasons, one of the things that they might be doing is terraforming the planet so that we are either more or less adapted to it. If it's more adapted, you might say, well, then why are we getting climate change? Well, climate change is going to bring about a lot more green areas that you can grow food on for a while. At the same time, other areas are going to go under the ocean, right? But what if it's hostile? What if it's something that's done not to evolve Earth's atmosphere for humans, but for these aliens, right? So it's a difficult question to answer. It's something that I ponder, again, as in my writing of my recent series. And this is one of the things that I'm coming up with, is that it's possible that we are in a constructed reality. Okay. Now, with terraforming, let's take a look at that a little more closely. In the 1970s, everybody was afraid of an ice age. You can go back, and in 1973, this literature, the number of papers that were being published regarding an ice age flipped on its head to the number of papers that started to be out about global warming. Okay. And specifically heating of the planet, climate change. And in 1983, I think, is where the tipping point was. If you go back and research this a little bit, and I did this on my last presentation when we had our seminar, the tipping point was that all of a sudden, all the mass media were saying it's not climate change per se as an ice age. It's in 1977 an ice age. In 1983, now we're worried about warming planets. And the media, again, points out we have wildfires and bigger storms and more earthquakes, and our tsunamis are much larger, right? And if you look at other things, like there's a loss of insects, right? If you're driving down the road, you don't see as many insects hitting your windshield. I remember early when I was driving in Florida, 30 years ago or so, and I'd be driving around my car, the windshield be completely covered with bugs. And now you're lucky. If it's love bug season right now, you're lucky to get 5 or 10 hits. That's by design. The things that we are building on our planet are intentionally reducing the species, right? Roadkill, bird strikes, the poisons that are out there that are being applied to the various crops that are being harvested. All of these things have detrimental effects on the environment, right? Parking lots. These people, you know, that famous song, Pave Over Paradise, put up a parking lot, creates a tremendous heat transfer, a thermodynamic problem that I will talk about later too. Cloud cover. The more increased clouds that we have, the albedo changes from the what they call solar insolation, the amount of sunlight coming in from us that hits us from the sun. And then the other thing that's a recent concern too is that the number of satellites that we're launching to support our global internet are now interfering with astronomers' observations of that same sky. So the math that we're using to put up the devices to allow us to look further into the history of the universe are actually obscuring our present views of that same universe. And you can feel free to jump in anytime here for the question too. All right, so I broke this up into a couple of things, and we've already kind of touched on a little bit about this earlier and with some of the earlier discussions in the panel. But one of the things that I think is important to my concept here is the idea of the higher dimension or fourth dimensional extrusion, okay? And the other thing is the idea of this radio frequency where you're tuning in and turning on and dropping out kind of stuff, right? So that kind of thing is, what if we're actually radio transmitters, not just radio receivers, right? So the human body, we've talked about frequency quite a bit in the earlier discussions where everything's on harmonics, and we'll touch on that some more in a minute too. But if you've got harmonics and our bodies are like antenna, are we transmitting as well as receiving? Like, are we maybe some type of creation of an alien race that is a tape recorder, you know, for lack of a better word? We're recording everything. And as we're recording stuff, who's it going to? All right. So these are the themes of my talk. Aliens, are they extra dimensional, or are they in our universe? Are they clones or maybe replicas? Are they sensory apparatus for another extra dimensional being, like a fourth dimensional or fifth dimensional being that uses these aliens in a way to collect data about our universe? Evolution, was there guided selection or natural selection? Is panspermia a factor? Do you have the idea that there's you know, life forms coming from other planets and being seeded here on ours? Are we experiencing an A/B testing for a dimensional state so that our evolutionary path is one of many that are constantly being tested for whatever the particular success is, whatever you define success as, okay? Leadership, this is an interesting thing to me. How does it arise that one individual has enough charisma that they can command untold numbers of human beings to do their bidding? Like the people, if you look at a pyramid, it takes, you know, a long time to build something like that, or to get up enough resources to go to war, or anything else that takes more than 20 or 30 years. Most people I know, if you try to get 15 or 20 people just to go to lunch at the same place, it's difficult. How do these people manage to get these projects funded, resourced over centuries? It's a very interesting question, and I have an answer for that too. And then finally, we're going to talk a little bit about simulation here, which is whether or not there is free will. And if there isn't, then you don't really need a God, right? Because, you know, everything's not free will. And then whether, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence slightly and some more stuff about aliens here in a minute. Okay, everybody hears me okay, I hope. So the other thing I want to mention is that aliens, if you attempt to think like an alien, that's non-productive. We cannot get into their heads because we're not aliens. It's like a chimpanzee can figure out electricity from touching a live wire. We have to accept an idea that we're insignificant comparatively. The high technology races or civilizations, however you want to phrase that, are not going to care very much about what our feelings are on the matter of what they're doing, okay? Concomitantly, what if aliens are immortal beings? What if they are eternal, godlike things that are just goofing around with us, right? Again, you can't map their motivations to your typical human experience. Whether they're playing a game or just bored, we don't know. Okay. And the only way we can label the experiences that we're going through is from our own humanity. And so we really can't understand what their end goal is. But I do think that if you put it into context of they have a plan, we can observe the outcomes of the tests that they're running and maybe put together a little bit about what that plan might be. All right. So with evolution, 4 billion years, is that enough to go from single-celled organisms or nothing into a butterfly, right? Or let alone a human being? Evolution would have you believe that, right? Evolution says, oh, we've got all of these things happening all the time. And as a trained scientist, trust me, I'm not saying this from any idea of skepticism. I'm saying it as a trained scientist. I want to see evidence, and I want to be able to put my fingers on things that say, yeah, here's a dinosaur, and wow, dinosaurs didn't exist at the same time as people. Or, hey, here's a dinosaur, and dinosaurs did exist at the same time as people. Okay. And people are going to argue carbon dating and all this other fun stuff. And I'm going to come back and counter with that and say, you know what? I don't believe half of what I see anymore, and even less of what I'm reading and hearing on the internet. All right. Because there are absolutely what they call disinformation campaigns. And if you look at the history of science, science has always been progressive. It has gone from a Earth-centric model to a solar-centric, heliocentric model to other types. And the more our understanding expands, the more that we question earlier theories, right?
I'll make a quick comment if I can.
Sure.
Modern physicists into microbiology that study DNA have absolutely come out and stated that Darwin is incorrect, that the idea that we evolve in evolution, that there wasn't enough time. And this is all over, but the general public and the news people don't know it. But the people that have studied this, and when you listen to them, they very carefully explain that Darwin, the idea that we evolved to these states now is completely, absolutely wrong.
I think the argument is not that he's wrong. It's that the amount of time that's necessary for these processes are not fully understood. Okay,
Well,
I think
exactly what they're saying now, from what they found out about how DNA mutates and changes, that there's no
I'm
way.
gonna talk about DNA in a minute too. So let me move on through this real quick. Aliens have trained humanity to react to certain scenarios by encoded languages, and Dr. Weiss pointed this out. And I didn't want to bring it up at the time, but the information that is numerically encoded into the Hebrew language, for instance, okay, and these idea of being able to take certain rules or laws and encode those and then teach those codes to the leaders. Remember, the word ruler is the person who sets the rules, right? That's what that all means. That's what our understanding implicitly about leadership is. These people have been set up as authorities, and we have to unquestionably follow them. But you got to ask yourself, why is that? Well, and how does that happen? Back to this charisma question. Are these alien life forms teaching people how to control other people so they can build a pyramid or a Plains of Nazca space strip, whatever it happens to be, right? So it's a big, important question for me. I'm going to go back to that just for just a second here. That particular question bothers me because of the way that the political climate in the country and globally have changed in my lifetime. It used to be people were very much, nationalist and would follow their leaders right into the gates of hell. And there was justification for that. And then as we evolved and the internet came along and our understanding of culture and the misappropriation of other people's property and cultures have come to the fore, this now becomes a much more important question to me. Why are these generational legacies being passed on? Why are people not standing up and saying, hey, wait a minute, why do you have $1 billion again? I mean, maybe $1 trillion? How does that happen? How come you get that much power? And again, I'd like to see a disconnect between I got a lot of money and ability and leadership. Okay. In other words, someone just because they managed to amount a gigantic amount of beans, virtual, fiat money beans, why are they a better person than you are? Morally, emotionally, or physically? I don't get that. Okay. I mean, I've been thinking about some way in a science fiction scenario to describe this, and it doesn't make a lot of sense that certain people are listened to merely on the sense that, hey, I've got a gigantic number in my imaginary bank account more so than you do. So simulation, go back up. Simulation says that we don't have free will, right? Because of determinism. If you're playing a game and you're guiding your little gamer through your first person shooter and you're shooting all the other non-player characters, that character, if you were to put your mind into that character, he or she would think that they have free will, that they're out there shooting up all these other things of their own. But you're really back here driving that little sucker, aren't you? Right? There's no free will. There's rules in the game. The rule that says you can jump or not fly, whatever that is. And that's what we're in. We're in a simulation where the rules are you can't fly. You don't get to fly around. You can fly around in a plane, but you're not going to be like a bird, right? You're going to have some type of physical thing to take you and transport you. The other thing that happens from a simulation is you don't need a God, because once you've removed free will and people realize that, then there's no consequence. And the only consequence is a moral one, right? It's not an ethics problem anymore. It's, are you moral enough to be nice to other people? Tom mentioned it earlier. Many other speakers have mentioned it. You really want to just be nice to other people. Okay. Why is that so damn hard? Artificial intelligence. In a simulation, an artificial intelligence would probably be like the motor that's actually making this thing run, and maybe has some command over the rules of what's going on, right? And then you have whether or not these aliens are doing it as opposed to an artificial intelligence, or maybe, just maybe, that the artificial intelligence, the aliens are artificially intelligent, right? That's what they are. So, excuse me 1 second. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of background noise that was being distracting there for me. All right, so I wanted to talk about this thing with the simulation theory, because what we're looking at here is math, right? There's three things here that are going to stand out, and I'm going to show you real quick, and I'm not going to confuse you too much with this, I hope. But there's something called a fast Fourier transform, and there's this other idea called an auxetic form. And just to get ahead of it, I guess, the fast Fourier transform describes the universe using math, like drawing a cartoon, but it can be extrapolated from 2D to 3D or multi-dimensional worlds, right? What that does is, if you go search this up on YouTube, you can find all kinds of people that have made these little animations where a Fourier transform draws a face in 2D, right? It actually goes through and it will trace out a face. Well, if you trace it fast enough, it looks like a real actual cartoon, right? There's actually, movement and stuff like this. So why couldn't you do this on a 3-dimensional? And the thing is, you actually can. You can take a 3-dimensional fast Fourier transform and create a sphere or a simulation of a person, right? This is just math that we've known about for 1,000 years, okay? Now, I got another real quick video, and I just want to show you one thing about it here. And this is going to be talking about the auxetic principle and multidimensional membrane thing. I got to just jump up ahead to where this guy's at 1:15 here.
I don't know whether to call this a bottle, but if you squish it in one direction, actually
this is a cork
in the other direction. And that makes cork really useful for stopping up wine bottles. When you press down on the cork to get it inside the neck of the bottle, it doesn't expand sideways, which is good, because if it did, you wouldn't be able to get it in the bottle. But how can a material have a negative Poisson number? Well, it's all to do with how smaller components of the material move around each other. See how these small triangles hinge around each other, and how that force...
Now, just right there, I'm going to stop it because it made the point. And the point is, this is a fractal, okay? This is one form of fractal that is self-replicating. This is an actual physical material he's talking about. This is Steve Mountain. If you go out and look up on YouTube, it's fascinating. And the idea is these types of membranes are self-assembling and they stretch. They don't stretch like they were showing a cork. You can compress a cork or a sponge, right? And the dimensions they go back to where they were, all right? So you can compress and expand dimensional materials that way, all right? Physical.
I don't know whether to call this
so why you can't do that with real, actual physical universes, right? How can we look at compressibility? One of these things is fractals. And if you ever watch a fractal, you notice that especially Mandelbrot Julia sets, things like that, they look like they go on for infinity. And Dr. Weinstein brought up earlier, I'm sorry, Dr. Weiss brought up earlier, that you have the Jewish alphabet, and it talks about this one Aleph. And Aleph is a representation in math for an infinity. And Aleph has, and Dr. Z was mentioning that there's different cardinalities. That was what I couldn't remember. The cardinality is how big is an infinity. So the set of real numbers from 0 to infinite, right? Whoop, you got a whole bunch of them out there. Well, what if you counted all of those numbers? So if you go from 0 all the way out to infinity, the first thing that you're going to count is 0. That's 1. Now, in your new universe, that's number 1. And then you go on, right? And if you do that, you're always going to have a 1 larger element in your one set than you will in the other. Therefore, that one is bigger than the other. It's weird. It's like, huh? And there's a way that you can do this. Vsauce has a really good YouTube video about it. And what it does is it just says you can have infinities and infinities and infinities. This gets back down to that compressibility issue. If you can compress your realities down to atomic points, Big Bang points, then this is maybe how we're seeing Big Bangs form. That all of what is happening is there's a compressed amount of data and energy in a spot, and then when it explodes out in an infinite size, right? And this is all compressibility of the universe, right? So, and it sounds like nonsense until you start looking at this, right? You have universal constant. For instance, we have the idea of temperature, optimum temperature of Kelvin, and 0 Kelvin, the highest Kelvin degrees, right? You have the idea of the Planck length, the smallest length in the universe. You have the idea of other physical constants that we every day have, that our universe follows these rules. We're back to the simulation. These rules have been encoded into this universe, right? And therefore, in our particular universe, humans thrive on the planet Earth. Maybe there's a universe or a dimension where there's a different universal constant that a different life form is more successful. Okay. And this is where you start getting into this A/B testing. These aliens could be putting out infinite number of universes. And by aliens, I'll be a little more specific. It could be a multi-dimensional entity, something that's far up our food chain that says, it's bored. It wants to create like we do. We play games. It creates, universes, and it throws these universal constants, and it's trying to figure out which one is the one that's going to work, right? What's the great filter? The great filter is when it doesn't work. That universe goes off. It's just checked off. That one didn't work. We'll try a different one. And this is something that you would see happening with any kind of scientific tests. They're going to do a hypothesis. They're going to go ahead and test it. They're going to run experiments, and then they're going to gather data, right? That's just a scientific method. Now, earlier I mentioned the frequency thing, where what if we actually, by adjusting our existence frequency, I guess is the word you would call it, our consciousness frequency, what if we could tune ourselves to a different set of constants? And the question is, can the entheogenic materials being discussed today be used for that? Because what it sounds like is it actually is happening, right? That when people are ingesting the DMT or ayahuasca or anything else, psilocybin, what you're doing is just like a radio, you're changing the dial of your mind, of your consciousness. You're moving that dial a little bit. And that's what you start seeing is all the other things out there, not what we see today, but the other ones, right? So what if you were able to take these entheogenic nano materials and put them into nanoparticle constructs that you could put like a neural net with an entheogenic material in it, okay? Or you could, instead of ingesting it, a device, right? Or what if it's actually being done to us as we are here by these aliens, right? By these other entities that they are actually going ahead and doing this. Now, again, I have no proof of that, but I would say that a lot of the stuff that's happening around us today, you can see cell phones. Where were they? Cell phones weren't around. The smartphone that we have today, these computerized things, what's enabling us to have this conversation? It didn't exist 20 years ago, okay? Not even the military had it 20 years ago. They had some pretty cool stuff, trust me, but they didn't have these, okay? And the amount of technology it's exponentially increasing now because it's building on itself. This gets into the artificial intelligence discussion, right? Because what is going on is these things are taking the plans that we have provided and making them better. Now, these universal constants are all around us, by the way. You can see them mathematically. They're here in the Nautilus shell. There's Fibonacci numbers inside of sunflowers. The golden ratio is over here. This is more geometric stuff with the pyramids, etc. Why is that important? Because if you change those universal constants in our universe, you don't have a universe. It's gone. Okay. But if you change pi instead of 3.14 to 3.17, some other thing, right? Or maybe it's 2.14, maybe that universe exists too. This is a representation of a Markov chain Fibonacci number sequence right here. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. And this is the golden ratio. The golden ratio is an artistic concept. Yuki could probably explain it better than I, but basically everything follows a mathematical pattern, right? Where it spirals out into these shapes. These are like 1/3. The human body fits right into this, where the way the face is structured, the way that our head, our body, and our legs are structured, all of it fits into this mathematically perfectly. Now, my theory for my new book here is that aliens are here. They are doing things with humanity. And the evidence that I have for that is that 800, now I didn't make this a statistic up. There was a source here somewhere, but 800,000 years ago, scientists have figured out there's only 1,280 breeding individuals on the entire globe, on the entire planet. There was 1,280 breeding individuals. Okay. So this is down here, right about 800,000 years right here, right? And there was a huge risk of extinction. There was a bottleneck. And then subsequent to that, what you have seen is this divination between African and non-African species of Homo sapiens, right? And they've gone back through, there's a gap in the fossil around here, so it's not well explained. So this is a fact. I'm not making this stuff up. This is how close humanity got to extinction, all right? So are we afraid of global warming? Well, if we have 1,200 breeding pairs, roughly, more or less, we could live through that as a species, I suppose. Maybe aliens saved us. Maybe back then, there's no fossil records, but you have all this pyramid technology, all of the stuff that is evidence, Göbekli Tepe, right? All of these things that predate our ability to accurately, historically analyze them. And then there's this gap. And in the gap, is it possible, speculatively, that aliens came in and saved the human race? That these people, things, whatever, they came in there and they say, okay, we're going to save the humans, save the monkeys. The question is why? Why did they do that? And one of my thoughts is, and one of the things that, a lot of people have been thinking about, like, what's his guy, the guy that did the Segway, right? The dude that invented that. He came up with the theory of the singularity, okay? And the idea that we have developed machines that are going to become, Terminator, Skynet, and that these are going to take over. They're going to gain sentience, right? Now, I don't believe that. I don't believe it's a singularity. An artificial intelligence is neither artificial nor intelligent. It's constructed by us, so therefore it's not artificial. It's built, okay? It's not intelligent. It's right at this point, they're mimics. They do not have consciousness. In my book, Code Monkey, I go through and describe in detail what I call the orchestra metaphor about why artificial intelligence is neither one of those things, okay? But it doesn't mean that we don't have really smart machines that can outthink us, right? One of the things that Dean Kamen, I think the guy's name was, he was mentioning that when you have a singularity kind of a thing, if you program it, you say, I want you to make birthday cards, and I want you to make the best birthday cards that everybody can make, right? And then what it does is it starts taking all the resources from everything else. You hook it up to the internet and a factory, and pretty soon it's spitting out the best birthday cards ever. And then pretty soon it runs out of material for the birthday cards. So it starts taking all the corn, it takes all the food, all the fiber, and it starts turning them into material to build birthday cards. And then pretty soon it realizes that humans are the problem. So it doesn't matter that humans are starving to death. Its algorithm is saying, yeah, more birthday cards, right? And then eventually the whole planet is just covered with, 14 miles of birthday cards. They're great birthday cards, though. They're really, really good. So the other thought is when that happens, the other side of that coin is the gray goo hypothesis that Bill Joy came up with decades ago, which was if you get into nanotechnology, which again, I said probably will be one of the places that medicine is going to take us in the future, is embedding entheogens into some type of, tattoo or membrane that you wear that enhances your ability to tune in or turn out or however. When that happens, there runs the risk that a self-propagating nanobot takes all those same resources and turns everything into itself, so that the entire planet, all the material in the planet, is just nanobots eventually, right? It's called the gray goo hypothesis. I don't know that that would necessarily happen either. There's been some argument that even something that's not self-limiting we'd identify it and we'd figure out some way to prevent that from happening. But if you look at this horrible remake of The Day the Earth Stood Still, it kind of demonstrates what I'm talking about with when Gort goes crazy and he dissolves everything around him and starts dissolving, traffic, which really isn't a bad idea. But this is, again, how science fiction starts. We're being given information, right? We're being told stuff all the time that science fiction suddenly becomes science fact. It's like, why? What is it about? Why did the U.S. government start talking about UAPs and UFOs so much? Are they preparing us for something? Are they going to make an announcement here pretty soon? Or are they setting it up for something else, right? And then again, who's telling them what to say to everybody else? Good question, right? All right. I think I got, yeah. Okay. So in my book, again, the premise of this series is that you have a human being that is at the end of a dystopian future. The dystopian future occurs because of global warming, and you get a Starship Trooper kind of environment where all of a sudden the military gets formed about a couple hundred years after everybody's, foraging and everything. And it's done with the use of an AI. An AI comes in and says, okay, we're going to create a global one world order. And it works, except it sacrifices, 5 billion people at the same time. So you've got a reduced subset of humanity that's able to exist on the resources we have. And they're all following like the Hunger Games kind of thing, where they're going down and they're being held down. But the select few that are the genetic superior people, this gets into eugenics a little bit too, they get picked out by the AIs, and then they're trained to become superhuman, super cybernetic organisms that are then cloned, and those clones are what goes out into the universe and does the Markov's hexameron thing. Okay, Markov's hexameron is because Andrei Markov was a Russian mathematician who came up with these mathematical ways that do the Monte Carlo simulation, the let's make a deal problem, right? That, in case you're wondering, is you're given, like Monty Hall, the 3 doors. If you're given a choice and then there's something good behind that, and they give you another choice, you're always better to take the second choice, because you got a 50-50 chance. The first one's already gone. You have a 50-50 chance of whether or not that second door is a good door or a bad door. So at first, when you start, it's 30%, 33%, right? 100% divided by 3. You have 3 doors, 33%. The second choice is a 50%. You've only got 2 doors to choose from now. And that's why everybody screws up on let's make a deal. But what if, and the other thing is hexameron refers to the biblical 6 days of creation, that God created the universe, the planet Earth and humanity in 6 days. So it's kind of a pun, right? What is the let's make a dimensional deal? What if these 3 doors are 3 different dimensions, and you get one good dimension, and you have a chance of taking a choice of one of these universal constants you're going to put into this other 2 universes, or you're going to take a choice that you create different universal constants. Do they work? Okay, that's the big question that's in this book. So anyway, in summary, and I'm going to take questions here in a minute. Here's my feeling. I believe firmly alien life exists. I think it may be cloned assets from a multi-dimensional entity that are being put into our environment to manage humanity, to create reporting, recorders that report back to these other things. And they're probably are multi-dimensional non-Euclidean beings, meaning that they are not adhering to our dimensional 3 dimensions, Pythagorean theorem stuff, they're in the 11th dimension. And again, math bears this out. The further you go down into quantum physics, the more dimensions we have and the more easily understood these interactions occur, which again brings me back to CERN, but we'll talk about that too in a minute. It's possible alien life rescued early Homo sapiens from extinction. Again, I just showed you some evidence that we only had 1,280 breeding pairs 800,000 years ago. And here we are with Tom mentioned earlier. The time doesn't add up. Is 800,000 years enough to get to 8 billion people? And if so, can it do it by itself? Or are you having, the gods coming down here and teaching leaders how to manage resources, how to go ahead and take the humans and turn them into slaves and go out and create agriculture and all these other things and put pyramids all over this planet from cultures that had no possible way of knowing who they were, all right? They're geographically dispersed by thousands of miles and centuries. How did that information pass from culture to culture? Okay. Yeah, it can happen. I would say that it's very possible, but the timing of it is weird. Okay. So the other thing is, I think we live in a simulation because you can look at Mandela effects or the concept of deja vu, and you can see these artifacts in our reality that don't make a lot of sense, right? And if you were to go, like we had talked earlier about dimension hopping, that pressure that Catherine was talking about, I believe the sense that there's something's off. If we're constantly shifting from one reality to another, that on our consciousness could be causing these types of residuals, right? And then the other thing is the computational power in the last 60 years, again, has increased quite a bit. And we have an internet hive mind now. Maybe this is a artifact or a side effect of having this type of simulation, is that we're also not just in one simulation, we're in billions or an infinite number of simulations being run at the same time. And whichever one, again, A/B tests out who's the best is the winner, at least for the aliens. Okay. Now, I do have a prediction, and my final prediction is this, that sometime probably by the end of this year, so 3 months from now, they're going to say aliens are real. They're going to come out with, yeah, UFOs, UAPs are for real. And this is, Klaatu over here. Here he is. He's been around since the 60s. Roswell was real people. Here's Klaatu. Okay. And then the feces will hit the rotary oscillating blades. Okay. And you have to look at it from a global perspective. I don't think you can only look at it from where we are as North American centric people here. The problem is that you have just the leaders that we have today are just so bad at it. You got people like Putin, you got people like Trump.
Stephen Shin at Milton.
No, I didn't know him, but why? Yeah.
Sorry about that. But the idea here is that you have these so-called leaders that aren't very good at it, right? So that's it. That's me. Terminalreset.com. My email address there. I've got, let me see, I wanted to do something else here real quick. I wanted to go stop share for a second. I was going to show you my background, my virtual background. Whee! And there it is. So there's my 10 books that are in process. 2 of them are already up there. The Culling and Wormhole's Edge are out on Amazon, right? So if you go to my website, terminalreset.com, you can see that stuff. Anyway, I'm open for questions. I've still got about another 10 minutes or so.
I'd like to ask a question.
You might have an answer.
Ronald Reagan blew Gorbachev's mind apart at Camp David, which actually led to the first nuclear arms agreement, when he asked Gorbachev if, would they join them if the Americans were attacked by aliens, because the United States would be interested in joining them. And it actually blew Gorbachev's mind. I mean, there's been books written on this. There's been recordings of it. It's been on NPR. And a lot of people are sort of the opposite way of you. They believe that if aliens come here, they're going to blow us apart. There's no interest in them. So that's another possibility, that they aren't good guys. They're the gangsters of the universe or something.
Which really is irrelevant to us in this discussion, to be honest with you. Okay. And this is what I kind of said earlier. We don't know. We don't have a clue which ones they are. Okay. If they're good aliens and they've been around here for, I don't know, however long they've been around, 15, 20,000 years. This all is at their feet. Everything in humanity history that has happened lays at the feet of these aliens, right? It's not like we had any real choice in it. They're using the human race as a bunch of pawns in their games. Okay. But if they're hostile or not hostile, we can't tell because we don't know the rules of that game, right? If you assume that they haven't come and they're inbound, then it goes back to either is it a great filter event or Fermi paradox. Fermi paradox is there aren't any other life forms out there. There's billions and billions of planets, which again, I find hard to believe, but they're not here. And the reason I say that is I don't think it's a Fermi paradox, is that and again, I wrote about this in this one story. The idea is that you have wormholes. You have things that we're discovering that we didn't know about, conceptually even 1,000 years ago, a smartphone, right? Forget it. No one has an idea what a smartphone is 1,000 years ago. 500 years ago, somebody might have thought, oh, what'd be cool to have something that you could, have like information carried around like a book, and then maybe 100 years ago, when television comes out, oh, I bet you we could turn this so that you could have like a Dick Tracy wristwatch or something, right? But today that's real. It literally is real. It went from being nothing to something. So wormholes conceptually are just ways that we can shortcut the universal constants on our planet, our universe now. And if we do that, then we're able to, get rid of Fermi's paradox, right? But then that brings in the pardon?
I'm tending to believe what you say because of recently, within the past couple of years, seeing molecular physicists who study DNA say that none of this could have happened as far as DNA evolves and changes, because 99.99% of any change gets wiped out immediately.
That's where you mentioned Darwinism earlier, right? Evolution theory of Darwin, which is natural selection. And that's the part of evolution I think makes common sense, right? You've seen the moths. You have a white moth on a tree, it gets eaten by a bird, right? After a couple of generations, there aren't that many white moths, but there's brown moths, and the brown moths are right there on the same tree, and the bird goes right past and it doesn't eat it. That's just natural selection, okay? There's nothing specific. It's not Lamarckian.
Right. That's simple. That's cattle breeding.
Right. And the deal is, now that's a little bit different. When you're getting to breeding, you're talking about genetic manipulation on purpose, right? And that's something that we're really good at. Human beings are damn good at GMA, boy. I'll tell you, we get out there and we can modify the hell out of anything, right? Whether it's a corn or whatever. But think about cloning again for a second. Cloning based off of DNA that we're talking about is a natural process. Oranges, citrus. When you make another plant, you clone that. You don't plant an orange seed. You can do that, but you can also take clones of plants and grow the same fruit, the identical fruit, right? So cloning from a natural perspective, a natural science perspective, cloning isn't unusual. Cloning a person or an animal, yeah, that's a little more complicated, but within, again, the realm of possibility. And then, of course, we've done it. We've cloned sheep. We've cloned things. Probably in China, they've cloned people. Who knows? I don't know. But the thing is, once that happens, now you're entering into the dilemma, ethical and moral, of whether or not that's good. Is it good to clone something for extra organs for rich people? Well, or extra organs for everybody. Now, let's say make it, democratic here. Everybody's going to get a free eyeball. Okay. When your eyeball or your kidney goes, here, we're going to just clone this sucker up. And there's a book like that. I remember reading, but it wasn't quite, it was, they were taking their kids and then it was doing like a retroactive abortion. They had like at 19 or something. They said the parents could say, you can donate this kid to be unwound. I think the name of the book is Unwind or something, Unwound. And what they would do is they pardon?
So that would be strange.
Well, this theory of this book is that in this society, it's an anti-abortion thing, right? It's basically saying, oh, you let this kid grow to be 19 years old, and then you take him apart and you just donate his organs to everybody else, but he's still alive and he knows what he's going through or she's going through. Therefore, it's inhumane, right? But their argument is the same thing happens with babies, if embryos. Again, I'm not making a political stance one way or the other here. I'm just telling you what the story is, okay? The thing is,
no different than the Aztecs sacrificing somebody to the sun.
It's utilitarian is what it is. Okay. It's a utilitarian type of philosophy, right? It's the trolley problem. All right. It's definitely everything that everybody ever thinks about in utilitarian philosophy. So my point here is that if cloning were to be done on a scale that allowed people to extend their lives, what morally do you own a clone? Do you owe a clone? What more morally and ethically do you owe a clone? Here's my, thumbnail. Go make another one of me, right? And then I'm out there living it up and being decadent, and pretty soon I look like I look now. And the next thing you know is you have, oh my God, I want another body. So I, clone this thing and I take my brain out and transfer my mind, electrically or quantumly or however they want to do that. And then I can live, decadently for the next, lifetime. And that's another story. It was in Omni magazine a long time ago where this guy was doing it. And every time he'd see himself come off of the transport, he was in worse and worse shape. The problem was his clone had to labor for the rest of their short lives to pay that debt, right? So back to the bigger question here, which is, if there are aliens, are they good or bad? Again, we had that, that argument a little earlier. What is good? What is bad?
That's a dualistic argument too.
Right. It's exactly what I said earlier. It's binary. You don't know. You're judging it as a human being. Yeah, I want to be here, but the human beings aren't part of that equation. The aliens and the demigods or whatever they are, they're making that choice for us. Just like when we put sweater on a dog.
Spinoza and Einstein believed that of the continuum, not good or bad, that there was a continuum.
Well, and we touched on that a little earlier today too. I do think that the frequency argument has a lot of validity. I think that if you look on the string theory, and again, you got to excuse me because I've gone through a lot of different phases here. String theory was big for a while. Membrane theory is big for a bit. The whole idea there. 11th dimensional whatevers. Okay. The point being, it's all getting down to vibrations. It all gets down to, and everybody and their brother in this history has said the same thing. Human consciousness is vibrational in nature. This is why we've looked for electrons and atoms. Even back in the Greek days, they're looking at atoms, trying to figure out what are the fundamental particles so that we can reconstruct ourselves or we can reconstruct things, right? And it's vibrational. It's when they came up with the original model of atom, again, it was heliocentric. It's like it's something orbiting a moon, orbiting a planet. But that's not what it is today. Today, Heisenberg, Schrodinger, it's all, fuzz. It's all just fuzzy stuff. All right, any more questions? I'm about tapped out here.
I was going to make more of a comment. I really enjoyed a lot of what you had to say. And I do believe that something is going to happen in the near future as far as like alien activity and some kind of disclosure, whether it's like real or contrived or what have you. I just see that in the future. But I think I was always bothered by the Dolly sheep cloning thing, because that was like 20 years ago. And they used a cow embryo to create like a fetus in a lab and grew it for 6 weeks. And so you hear these little droplets of information, but I'm like, if anyone has an underground lab that's not being policed, like in another country.
What do you mean, like the one over in California over there?
Yeah.
Found about 3 months ago? Yeah, that one, right?
So, and so I think they've been cloning folks for a while, probably because the technology's been there if you really kind of follow it, but it seems to have just like disappeared from people's like general radar, which seems bizarre to me. But then there was another thing that came up recently in China where there was the scientist that kind of got disappeared, and he had created AIDS resistant twins or something. And he had done so without the Chinese government's permission. But it was the idea.
Like that.
But I think like we could be being genetically modified right now, I remember I watched a Native American talk, and he talked about how like 95% of our brain activity, like our intelligence, how we only use like 10%. He was saying that in his history for his people, that they believe that there were some bad aliens that came down and kind of turned people's intelligence way down. And so removed like 90% of their thinking ability or whatever. But I think if we look at the characteristics of the universe, we know that whether you want to call it good and bad, like that continuum exists throughout the universe in all species, right? Like we have bears that are suddenly being nice to wolves for no reason, right? And then we have wolves that are being ferocious and attacking babies for whatever reason. And I think that as a species, we can see that probably if aliens are like every other thing we can see, AKA nature, then there are probably ones that are not so great that want to, use us for body parts or something. And then there's ones that are our friends that want to detour us from nuclear war. So
I've heard, now I don't know anything about this. I have just real quick. I've heard that there are extra dimensional battles going on as we speak between these alien forces. Okay. Whatever the gray, the greens, whatever this is, I've heard this. I have not evidence of this, but I will tell you that I have a very open mind about it after some interactions with some friends of mine that are, there's an entire YouTube channel about this where they get out and they pray every Friday to make sure that the angelic energy, the angelic side is winning. Okay. So there's enough people on the planet that are aware of this kind of a thing, that it's getting more and more noticeable. So.
Well, thank you, Bill, so much. I really appreciate you've been so instrumental for this event. I just can't thank you enough.
Thank you. Quite
So
welcome.
Please
My
continue,
pleasure.
yeah, please continue to be on as much as you're able. But I want to offer the stage to Shane Ali, who is our next moderator.
Hello, am I coming through loud and clear for everybody?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, beautiful. I'm watching on the laptop, but I'm communicating through the cell phone, and I'm at a Starbucks where, thank God, the music is broken, so it's nice and quiet, and there's nobody in here. So I got very lucky. I've just left shooting a film earlier, so I'm all fake blooded up here, so I look a little crazy, but everything's okay. Thank you for having me. I enjoyed listening to what I could on my drive out there earlier, and then just now while I was trying to get all my technical difficulties worked out. This is fun. This is a fun topic. I love this. Thank you for doing this discussion, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. So what I'm going to talk about today, and I have no real plan, but I figured I would start from the beginning, is sort of like my personal experience with, call them what you will, aliens, entities, gods, whatever. And it will be my experience both not in and also under the medicine. And when I say the medicine in this instance, I'm speaking specifically of ayahuasca. I love, let's see here. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. I love this discussion. It's very close to me, and I have some cool personal experience. And I am not, look, what the fuck do I know? I'm no scientist. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I just know my experience that has been very real, and I can say transformative and eye-opening and mind-expanding for me when it comes to considering other things, when I consider the beautiful existence we have. So when I was very small, and again, this is just my experience and how I view it, take it for what you will. But when I was very small, I was Italian kindergarten in first grade. I was pretty young. And I was playing in a sand pile, big pile of sand, construction going on, what the heck. But I was playing in the sand pile, and I saw this bug on my arm. And the bug just sort of like disappeared. Like it just kind of, and I looked around and it wasn't really anywhere to be seen. And I thought that was kind of weird. And then a few days later, sitting in my little wooden desk in kindergarten or first grade in the trailer down here, that same bug appeared on my arm and then like crawled under my desk and sort of took off. And I remember as a super young child thinking, that thing has been in me for 3 days. Like it disappeared here, and then days later it sort of reappeared and then took off under the desk. And I don't know why I would have that thought as a child, unless for some reason my little intuition was open to it and just sort of knew it intuitively to be true. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what happens from there on. But that's like a moment. Aha. I'll try to speak up because I'm using these Bluetooth. In fact, stand by. Sorry. With me. How about now? Is that any better? Awesome. Okay, cool. So I had this experience as a child, and I thought it was really awkward and it clearly has stuck with me. That happened, 40 some years ago. So that was a thing that happened to me in my life. Then when I was about 18 in New York, a friend of mine and I were going to the roof of the building. We lived on the Upper West Side, at the Lucerne Hotel, if anybody's familiar with New York. And it was 12 stories high. And there was a door that accessed the roof, but it appeared to be alarmed, but we knew it wasn't alarmed. And so we would go up there to smoke, or if we had taken some psychedelics or whatever, we would go up there to hang out and look at the skyline and be with the stars as much as you can be in New York City. So we opened the door, two of us, we were going up there to smoke a joint, we were not yet high. And we turned the corner and both of us froze because on the roof was this like swirling, energetic green mass. And we sat there, and of course, all this stuff happened really quickly. We were there for like a second, or at least it felt like it happened very quickly. And then it sort of took off and dissipated. And at that point, neither one of us had really looked at each other because we came around the corner and there this thing was. We were frozen for a moment. We see it. But then we looked at each other with our hair standing up on our arms, and we were both sort of speechless, like kind of like, did you just, and then if I recall correctly, we spent a good 15 or 20 minutes screaming at the sky, asking them to come back. So that was another experience I had relatively young. I was about 18, I think. So these entities, or whatever you want to call them, I think have like been with us for a while. I don't know why they choose to show for one person or another, but that's not for me to know, I suppose. So I was aware. And then of course, the curious teenager is going to dive into books and stuff. So I read all the books, Behold a Pale Horse, and is it Fingerprint Chariots of the Gods? So I read all these books, so I was aware after this. But then I started to get into the plant medicine or ayahuasca circles and partake in many ceremonies. And on several occasions, the craft, these UFOs, alien beings, have come in multiple ways. So a couple that I remember specifically, I was in ceremony. I was there to facilitate. I had partaken in the sacrament, so I was under the medicine. And I was there to help, but everything was fine. And so I was taking some time by the fire to just sort of close my eyes and relax. And I was just having like a really beautiful experience, which is not always the case with ayahuasca, but I was having this beautiful experience. It was all rainbows and puppy dogs. And then all of a sudden, something like came out of nowhere. And I realized that I was in the presence of an alien, multi-dimensional consciousness, at least. And when I realized it, I was like, man, I need to really take this opportunity and ask this question, So I'm in the medicine, and already, when you're in the medicine, things are sort of unreal, but they're also very real. And this was very real to me. So I sat with my eyes closed and I began to ask this entity questions. And I don't remember what the first question was, but he sort of told me, he didn't speak, he let me know somehow that I wouldn't understand the answers to the questions that I was asking. And I kind of just laughed out loud. And I was like, yeah, like some things are just not for me to understand, which, by the way, is also just a beautiful lesson in life. If we're going to trust the process and have faith in God, or call it what you will, right? Some things are just not for us to understand. So I kind of chuckled out loud and said, okay, you're right. And then he said, well, I'm going to try to show you anyway. Now, there's no way for me to explain the literally ineffable experience that followed, but I'm going to try. So first of all, something odd. I sort of asked, like, where are you guys? Where are you? And he said, like, we're everywhere. We're everywhere. You just can't see it. Okay. I'm like, okay, who am I to argue? Who am I to argue with that? And then he said something about Jupiter. Now, this is odd to me because all the things I've ever said or read or watched or whatever, never really said anything about Jupiter really somehow important to the entity. But perhaps it's the moon of Jupiter or something else. But Jupiter was the answer I got, and I thought that was very odd. But again, what do I know? And then I started to ask about their transportation, like how they were getting, and this is where shit got like impossible for me to understand. He showed me an image. Now, at the time, I didn't know what this was, but since then, as these things go, since that experience, as these things go, I have seen it. I've seen it in videos. I've seen it repeatedly now. And it was like a torus, which is like this donut-shaped thing. And I was asking about the transportation, and he was telling me that they're multidimensional. And he was also trying to explain to me, and it's hard for me to wrap my human brain around, that all time and space is like a single point constantly. This is weird. And so it's not really time travel. It is multidimensional, but that, as we say in so many spiritual circles, but it's hard to actually conceptualize, all time and space is constantly just one point right here. Oh, I sound mad. I know. This is just what I was getting from this conversation. And so I was struggling with trying to like really conceptualize it with my human brain. And I don't really remember the rest. This went on for some time. Again, time is fuzzy under the medicine, so I don't know exactly, but it might have been a good 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, so I had this experience, and then I sort of can't believe that I've had it. I'm questioning this. I'm going, what was that? Like, did I just imagine all that? What in the world? So I'm sitting at the fire, and the medicine's still working, but it's starting to subside a bit. And I'm questioning everything that I had just experienced a little while earlier. So I'm sitting there with my eyes closed, and I say in my head, if that was real, like, I need a sign. I need to know that shit was real, that I'm not crazy. And I cannot, well, I could make this up, but I'm not. I opened my eyes, and in the sky was what we would consider a UFO, now named UAP, fucking alien craft, call it what you will. So I had this profound, unreal experience. I go back to the fire. I'm questioning whether or not it was real. In my head, I asked for a sign, instantly open my eyes, and there in the sky is a fucking UFO. And I jumped up mid-ceremony and I screamed, there they are, which is not advised mid-ceremony, but I did. And then I walked in circles for another 15 or 20 minutes, not believing that had just happened too. So that was a very profound, very powerful experience that I had under the medicine. Another one that I had under the medicine, I was serving at a men's retreat in January, which was in Florida of this year, 2023. And we had sort of wrapped ceremony, but the medicine, ayahuasca is still working. We go out by the fire to let the fire transmute and sort of relax. And it was a little chattery. And after ceremony, I don't have a lot to say. Powerful, profound processes and journeys that had been had. Lots of intense energy. So some people like to start to talk because they've been sitting quietly and dealing with stuff for a long time. They want to get it out. So the fire was a little hectic. So I did some rapé, sacred tobacco snuff, and I walked off to pee on a tree. So I walked away from the fire and all the guys and sort of leaned up against the tree, and I was peeing, and I was just like, can you guys show up? Can you guys show up tonight? That'd be cool if you guys showed up tonight. And I finished my business and hung out by the tree for a little bit, thanking it, and then I went back to the fire and sat down. And a few minutes later, up in the sky were some UFOs that I was able to point out to the men that some of them saw. So I knew in that moment I was not insane. So that happened as well. One more fun little experience I had. I was serving a group, a co-ed group, about 12 people. And I was sitting quietly in the medicine myself. Everything was calm, cool. Not a lot for me to do in those moments except sit and hold space, make sure everybody's comfortable and safe. And I had my eyes closed. And a couple of things happened. One, I saw a human fetus sort of in an incubation tank, sort of in time lapse, evolved into what we would consider typical gray. And so I saw this human infant evolve into this typical gray in incubation thing, and I didn't know what that meant exactly, or what it was symbolic of. I don't know exactly to what degree they've manipulated our DNA or what have you, but that was a pretty clear sign that somehow, at least to me in that moment, that there's a clear connection here between our evolution, both physically and spiritually and all the things. I'm not so sure about mentally or emotionally yet, but at least physically and spiritually evolving down here slowly but surely. God help us all. So I saw that happen. And then I was on a ship. and I was on the inside, and it was dark inside. That's all I remember. But they had a door open that was like looking out into space. So I was on the ship, and I was just staring out into the cosmos, and it was beautiful. And a message came through to me about compassion and love. So I was told that love, this is also very weird. People could argue about this for forever and will. So love is strictly human emotion, that the rest of the civilizations, or at least most of the civilizations out there, don't have love. They have compassion. So they were telling me that love, our definition of love, can create fear and attachment and worry and jealousy and causes wars. But they said compassion, if you have compassion for somebody, you can't experience that stuff. And so that struck me as very interesting. And when I look at people now, even people that I love, I find that to be so true in my life, that compassion is really where it's at. And again, you could parse words and definitions and experiences in all of this stuff. I'm just telling you my experience, what I was told. So there's that. Now why under the medicine do I think that they choose to present or show themselves? Okay. I'm not so sure that. I think what it is you are open to higher realms. Now, on the day-to-day, we are running hectic, and we are struggling to survive, and we are navigating our relationships and our jobs. And who has time to stop and breathe and open themselves up energetically to what is going on right above us? Not many. But in those moments on the medicine, you are wide open. And so I think it is a change in mindset, a change in energy, a change in psychology that allows one to be open to receiving what normally they would not be able to receive just because of our senses. Our senses are filtering out so much all the time. And when you're so opened up, I think you allow yourself to experience these things that, from my understanding, are really all around us. I love the thought about whether or not there are good and bad aliens, right? So my take on that is I've not experienced any bad or negative energy from them ever. But my take on it is sort of this. If you believe in God and balance, the yin and the yang, then there really is no evil. This is just the way things are. Just like here on Earth, we've got what we perceive to be good people, and we've got what we perceive to be bad people. But ultimately, once again, it is not for us to know. This is all the natural occurrence unfolding before us, and who are we to judge that? So we don't know what good, what lessons, what gold, what gifts come out of things or people that we may view as negative or bad or evil. We just don't know. It's just our viewpoint that that person is bad. But we don't know what's rippling out from that. And so extrapolating the human experience into the more cosmic experience, I believe that there really are no such thing as either good or bad aliens, just that it is what it is. And it's the only way it has to be, or else it would be different. By the way, if anybody wants to chime in or has any questions at any moment, please let me know. So I believe these things are real. You know, I remember in the 90s, after I read William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, I remember thinking like disclosure is right around the corner. Like any day now, they can't stop it. And yet here we are, 30 years later, and we still don't have disclosure. To me, it's not even really a question. I mean, to me, there's just no question. It's just people either know or believe, rather, right? People either believe, whether that's from their personal experience or just things they've read or heard or saw. People either believe or they don't. I think, and maybe this is just the circles I've run, I think more people believe than not. I don't know the statistics on that, but that's just my feeling. And again, it might just be the circles that I run in and the people that I communicate with that are just more open to the idea. I understand why the government wouldn't want to disclose. I mean, it makes complete sense to me, right? I mean, besides the arm race thing, whoever gets this technology first wins. But besides that, I understand their concern for panic. I just think they just aren't giving the public enough credit. And also, it's not a topic that people are really into unless you're really into it, because once again, people are just struggling to survive. So they're trying to get their kids fed, their fucking cell phone turned back on, and their landlord off their back. So who's got time to think about otherworldly beings or other dimensions, So, but I also think people almost wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, I find it impossible to believe. I mean, if you believe in math at all, just the sheer size of what we even know to be the universe, the countless galaxies with countless stars, with countless planets, that there's not other sentient and much more advanced life out there. And the Fermi paradox is kind of a joke to me. I mean, there's so much evidence going back thousands of years that, to me, once again, it's pretty obvious that these beings have been here for quite some time. I wonder about to what degree they have spurred on the world's religions. And I don't know if they have made the religions or if the religions have tapped into and discovered, something greater. But I think either way, there's a connection there. I don't know if Jesus was an alien. I don't know about all that. Could he have been? Sure. Could he not have been? Sure. Could he not even existed? Of course, because it's all about the allegory and the metaphor and the story and the meaning behind it. So it's sort of irrelevant whether he existed or was an alien or not. But I do believe there's a firm connection between a lot of the world's religions and the alien situation. What was the question in the chat? It was something about application of energy. When you saw these beings, did you feel anything like an amplification of energy? Amplification. Well, look, I mean, when you're under the medicine, it's an amplification of everything, right? I mean, everything is vivid and alive. You are connected with source and you can feel it. I don't remember any particular sense of energetic amplification with any of the experiences that I had under the medicine. So no, I can't say that there were, and the different theories about, I love when people say, well, like, why would they travel across the galaxy and then crash on our planet? Well, I mean, absolutely, yes. I think that they don't travel across the universe. They're not traversing humongous distances. They are creating wormholes in the spot where they are, and they're going instantly to the spot where they want to be. So when people say they can fly across the universe, but they're not doing that. And then, so why would they crash here? Well, I mean, nothing's perfect, right? And I mean, everything is made of energy. So I think that they can crash. I think they have crashed. I think that we have the down material. And I also like how people believe that this new revelation with David Grush and the committee hearing that they had in Congress, everybody's so caught up in their conspiracy theories that even when the truth is right in front of them, they can't deal with it. And so, everybody's going to believe what they're going to believe regardless, but this is a slow roll. This is a slow leak of information that's been going on for decades now. They realize they cannot hide it completely anymore. There's just too much. There's too many cell phones. There's too many people coming out and talking about it. I mean, so many that worked in the industry and so many people, just normal people who have had these experiences. I mean, there are countless, there are endless experiences. There are just endless stories going throughout history. It's just insane to even consider the thought that we are not constantly being visited by these things. Again, I don't know exactly why, but I haven't been given any sort of, I haven't been given any bad juju from any of them. So there's a couple questions in this chat. Do you feel psychedelics amplify communication with extraterrestrials? I mean, 100%. 100%. Even going back to when I was a kid, when I lived in Asheville, North Carolina, it's a beautifully divine place. Me and my friends would go up to the Blue Ridge Parkway on mushrooms and sit there, and we would see them occasionally. I think, like I said, you are just wide open. Your barriers are down. Your senses are open. You're energetically vibrating at a higher level, which is the world that they're constantly in, a vibration so far above ours. But when you start to get even close to that, I think you're opened up to seeing more deeply. I mean, the messages that you get that are not alien, I mean, just the process of sitting with ayahuasca is a profound and powerful experience for all of the senses. So if you were opened up like that and you're looking, I think it's not hard to miss. So now I make it a point that every single ceremony at the fire to look up at the stars. We were just in North Carolina for Mentor Creek, and the stars were so bright. You could see the center of the Milky Way, and they didn't come. And I asked them very nicely, and I was a little upset. I was like, right before my talk, can you please come so that I could tell everybody you came again? But alas, they did not. Do I feel like sci-fi movies are educating us? Ooh, this is a good one. It sure feels like it sometimes, but I also don't want to be swayed by Hollywood when it comes to anything. But again, this is a topic that is so amazing to the human mind to even consider that, of course, Hollywood would make movies about it, just like they do all the things that excite us. So yeah, I don't know if they're educating us, but I think if you can see through some of the Hollywood, I think there's nuggets in there for us. Are they conditioning us? The short answer to that is yes, but it's to love. They're conditioning us to love. They're not conditioning us to sort of make us their slaves. Look, listen, if they wanted to make us their slaves, we would be their fucking slaves. We are down here to have this experience. They recognize that. They have compassion for us. They're willing to help keep us alive to the best of their ability, but also we have our own decisions to make down here. And so they are trying to condition us, trying to open us up, trying to get us balanced again, but sort of like, it's like a child that's learning to walk, or I've got a daughter who's going to be 15, a child turning into a teenager. You have to let them go fuck it up. They have to go make all the mistakes on their own. And as much as you might want to, you can't hold their hand through it. And it's of my firm belief that that's sort of what we've got right here. They're letting us fucking stumble through it. They're kind of like watching us. If we go to stick our finger in the fucking light socket, they'll probably be like, no, don't do that. Don't put the knife in your mouth, you idiot. But they're not going to sit here and just like hold our hands the whole way through the whole thing, because we've got to figure this out on our own. I think there's interdimensional, what's the word? Communities. There's multi-dimensional groups of aliens, and they have their own business to tend to. But yes, to some small degree, they're sort of keeping an eye on us. Do I think cell phones and computers are reverse engineering or gifts of technology? So here's what I feel about that. I think possibly that some of the technology that we have today might be sort of like have come from some of the materials we have, but like aren't even close to like really all the things they can do. So we're getting like chips, we're getting like tiny little pieces of things that we're then able to say, okay, well, we can do this now. And then of course it's pushed out to the private sector because the government has to make sure that they stay distant from it. So yeah, any other questions would be great. That's my take on it. I mean, again, it sounds a little fucking crazy. And this is just my experience and whatnot. I remember when I posted about the time when the aliens told me that that love was a strictly human emotion and that compassion was greater because it doesn't cause jealousy or hatred or possession or wars or any of that. And I remember posting about that, and a lot of people like chimed in. There was because us humans love so much. We've been writing songs about it, and but compassion is just a completely different mindset. And even if it's for your family members or a romantic partner, like compassion is the place to come from because your love is an attachment. And so I think they're watching and slowly but surely, we're doing the thing. We're crawling before we walk, but we're stumbling through it as a species down here. We're just monkeys. We just have monkeys. We're fucking monkey brains with great technology, and we have not caught up to the technology that's blasted past us. And so, it's manipulating us, and we're being manipulated by capitalism through these devices. But again, this is the way it has to be. This is the way it is right now. We have to accept it. We cannot bitch about it or complain about it. We are alive in the greatest time in human history. And so this just is what it is. So we just have to enjoy the ride and keep our eyes and hearts open. I run into them and converse in human form daily. Okay, I'd love to hear what they have to say. Have you ever received info yourself on may be here to help? Okay, so I might have touched on that a little bit. Yeah, I didn't realize there were more comments through communication, experience, etc. So many people have these experiences and not crazy. Yeah. Definitely not crazy. Again, I think it's crazy to think that they don't exist. Maybe that's just my personal opinion, but again, I was horrible at math, but countless galaxies with countless stars or suns, countless planets with countless moons. It's just impossible that we are the pinnacle of the whole vast universe, possibly multiverse. And I love how all this is ever changing. And so we thought at one time we knew the age of the universe, which kind of always blew my mind. And I understand, like, scientifically there's a way, whatever. But then all of a sudden we put up a new high-powered telescope, and now maybe we're not so sure about the exact age of the universe. And then there's all this great debate because so many years ago, somebody gave this number, and that's what everybody has accepted. And so now that's their reality. So when a new bit of information comes out, all of a sudden it's very hard to say, wait, we were wrong for decades, and now this might be a possibility. And that's a really annoying point about science to me, is the dogma and the ego involved in it. When you would think science would be to strictly go after the facts and to release any attachment you might have to previous thoughts about these things. I mean, we thought the sun went around the planet for how many hundreds of years, people were persecuted and murdered for it, so, our understanding changes pretty quickly. And even today, it's hard for people to wrap their heads around a possible change as big as the one that they've been holding on, a concept they've been holding on to for decades. The FBI vaults that were open revealed the Tesla files and literally told the public about Tesla getting info with space ray particle beams from aliens verified as legitimate in the vaults. And there's a link there to the FBI files in the chat. I was not aware of that. Oh, I do. What was that? You do what, Chrissy?
Oh, shit.
Shit, indeed. Nice to see you guys. You said, oh, I do in the chat. What were you referring to? Chrissy. good talk.
You're muted, Shane.
Am I? All right, hold on. No, I should be good.
Chrissy, he was asking you a question about, you had something in the message that said, I do. He wanted to know.
Oh,
Thank
is
you.
my volume on? Hold on.
Gotcha.
Do this stuff.
Said, I want to read the files, and then it said something about the vault. That's the vault.
Yeah.
I do, and that was Chrissy.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's this?
Leo said. in the
Oh,
chat
you
they
can
share
hear
a
me.
Tesla.
Somebody's got to mute their thing. I'm going to mute mine.
Misty can hear me.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying, she said something about the files, and I was just saying I would like the link to read those, what was released.
Does
on
anybody
the
else
Tesla
have
file.
similar experiences to mine that they would like to share?
I had a paranormal experience, which is a little
Details.
different than yours, but it was something that changed my mind about the whole thing, right? My niece passed away. She was killed in a car accident in 2002. And when we were up here, coming to the service arrangements and all that, she was a troubled child, let's put it that way. She's 21 years old, had gone through all this, stuff. And then she got unfortunately killed in this accident. So while I'm up here, because, it was involved alcohol, you couldn't drink. Mom was having none of this, understandably so. So I went into town to get a taco at Taco Bell and a beer, right? And I get the receipt from the Taco Bell clerk there, I guess, whatever they call him. And at the bottom of the receipt, it said, Sarah is okay. My niece's name was Sarah, right? Sarah is okay. Now, I don't know about you. I have never, ever got a receipt from anywhere that had somebody's message personally to you at the bottom of it, right? It was just bizarre. Okay. Now, it's not the only time that this has happened. Okay. One night, her mother and I were having a drink, and alcohol is not involved in all of these stories, but mind you, okay, it's not, I gave the receipt to her mom. And I know maybe, 10 or 15 years later after that, I guess, right? Yeah, 2017. We were having a drink in her kitchen at where they used to live, and they had a dog. And we're talking about exactly the same thing I just said. I just shared, rehashed the story. You remember that? Oh yeah, that receipt, right? It was crazy. And she goes, I see her all the time, all around here. I said, really? I says, hey, if she's here, she should give us a sign, right? And that dog just started barking like a switch was turned on. It was crazy. There was nothing outside the door. You open the door, there's nothing there. That dog just took off. Like, okay, that's weird, right? It's like, it's just not the kind of thing that's heard of. And then the other last one, that's a kind of a weird paranormal one that well, there's actually two, I'm sorry. One was at Teotihuacan. I was going to bring this up during my Tom time, but I was down in Mexico 2007 at Teotihuacan, and I'm walking around down there, and this dude walks up to me, and again, I don't speak very well Spanish, and he doesn't speak very well English, but he made it clear to me. He says to me, Senor, I have something for you, and it's for your daughters, your 5 daughters. And I'm like, this is in the middle of nowhere, right? I mean, we're talking, I'm standing near the altar where Tom was talking about it. And I'm like, how do you know that I have 5 daughters? And he goes, I know this, I have something for you. And I just sent a picture of this thing, right? He had 5 of these turquoise and inlaid ebony turtles. So he sent a picture in the chat. You can take a look at this thing, right? And he had 5 of them. He says, for your daughters. And I'm like, seriously, I'm in Mexico, right? How does this guy know this? How does he know I have 5 daughters? Which I do. And it's like, so I'm like, yeah, of course I'm going to buy them. They were like really not expensive. but it was bizarre. It's like, what in God's name would, how does that happen? That synchronicity, right? And then the last one, which is another unfortunately involved in death, was a favorite uncle of mine, passed away. And at the house that I had these gigantic spears on either side of an entryway, right? And they were connected to the wall very firmly, trust me. And they were there for years. I mean, I'm thinking probably 5-6 years they were on the wall, not going anywhere. Uncle Ivan dies. Next thing you know, these spears take on a life of their own and they're halfway across the room every night. They're like, like all across the tile floor. I'm walking out there. What happened? And it's the one spear pops off all the time and goes halfway across. So, I'm zip tying this thing shut. I'm putting Velcro around it. Doesn't matter. Falls out of the wall. I'm like, okay, it's obviously Uncle Ivan's trying to send me a message. I don't know what the message was. And then eventually it stopped. But those 4 things convinced me that there are things in our universe that are odd, that they don't fall into the neat little categories that everybody thinks they do. And this is why I'm pretty, open-minded about stuff like this. I don't know. I really don't. It's just odd.
It is odd. It's pretty amazing. In fact, and I think that when you're open, you see these events as something different than somebody who may not be so open to them. Now, there are moments I think many people experience that are unexplainable and they give them chills and they believe it's from another dimension.
More to your point, though, I do think that these are born of love. Those type of experiences that I had were not, there was no animosity or anything like that. They were all comforting, actually, in spite of the spear. But I mean, yeah, they were comforting. They were like, oh, we're still around. We're watching over you, whatever, that kind of thing. So, but I agree with you. I think that the compassion aspect and the love component is very important.
Yeah, and I think whether you're talking about aliens, dimensional beings, or something like what happened to you, I think it's just a good example about how in these physical forms, we are vibrating at a particular frequency. And even we can begin to slowly expand that bit, how much opens up to us, which then makes me think we're still not really open. So what more is even out there that we're still not able to tap into, but is present all the time? It's like people without souls are fake people. Yeah, so I mean that's a crazy about. These so they might be sending their own technology for like surveillance and whatnot, but I haven't experienced it. That what I've experienced have been like what do I know? Maybe these are just messengers, which are also like not human. I think there are things on the planet physically with us, but I don't know if they look just like humans. You hear about like the Nordics or shapeshifters, all this other stuff. I can't speak on that. It seems, I mean, I was about to say, it seems a bit much to me, but for fuck's sake, what are we talking about here? So I mean, anything's possible, right? I can only go off my own experience, and sort of what I've felt that I've been told. And I'm also willing to see that I might be just fucking insane, and that none of this is real, but it doesn't feel like that in my possibly insane brain.
Would someone else like to contribute to a story? Shane, it's okay if someone else could contribute a story, right?
Absolutely. Shelley says shapeshifters are real. Seen it. I'm afraid to ask this question, Shelley, but do tell.
Here, let me unmute you.
Thank
you. There we go.
Go ahead, Shelley.
It's happened several times where I'm mid conversation with someone and I will see their faces shape shift, change into different entities or deities. I have a personal friend that I'm very close with. I've seen her change into like a ninja warrior, a werewolf. Like I have, and it'll just, her face will constantly change, and I'm not under any drugs or anything. I have had experiences with psychedelics where faces have changed before too, but not in this way. Like this is like, I don't.
What does that mean to you? What do you think that is?
Okay, so the other thing is, when I'm speaking to people, they will say things to me, and the way that I'm understanding it is it maybe is a light language or a frequency that I'm understanding, but they'll be speaking and their words come out, they're making sense, but they're saying something different. I'm perceiving something different that they're saying, or that'll be I can't even explain it, that I'll have to sit with it, and then things will come through later that I'll connect and go, or even instantaneously, I'll be like, did you mean to say that? Or do you know what you were saying? Because that applies to something I was just thinking a day ago or last night or minutes ago. Does that make sense?
Synchronicity.
Yeah, when I'm speaking to somebody, I don't know if they're meaning to say what they're saying that's connecting to me in a way that's profound. It's just everyday conversation.
Maybe they're not meaning to.
I don't think they know it, but I'm just like, what in the heck are you like? Are you reading my mind, or am I like, I feel like my light language or might be that I don't even know how to explain it. It's a frequency thing. I will hear different people will change their tones, and something different will come through where I'm perceiving different frequencies that mean something more to me. It's like we all have a piece of the puzzle, and when we're kind of, walking around, meeting new people, exchanging conversations, we're giving each other codes that we need. That's the way that I feel about it anyway, is that the people that we run into, especially when they're synchronistic stuff, that maybe that it's just a subconscious transmission that's helping us all evolve or upgrade our DNA in a way. Light languages, I don't know. Is this part of the conversation? I had a conversation about this earlier today on this channel, I think. I don't really know how these connections work with the cell phones and stuff, but I had tried to get on this mystical thing earlier, and a connection came through from Egypt that I've been connected to before, that were at the Great Pyramids, and we're doing some meditations in the pyramids, and it's a frequency thing. Like, I don't even know how this all works. I'm just telling you that strange things
Not
are
alone.
happening.
Not alone.
And
A friend of mine said he was getting mixed signals when my presentation came on too. So yeah, there's some weird stuff happening today on the internet.
And I don't know if any of you guys have ever traveled to sacred sites like pyramids and things, but strange things can happen anywhere. Like Mount Shasta is my closest major energy vortex, and I visit there often. And I have seen, when I'm saying UFOs in human form or aliens in human form, maybe I'm saying that wrong. Maybe they're different entities, or Lumerians or Lyrians, but they're from constellations. They're maybe star seeds, but I'm telling you.
Why are you seeing them? What are you getting?
Okay, so random. At Mount Shasta, I go to Starbucks, and I will just feel called to go talk to somebody. And that person was very, very strange looking in human form, like kind of cat face looking, black skin, like she or he, like, I don't even know how to explain this. Hermaphrodite.
Did you interact with that person?
Yes, and she or he showed me a drawing of a Lyran like a lion person with a lion face. She had this staff that was manzanita wood, and it was upside
Hold up,
down
hold
where
up, hold up. So you're in Starbucks.
no,
And
no,
there's-
outside of Starbucks. Outside
Okay,
of
you're
Starbucks.
outside Starbucks, and there's a
It's a-
person with a staff and the drawing
not-
of a lion.
Okay, so she or he, whatever it was standing there outside of Starbucks, looking like a homeless person. And I always, almost always, give to homeless people, and it's just the thing that I do. But she started talking to me, and all of a sudden, like, I didn't notice, like, she had a backpack.
Let me stop you right here. Let me fast forward a bit. What message? What
Okay, that's where I'm
meaning
getting.
did
So
you
the
get out of the whole
technology-
interaction?
Yes, there was technology there that she wanted to share with me, and I don't know if that was for me to take with me or to buy from her.
What technology?
Okay, it was a manzanita staff. So it was the root ball was at the bottom. It was a very beautiful manzanita. Like, they're not normally that big, and
What's
if
it
they
for?
are, it held a very large amethyst crystal that had a copper coil.
It does
and
what?
I said, what?
That does what?
I don't know. I think that I was supposed to I don't know if I was supposed to buy it from her and take it with me, but I ended up in Pluto's cave at Mount Shasta, ran into some random people, women
Okay,
that that were from the Pleiades, I believe. I'm telling you, this is like, I got some stories.
So I think we get to interpret. I
These
think we
are-
get to interpret. Hold on one second, Shelley. I think we get to interpret our day-to-day interactions through
It was
whatever
technology.
lens we're curing. Okay, give me one more. I think we get to view our day-to-day interactions, people, through whatever lens we're currently looking through in our life at the time.
Right.
And so whatever message or meaning that we take from it is the message or meaning that we're sort of looking for, right? So in other words, I had an experience of this human fetus time lapse evolving into like a typical prey. I chose to use that vision as they have been here helping us, manipulating our DNA, helping our evolution, pointing us in the right direction. But ultimately, I don't know
That
why they would show me that or what it means, but that's where my head is. So I take that meaning from that, and then I try to move forward in my life with that, not knowing that I have no idea what that means to me. And I always try to look for the meaning behind stuff. So in other words, when I found myself on a spaceship with the door wide open, staring at this beautiful cosmos, and they told me that concept of love that we have is a strictly human emotion, and that compassion is the more powerful source generated emotion, for lack of a better word. I chose to see that from the lens of the things that I was currently doing in my life, but then I also was able to use that to adjust my own perception in my relationships moving forward. So that's why I was sort of asking, like, what does it mean? And what does it do? And all that stuff. So I think these synchronicities come to us. We're open and we are actively seeking. So we're going to view it through our own lens and take it for what it is. So thank you for sharing that with me. And with 5 minutes left, does anybody else have anything they would like to share? Well, I can call it right there. It's 5 minutes left. I don't have a more. Thank you for your time. Thank you for moderating this conversation. Thank you for showing up for a very strange but awfully fun topic. This is a lot of cool shit to consider and to think about. And again, really, you only know what we think we know in our own perception, but it sure is fun to consider and to dive deep. I've got an echo here, to dive deeply into. And one last thing that I find very fascinating, and there's a great 20-minute video on it on YouTube. The Y-Files is a very cool channel that I subscribe to. And I love this whole theory of the moon being a hollow base. And if you have not looked into the hollow moon theory, please do so. It's beautiful. It rings like a bell, and there's all these tales about a time when there was the earth, and there's these tribes myths about the moon being a hollow egg with people living in it, and that this thing was brought here by a higher intelligence, and that it balanced out the earth and allows for the seasons so that we can continue to thrive here, and that's possibly where the big flood came from, so all the things shifted when they brought it into the orbit. So if you've not looked into the hollow moon theory, please take 20 or 30 minutes to open your mind on that too, because it is a really, really fun thing to consider. So thank you all so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hey, Shane.
Thank you, Shane, so much. Shane Ali, everyone, and then our next moderator is Kevin Feeney. And I'm just wanting to confirm that Kevin is here. It looks like he is. Kevin, the stage is yours. I'm making you co-host and you can share your screen.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me get squared away here just a second.
Yeah, take your time. It's very casual and just whatever makes you more comfortable.
Misty, do you have a question?
I don't think he has a question.
I thought Misty did.
Oh,
Misty,
Misty might have had a question for Shane, but we're moving on, so maybe she could put it in the chat and Shane could respond.
Okay.
Unless it's relevant to Kevin's presentation.
I have a question. I thought I had this hour, and if not, we'll punch out.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Who is this?
Colonel Alexander.
Oh, you're on for 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But you're welcome to be on right now, John.
8? Okay, got it.
Okay. But you're welcome to join us now.
I'll come back at 8.
All right. See you then. Okay, take it away.
Okay.
All right. Leo, thanks for inviting me and hosting this event. My name's Kevin Feeney. I work out at Central Washington University, for those of you in Washington State. And this term, it's my third time teaching a course that's titled Alien Abduction and Shamanism. And I offer this as a 400 level class at the university for students to explore primarily the phenomena of alien abduction, but looking at it through various lenses, from psychological perspectives to philosophy, folklore, anthropology, and so on. And so I have a jam-packed 10-week course, and I've been struggling to figure out how to condense all that material into a 1 hour a sort of talk. So I have a few points to kind of talk on, but I think we'll want to keep it fairly loose and open to questions and discussion. So I guess mostly I'll give kind of a very sort of general overview of a couple of things that we look at in relation to this topic of alien abduction and shamanism. So one of the things that I think is important and very interesting about the phenomena of alien abduction is the consistency of the reports that we see across hundreds and thousands of reports. And of course, as the reports, they started in the US with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction in the early 1960s. And of course, as these abduction cases get publicized, the details become public and kind of diffuse through the culture. So obviously, these are things that can be absorbed by people consciously or unconsciously. But a lot of the people that have actively worked with abductees, including John Mack, who's a Harvard professor, had lots of details that were sort of known personally to him and other researchers, where people just had consistencies in their stories that there wasn't really any way for them to have picked up based on the information that's available out there. In any event, I think having a core structure to this phenomena is incredibly interesting and opens it up for all types of analysis and examination. So some of the core features obviously are an encounter with a strange entity. Sometimes this follows the sighting or an experience with a UFO. But UFOs aren't always involved or part of the abduction phenomenon. The individual's often taken against their will, and they're usually taken alone. There are a couple cases where people have been taken in pairs, but typically they're taken alone. I categorize them as being taken to an otherworldly environment. Typically there's a sense or interpretation that they're taken to a place that's on a UFO. And there are certain consistencies with what this environment looks like, typically kind of a rounded room, examination tables, things like that. So individuals report being subjected to medical exams and experiments, often of a sexual or reproductive nature. And in some cases, individuals report receiving special knowledge, right? That one of the aliens or one of the beings that they've encountered has shared with them information about the Earth, about the climate crisis, about their own worlds. So there's a sense of people coming back with this sort of extra knowledge. And then they're returned to their normal life. And typically what we see is that there is trauma involved with this experience. So sometimes people might categorize this as sort of a PTSD, post-traumatic sort of stress response. And often large portions of the encounter abduction are not remembered. And it varies from case to case, the degree to which people remember their encounters and events without support from a therapist and being able to go back into a traumatic or non-ordinary event. So I would posit that it's not necessarily just that it's a traumatic event that causes memory recall to be different, but that often we're having people having a non-ordinary experience that can occur in non-ordinary states of consciousness. And of course, I'm speaking very broadly, and experiences do vary from individual to individual. But I very early sort of recognized similarities between what abductees or people with contact experiences were reporting, similarities to features of shamanism. And so shamanism is this sort of broad term that's applied to very similar sort of medico-spiritual healing practices that we see around the world and throughout history. And the practice of shamanism appears to be something that pops up independently around the world. So often when we see cultural practices happening in one part of the world and in another part of the world, there's speculation that at some point those cultures came into contact and shared these practices or these ideas about the spirit world or about healing. But with shamanism, there's very good evidence that a lot of these different cultures had no way of being in contact with one another, based on continental differences and other things like that. So there are many that argue that this practice of shamanism is a universal phenomena that arises frequently independently. But one of the things we see with the shaman, and this can get confusing because being a shaman is a very popular thing in the West right now. And what that means to people in the West is often quite different than what it means in traditional indigenous cultures. And typically, for an individual to become a shaman, there's two pathways. One is that they become apprenticed to a shaman and they learn through an apprenticeship. The other way is that they are actually called upon by the spirits to become a shaman. And individuals who are called into this profession are considered to be more powerful. So often this happens with some kind of persistent illness that really sets them apart from the rest of the community. And after a period of illness, frequently the individual experiences some type of spirit abduction where they get abducted into another world, right? They are separated from their community and taken to this different environment. And how that environment is described is often sort of culturally specific, but it shares some of these ideas of being in kind of a rounded kind of enclosure. And in a lot of shamanic cultures, it'll be perceived as being underground as opposed to sort of celestial, which is what we typically imagine with alien abduction. And one of the things that happens to the individuals, they go through a ritual dismemberment. Some people call it a skeletonization, but it's essentially a death rebirth kind of experience. They also receive special knowledge and or power from the spirits that they're communicating with. And then they return to the community as a shaman and recognized as having achieved that status as a shaman. So this death rebirth that takes place, it's the death of their old sort of social self, right, if you will, and the birth of their new social self, which is their new role as shaman within the community. And so some of the things that I find quite interesting is there's this sort of these supernatural parallels, but also this sort of dismemberment is similar in ways to the sort of physical examination and experimentation that abductees undergo. So they're not totally the same, but there is this sort of process of undergoing some sort of physical process that might be considered invasive or damaging or like a death type of experience. So this is sort of the call to shamanism, the individual's introduction to the shamanic practice. But one of the things that happens later with shamans is they often take on marital partners in the spirit world. So for a female shaman might have a male spirit partner that she's spiritually married to, right? That could be different from her husband in the real world, and same with a male shaman. So it's another interesting parallel when we hear about abductees talking about sexual experimentation. We hear some stories about actual sexual encounters with aliens, as well as the birth of hybrids and things like that. So there's another parallel there of this sort of marriage or sexual communion between individuals and spirit or alien. So these are connections that I find incredibly compelling, which isn't to say that it's necessarily the same phenomena. So after the shaman goes through their first spirit journey, they come back to the community. Their experience, their non-ordinary otherworldly experience, is recognized by the community, and they understand what it means for the individual who's become a shaman. They understand what it means for the community. The shaman enters a respected status in the community, and they frequently serve as a healer, a diviner, and a general conduit to the spirit world. So this is so here we're looking at cultures that have a very particular context for understanding and integrating, if you will, these non-ordinary types of experiences. So nobody says this guy's crazy, or this is weird, or he's making it up. Everybody understands what this looks like, how it unfolds, and the meaning for the community. So it's very culturally situated and understood. So unfortunately for our abductees in the West, and this is a picture of Betty and Barney Hill on the right, and they are largely considered the first abductees. And there's some argument as to who gets to claim that title of being the first or not. But this is certainly the first well-known and kind of popularized encounter. But when we look at integration for abductees, right, we see people who are struggling with experiences that are not socially recognized or accepted, and there isn't any cultural context for integrating or understanding those experiences. So we have this contrast with people in shamanic cultures where they go through this process of the spirit abduction and training and learning from spirit guides, and everybody understands what that's about. Abductees often have trauma, and this is frequently misunderstood by therapists because a therapist is frequently trying to pinpoint the source of the trauma to an identifiable physical event. And of course, depending on who you're talking to and their particular contact experience, some people will describe it as a physical event. Others will describe it as something very real, but not necessarily physical. So this is sort of a point of disconnect often for abductees and therapists or psychologists who might be trying to help them process trauma, because a therapist is not necessarily able to pinpoint a specific physical event, or pinpoint an event that they feel comfortable acknowledging potentially. Some people, and John Mack is included in this, come up with this notion or concept of the UFO abduction syndrome. And some of the symptoms that we see associated with this are kind of a generalized anxiety that's maybe not clearly connected to anything, experience of disturbing dreams, sleep disturbances, depression, unexplained phobias. And so one of the things I was talking about earlier with individuals before they go down the shamanic path is they often experience some sort of chronic and potentially debilitating illness that's often falls into this realm of sort of anxiety, depression, or unusual sort of psychological experiences right before they go through the full abduction experience. Another thing that's interesting is that some abductees report having enhanced psychic abilities or healing abilities after their abduction experiences. I don't know that this is very common, but it also parallels that experience of people that go through that shamanic a spiritual abduction where they come back with special knowledge and special abilities to help their community. So these are some of the broad connections that I see between these two phenomena. And I think I just have just a couple sort of points of discussion. And we can open it up if people have thoughts or questions. Just a couple things to think about is, could these experiences be based on similar or the same phenomena? If so, would we expect more abductees to develop some sort of psychic healing or spirit travel abilities? And then finally, this idea of how might outcomes change for abductees if there were social and community support for their experiences, as well as recognition of the validity and legitimacy of their experiences. So I'll just kind of open it up, and I've put some information out there. We just kind of see where people are at and what people are interested in exploring further.
Well, I mean, I don't know if this relates necessarily, but the remote viewing and things like that the Russian, like the stories that I read about the Russian government literally having like a psychic task force and things like that. I appreciate that you're drawing a comparison or a connection between like psychic abilities or healing abilities or the ability to spirit travel with potentially being abducted or shamanic states. Yeah, I don't know. The couple that you mentioned as being the first abductees, I had also heard rumors that they had potentially maybe faked it. And we're having the guy who directed the movie Aerial Phenomena on later, and he had gone, I think, to India to go and talk to adults who had been abducted as children in a large group. But his experience is that he was abducted as a child and wasn't believed. But he seems to really resonate with that trauma piece, like that it has been a traumatic load to carry. And I sometimes wonder, and this is just a hypothesis of mine, but I have observed that it seems like a lot of psychic people tend to be like sexually abused as children. I don't know if that's just in my head, but when I sometimes think about like evil entities, whether they're aliens or maybe other forms of consciousness that we don't understand and haven't labeled, but I feel like if you wanted to target like psychic children early and kind of split their personalities, then I think sexual abuse before the age of 5 is really good at kind of splitting the personality.
Right.
So I sometimes feel like when they talk about the witches that were burned in Europe and so forth, and we think about like the shamanic people for indigenous different cultures who were killed, you know, with the, you know, acculturation and the domination of like Christianity and its fear of like witchcraft and things like that. And also I've seen within Judaism, like having to go underground, like a lot of like kind of Kabbalistic beliefs have had to go underground. I sometimes wonder if there is kind of a more advanced breeding program that we don't quite understand in terms of having psychic abilities, and that maybe those populations were killed off, like particularly to kind of limit the impact of these people that could do magic or had, you know, those kinds of abilities. It is fascinating to me to look back in history and think back to a time with Copernicus or Isaac Newton, or just during those times in history when science and math were right there alongside magic, you know, and alchemy as devoted, like worthwhile pursuits to delve into. And that now in our society, we have a real like dismissal of magic that feels just like sexist and racist at its core. Just something about it just smacks of sexism and racism, maybe because I see more women as being psychic. Those are just random comments, not necessarily any specific question.
Well, I think you raise a lot of good points. One of the things I wanted to bring up that's another similarity is that often individuals who go on to be shamans have very early contacts with the spirit world, you know, beginning in childhood. And often this becomes something difficult for families, because families may or may not want a child to become a shaman. It's a difficult life path. It's sort of, you know, dedicating yourself to service to the community. So that can be something that families might try to hide, for example. And similarly, through hypnotic regression and other types of therapy, a lot of abductees have found instances where they have actually begun to encounter alien or non-ordinary beings in their childhood. And so these are things that turn out to be sort of lifelong connections that they have. And some of the other interesting things that you brought up, particularly with witch burning and the church, is, you know, the church for over 1,000 years basically had a monopoly on reality, right? The church got to decide what was real and what wasn't real within certain parameters. And of course, people that fell outside of those parameters were, you know, often the targets of genocide or targeted killings, things like that. But there's also this idea of having these small cultures with shamanism and other cultures where they have direct connections to the spirit world, right? And of course, the church considered that to be their territory, right? The church should be the only intermediary between the people and God or the spirit. And so any cultures that fell outside of that and violated sort of that church monopoly on, mediating the connections between people in the spirit world, were systematically targeted for killing and acculturation and other things like that. So there's examples of that around the world. The Russian government or the Soviet government, they're not acting on behalf of the church, but they were known to throw shamans out of helicopters. And these were certainly, people that were seen as a threat to the state, right? And the church viewed that similarly. So with the age of enlightenment, we started to see science and the academy really sort of step into that role of moderating reality and deciding what's real and what's not real. And then the church became about, well, if you are, if you're a person of the faith, then you have these beliefs, and that's separate from, what science says is reality. There's sort of this agreement, right, between the church and science. They're not going to get into each other's territory. But we kind of moved into this sort of modern era where science really controls what we consider to be real or not real. And you talked about sort of the racism. And so part of that is going to shamanic cultures or describing shamanic cultures and saying, well, these people are tricksters, they're charlatans, all this stuff is make-believe and imaginary, which of course is incredibly condescending and patronizing to people who've had their own culture for hundreds, thousands of years and have their own understanding of the world and the different dynamic phenomena that are part of the world. So, thank you for sharing your thoughts. So I don't know if anybody has any other sort of thoughts on this, on any of these questions at the moment. I can go a little bit further and we can stop for oh, I heard somebody.
Yeah. There you are.
Hello.
One of the things that has always been puzzling to me about the abduction side of things, Whitley Strieber and the Betty and Barney Hill is, and you brought it up a little bit earlier, the persecution aspect, the idea that, certain segments of our society are segregated out and ridiculed, right? And that nobody takes them seriously. Do you see something similar happening today in any aspect of our society?
Outside of this phenomena, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to point fingers or nothing. It seems to me that you can discredit people. Okay, I guess is where I'm kind of going with this. You can discredit people in a lot of different ways. And as you pointed out, a lot of the times in the past, one way, they're witches or they're shamans or whatever it is, and then they get persecuted, right? So today that seems to be revolving around certain, cultural and I guess populations, let's say, all right? And it seems mean-spirited, actually, in some of these cases. I'm kind of like, what are these other people think? Why is it anybody's business what these other people are doing? They're not hurting anybody. Why are they bothering? Right. But having said that, this is a societal. We live in a society thing, right? So there's this whole idea where this is a possible way to discredit people. Like, what was I just thinking? It was Russell Brand comes to mind. I hope we don't get banned off of YouTube because I mentioned his name, right? Here's a guy that's going off and against the status quo, against the media hierarchy, however you want to say it. And they dredge stuff up from decades ago that may or may not be true. That's not the point. The point is that they are doing this. It's a mechanism that is being used for control purposes. Now, if they had come along and it said, oh, you know what? He thinks he was abducted by aliens, and it would have been about the same. They would that same stigma is attached still to this type of experience that was back in Betty and Barney Hill's time, right?
Right.
So it's like,
I mean, I think there's, certainly within the realm of this phenomena, there's been a lot of, people's lives have been turned upside down for going public with stories like this. So it's very interesting to have somebody, in the 90s, like John Mack, who's associated with Harvard, and then suddenly you've got this sort of a stamp of legitimacy to it. And he had butted heads with folks at Harvard. But for other people that, that don't have that sort of stature or status, publicly talking about some of this stuff can be really life altering in ways that aren't good. And I think, to your point, one of the things that I think is, we live in a culture where we like to put certain people up on a pedestal. And then the danger of that, of course, is that if they do something we don't like, or somebody doesn't like, that, you tear down that pedestal. So you have this sort of opposite reaction of the sort of putting up and then the taking down. And of course, the issues that we're all people, we're all fallible. So to some degree, there's a need to recognize people for their positive contributions to society, but also a need to hold people accountable for the things that they've done that haven't been good for society. And I think we're not trained how to do that, right? I think culturally we want people to either be good or bad. And it's very difficult for us to allow people to be in a middle ground where they're not perfect and they're not monsters, but they're, people.
I'm listening to what you're saying there and trying to consider somebody like, Putin, who is, arguably not exactly the best person on the planet. And yet he's able to do his thing. I don't know if you caught my earlier presentation, but leadership bothers me. The definition of leadership and authority has always bothered me, as far as who dictates what is, right? Why are these people ostracized? Because, they said something, it happened to them, and all of a sudden everybody's, come on, you're a bunch of crazy people. Okay.
Right.
And one of the other participants here has mentioned ball lightning, right, in one of the sidebars here. And I'm here to tell you, I've seen ball lightning several times in my life, and I guarantee it's a fact. These things are out there. They exist, right? And similarly, if you can identify one particular thing, I'm not saying that one, logically leads to the other, but you have to at least have an open mind about the possibility. Now, whether they were abducted by aliens or by military people, that could be argued too, whether that type of thing happens. But for the authority to allow itself to, I should say allow itself, but the authority gathers itself enough power to get to a Putin or a whomever, this kind of thing is problematic, because people like you and I and the rest of the participants here, we are basically powerless in the face of stuff like that, right? It's like, and part of that could be conditioning. Part of it could be this media presentation of the data that you said. It's like, here's somebody that had an experience, and they're like 15 people. Oh yeah, me too. And then they see what happens to them, and then they're quelled. That they naturally don't want to go through the same process. It's like people say, in order to be a politician, you have to be wealthy, and you also have to be a lying, SOB to get out there, I guess, because they're going to drag everything out of your past to discredit you. It's what do they call it? It's the stuff that they do the behind the scenes dirt muck raking, right? And they come out and then
Right.
you know. But I'm just saying that's the thing. Nobody wants to come forward now. So if someone does have a legitimate experience, they go to their clergy, they go to their leaders, they go to the police. Everybody, you know, oh, you're nuts, you know. When in reality, maybe they're not. Maybe what they actually did have. This is kind of, again, my little video earlier. It's like, you know, nobody believes you. You sit there and you say something, and you know, do you got proof? Well, you know, anal probing, is that proof? I mean, I don't know. But, you know, and then you're like, ha ha, exactly. That's the reaction everybody has. It's
Right.
like, this is because we've been conditioned at, you know, South Park on down to ridicule this kind of thing. And,
Right.
and people get very, you know, reluctant to share their stories. And then when you have somebody that is kind of, you know, out there in the open and you say, okay, well, here's somebody who's amassing a little bit of, you know, notoriety and reputable reputation. And next thing you know, oh, we don't like what the message is, and boom, that guy's gone. So
Right.
the message is very strong, sent out to the, you know, everyone else that, you know, you how is it they say a nail is asking to be hit with a hammer, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the particularly unfortunate responses has been individuals who are coming forward and they're asking for help, they're asking for support, and they're, you know, they're getting laughed at. And the problem is that one doesn't have to believe what their experience was to listen to that individual, to provide support to that individual, and to help them with any issues they're presenting with, whether it be depression, PTSD, anxiety, things like that. So, you know, we should never be in a position where someone who's asking for help and support gets laughed at, right? You know, I think
I agree.
Yeah, I think there's a point where we have to, regardless of our own background and our own belief systems, you know, we need to meet people, we need to listen to people. And, you know, a lot of the, you know, abductees that have come forward, they're not looking to make a buck. They're not looking to be on Maury Povich or the Today Show. You know, they're looking for reassurance,
validation.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's, you know, also a sort of cultural phenomena in the United States and probably other parts of the Western world, is this sort of overlooking that request for support. And
have you compared, I kind of didn't catch it in your presentation, but have you compared statistics about reportage in other countries, like maybe China or Russia versus America, and whether or not the acceptance factor is higher or lower in an Eastern-based religion versus a Western-centric?
That's a really interesting question. And I would love to read more material on abductions outside of the United States and Europe. I think Leo was saying earlier that there was an individual who had done interviews in India with individuals who'd been abducted. There's also
children. Did she mention that? Were they children?
I don't remember if it was children or just people.
I'm sorry, it was a group of Indian people. I remember now.
Right.
Yeah,
they were adults.
There's also this book. Oh, I don't know if you can see it. It's Sky People by Artie Sixkiller Clark, and she went and she collected stories of contact experiences in among the Maya in, you know, Guatemala and Mexico. And I found that her work to be particularly interesting because a lot of the focus has been on is sort of white Western demographic. And so to get some literature and get some stories of people from outside of that group is really interesting, and to be able to compare what those experiences are like, how they're similar, how they're different, how the community responds, I think is very fascinating. So if anybody finds, more sources for, China or other places sort of outside of Europe and North America, it would be quite interesting to hear more about.
Many, many, many years ago, way back, and I think it was probably 77 or 78. I was involved with a seminar at a junior college where we had this guy, I don't know if he's even around anymore, Dr. Richard Ginger, who was a xenobiologist, one of the first, from what I can remember. And he was giving a presentation pretty much along the lines of yours, which is the psychological and sociological aspects of xenobiology, so that you are, in his field, they were going out and, trying to identify life on other planets. So it's kind of reversed, right? So you're the person that's landing over it and whatever that is, and you're abducting them to bring them back, like we just did with this asteroid, or the Mars sample. So if there's like microscopic life and you bring it to Earth, so they're the abductees now, right? What happens if the focus is flipped around, and what would their experiences be? And this was kind of like where he was going with it, was how could you communicate non-aggression, I suppose, in that situation, that you were not going to, you're interested in examining the life form, but you don't want to harm it. And then, ironically enough, a few years later, actually, it was a few years later, because the Viking landers had landed on Mars in 76. And I think this was like 76 or 77, whenever the seminar was. But a few years later, they actually had concerns in NASA that came up that said, hey, we might have discovered life on Mars and killed it, because they had samples, right, on Mars. It wasn't here. But the Viking lander dug into the surface, and it brought up a sample, and then it ran some kind of chemical tests on it. And when they were done, whatever that was, it looked like a fossilized bacterium or something, right? Something small, microbial size, that they think they might have exterminated it. So this is this. They just had an article about this the other day too, because when this asteroid thing is coming back, the samples, that they were concerned that the protocols that are being followed. Of course, the obvious thing is Andromeda strain. Are we going to, blow everybody up by bringing these asteroid samples back? But they were coming back the other direction, saying, no. If there's life here, we don't want to destroy it. We want to analyze it. And again, this could be one of those, big upcoming announcements that NASA's ready to make. Is like, we really did discover life on other planets, and that in itself, even on a microbial side, is challenging a lot of status quos, right? It challenges an awful lot of the established dogma and doctrine, where people are out there, oh, we're the only life in the universe. And if they came up and said, no, we actually found bacteria on Mars, or we found in these asteroids, evidence of panspermia or something, that's going to be world shattering. That's going to be very, and I had this conversation earlier with somebody, but maybe on purpose, we are distracted by war and, catastrophe, just so that announcement is pushed off further and further into the future.
Well, I mean, the other thing that's really interesting is there's been all these hearings in Congress over the last 2 years, and the public response to some of the information that's being shared is very quiet.
Exactly, right?
There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of interest, which I find quite surprising, and I'm not sure, what accounts for that, because some of the reports that are coming out are pretty, eyebrow raising and certainly interesting information. Nothing earth shattering, but the fact that some of this stuff is coming out is I think, inherently interesting, and the public response has been pretty minimal.
If I can chime in briefly, I think two things. I think they will, in order to continue this slow roll they will start with some sort of very microscopic biological material. Because then that will further open up for what they already know but are scared to tell the public. So this is a very slow roll. So I think it will start, whether it's an asteroid or Mars or somewhere else that they've discovered, even if it's fossilized or whatever, microscopic life. I think that's a natural progression, the way this thing is going. And I think possibly the reason that, because I'm sort of also surprised that there wasn't more excitement, isn't more excitement about so much of what's going on right now. And I think that's two things. I think one, a vast majority of the populace sort of already, and this is just my feeling, sort of already accepts this and sort of knows this. But also I think it's because, and I think I mentioned this briefly in my little hour, that also people are so busy. We're so caught up down here. We're so concerned with paying the bills and trying to get the kids to school and to get food on the table and pay the rent, that like, who's got time to ponder these things deeply? So I think it's a sort of a combination of both. The slow roll is sort of unamazing to most people who I believe already believe. And again, if you believe in math at all, it's nearly impossible to consider we're the only thing out there. So I think a large bit of the population already believes it to be true. And so it's sort of like a non-issue because they're like, well, of course. And then another part of the population is just so busy doing day-to-day things that they just don't have time to consider this deeply. And if they do, they're like, well, I'm sure there are, but like, it doesn't matter much to me. That's just my humble opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got pretty spot on both those points. That I think, we're coming out of we're a couple years out of the pandemic now, maybe, or close to, but still, I think people are still reeling from that and kind of overwhelmed with a lot of things. And then again, just sort of having people come and admit to things in front of Congress that many people thought they should have admitted to, decades ago. So I think you're probably spot on with a couple of those things. It's still a little surprising, even with those considerations, that there's not a little bit more interest. But we'll see.
Do you think that, let's assume that they announced something like that, just to speculate here for a second. Let's assume they announced something like that. How do you feel the various religions in America might react to that? Or, not just America. I mean, America, obviously the Catholics are all over the world, and so are the Buddhists and the Muslims. But, from the doctrine dogma aspect, how do you think that are they going to downplay that? Or are they going to like say, oh yeah, well, God works in mysterious ways,
Well, I think, we are in a current era where, I'd mentioned earlier, where the field of science is really sort of the arbiter of truth and gets to decide, what's real and what's not real. And part of that scientific paradigm is this, anthropocentric idea that man or humankind is supreme, right?
Yeah, it's very egocentric.
Yes. And so I think if we're looking at discoveries of, bacteria or things like that, I think that's incredibly exciting. I also think it doesn't threaten the human species sense of supremacy. If we start looking at discovering more intelligent types of life that potentially exceed our own intelligence, then I think we get into some sticky areas, and I'm not sure how people respond to that. But I think as long as we're looking at kind of lower life forms, it's all very exciting within the sort of scientific paradigm and very sort of non-threatening. But it'll be curious to see, how that happens. And of course, we've got a lot of different governments around the world, and they're going to have different ideas about what types of information to share or not share. And we're certainly in this period where there is political jockeying for who is going to, who's going to lead the world in the second half of the 21st century and into the future. And the role of the US in global leadership is very tenuous. And I think that's felt around the globe. And I think, as tensions rise between governments, we're going to see, certainly jockeying for control over that type of information.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your questions and comments. Let's see. So I guess one of the next things I was going to go on to, I just have a few slides, but so the idea of shamanism and abduction is that these are both ideas that are rejected by science, right? Shamans are seen in a very ethnocentric way as practicing a primitive type of religion or spiritual practice that and it's one of those weird things, right? Because we have this sort of general kind of agreement or understanding between the church broadly and sort of the scientific world, where they kind of try to keep out of each other's spheres. But when it comes to religion and spirituality outside of the church, it's kind of fair game to really come in and be patronizing and dismissive of different types of belief systems. And then same thing with the abductees are typically viewed as mentally ill, fantasy prone, or attention seeking. And most of these things have been, anybody who's done scientific research in this area knows that these are not explanations for the experiences that people have, that abductees are not any more mentally ill than the rest of the population. They're not any more likely to be fantasy prone. And the attention seeking component is, if they were attention seeking, then it's ended badly for a lot of those people that were seeking attention. So we've got both of these phenomena are really sort of rejected and considered marginal, but without any good explanation for why we're dismissing these phenomena. So one of the things when we think about the science and the scientific worldview, one of the things I mentioned earlier was this idea of the anthropocentric humanism, right? Where humans are the top of the pyramid, the smartest, most supreme species, and that permeates the field of science. The other piece of it is this idea of naturalistic materialism, right? That if something can't be detected or measured using the five senses, then it's not real. And so this is, if that's the standard, then that is a very limiting standard on inquiry and trying to understand the world around us, because there are lots of phenomena that can't necessarily be measured or explained based on our five senses. So we got to think about what is science missing when we're limiting our inquiry to these five senses, as well as what kinds of cultural knowledge are being delegitimized by this standard, right? So cultures that have practiced shamanism for thousands of years, and systems that don't work don't survive for that long. They just don't. So this is something that at some level works and is very functional within the cultures that have these practices. So what is it that science is missing by overlooking or delegitimizing these different paths to knowledge? And so one of the other things that I like to think about is thinking about the brain as a sensory organ. So if science is limiting us to our, sight, taste, smell, these things. All these things are, while they're measurable, they're also things that we as humans experience indirectly, right? We feel that it's direct and immediate because our brain processes information so quickly, but really our sensory organs are transmitting, coded communications to the brain that have to be interpreted by the brain to generate our perception of the world around us, right? So our brain is an intermediary between us and, the physical world, if you will. But one question is, and moving beyond this practice of science to pathologize non-ordinary experiences as some sort of mental illness or brain injury, there's this question of, well, what if these non-ordinary experiences are not being generated by the brain? If they're not being generated by the brain, then the pathologizing doesn't make sense, right? If you say this is brain dysfunction, when the dysfunction is not being caused by the brain, but rather is being perceived by the brain, then you have a different set of questions that you need to ask. And then you have a different way that you need to look at these phenomena. So if the brain is a sensory organ, then we really have to start thinking about the world a little bit differently. And so, so reality for the shaman and shamanic cultures, typically spirit travel and spirit encounters are not any less real than any other aspects of their lives. And they don't necessarily distinguish between one being, imaginary or fantasy based or somehow less real. It's equally as real. And so if science is coming in and telling us that something's real or not real, then we're missing out on a whole scope of experience presented by these cultural practices. So again, this idea of the sensory brain, this idea of perhaps one of the qualities or functions of the brain is to allow us to peel back this veil of material reality and experience something beyond that, whether it's some sort of non-ordinary reality or some other type of overlaid dimension or something that's just at our fingertips, but our regular five senses don't allow us to perceive them. And this is a little bit of a tangent, but one of the things that I find incredibly interesting, and this does still pertain to abduction and shamanism, but this phenomena of spirit abduction has been happening in cultures around the globe from the beginning of recorded history, right? So in Ireland, you've got people that are abducted by fairies. In the Germanic or Nordic countries, it might be dwarves that are abducting people. People have been abducted by spirits, succubi, and other kinds of creatures. So this raises some questions, right, about the supernatural abduction. One is, are all these types of supernatural or spirit abduction, is it the same phenomena and it's just perceived differently because we all perceive things through our own cultural lenses? So something that might be perceived as a fairy in one culture might be perceived as an alien, in the modern day, or maybe as a demon in another culture or something like that. So I'll put this question out there for discussion. And then the other piece would be, is if it's not an actual phenomena, going back to the scientific paradigm, do we think the human brain is simply hardwired to produce some sort of supernatural abduction experience as sort of a, again, the scientific view of it being some sort of pathology, brain pathology? I don't know if anybody has any thoughts or perspectives on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we're almost up here. So if we have anything to close, that would be awesome.
But your students love this course.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's a lot of fun. I was hoping that the congressional hearings would have drummed up a little bit more enthusiasm and support, but it is what it is. Well, thank you everyone for being with me for the last hour.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
If anybody's at Central Washington University, be sure to look up the course. Otherwise, I look forward to hearing some of the other presentations, and thank you for your questions and comments.
Thank you too. It's excellent.
Thanks.
Very illuminating.
So, our next guest is Ankara. Ankara, are you here? Yeah, I think so. I see you there. Zoom user. How are you?
I'm doing really well, man. I'm feeling great this evening.
Good, good. Go ahead, buddy. Take it away.
All right. Well, is Kevin still there? Kevin?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. You popped off your screen, but hey, I just wanted to say, man, great presentation, and you ran right up to the hour, so there wasn't a lot of room there for discussion. Sometimes it takes some lubing to get that to happen, but I just wanted to say, thought-provoking presentation, and there's some connections that I wanted to make. I think we have time. I don't have a full hour presentation and things like that, so but before we get into that, I just wanted to, start off by saying thank you to Leo and Leo's partner. What's your name again, brother? I forgot. Leo, your partner.
Yeah. My name's Sean.
Sean, that's right, my man. My apologies. I forgot your name, but I know that you really do a lot behind the scenes as well, and help these little interactions go down. So I appreciate you, Sean, and thanks, Leo, for putting this together. I had an opportunity to meet Leo around 2020 through the Clubhouse space, and she, I've just always seen her really strive to bring great work to the community, and hold a space of equity and interaction between the community. And so I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to Leo, and just big you up, because it takes a lot to do these events, and I know a lot of time goes into it, and the organization piece. So you're amazing. Thank you for your work. Thank you for having me and hosting all these phenomenal people. There's been a bunch of people that came before me and that will come after during this all things mystical session. But I do want to say that there's several people on the panel that I really know and respect, and particularly Tom Lane. It's great to see that connection happen and to hear his presentation, and I have a lot of respect for his work and what he brings. So big ups to Tom Lane. And I saw that Sundari Marcy Locke was here on the panel as well, and she's also a friend of mine and a keeper of the Crystal Synergy Ankhs, which are the energetic spiritual devices that I create. So there's a lot of other really phenomenal people. Kevin gave a great presentation, and so I just wanted to say thank you, and it's an honor to be a part of all these wise minds. And I'm grateful to be sharing tonight. So again, my name's Ankara Akiru. I'm the Ankh Alchemist. I'm a psychedelic educator and facilitator. I'm a loving father. I'm a metaphysician. I'm a breathwork coach. And I'm here to show up inside of all things mystical. So thanks for having me. And Kevin, yeah, man, I just wanted to say I wanted to connect the dot there real quick. The link to my, hold on, let me see, to my creations. Yeah, so I'll see if maybe here in a minute in the presentation, I'll share some of my work that I do, but I create what I call crystal synergy ankhs, or spiritual energetic devices that work with electromagnetism and piezoelectricity of quartz crystals. And I combine magnets, crystals, and copper to create, sacred pieces. Let me see if I got, well, I'll get to that in a minute. But I will share the links. So yeah, anyways, thanks again, Leo. And, I wanted to talk about today something that's, I guess, part of my story, and it connects to what you're mentioning, Kevin, about the fairies and my part of my cultural heritage is the Celtic and Druid people from Ireland. I'm actually Black Irish, and so I have that's like a deep thread for me. But they say over in Ireland that when you're on a psychedelic journey, it's called being away with the fairies. It's like what it's referred to as. And so there's a deep connection with the psychedelic journey and the fairy realms. And fairies, as well as mushrooms, are also called pookies. And so there's a lot of different correlations between the fairies and the mushrooms. And you have the fairy rings, which are mushroom rings, of course. There's a lot of deep connections. I do a whole presentation on this. It's called the Psychedelic Celtic Mushroom Cults of Ireland. And so you can check it out on my YouTube channel. YouTube channel is called the Psilocypher Sessions. I'll type it in the chat here. But yeah, I'm excited to share. I just wanted to say thanks again to Kevin. That was great. And I think that the fairies, it's like a whole nother topic to visit. But what I want to talk about tonight was panspermia and the mushrooms being in the aliens, and us actually being a further expression of the mushrooms. Right. So how many of us tonight? There's only 2, 4, 6, there's 7 of us here in the room. How many of you have heard of the panspermia? If you know anything about panspermia. Okay, I see Kevin saying yes. If you've heard about it, you can put on the screen, you can raise your hand. Like if you go to the reaction thing at the bottom, you can hit the thumbs up, you can put your hand up. Just show me that you know about panspermia. But if not, I want to just share a little bit more with you about what panspermia is all about. So essentially, this is the theory that life was introduced to Earth from extraterrestrial means or extraterrestrial realms. And this happened through meteoritic striking or landing or collision of the Earth with these meteorites. So these meteorites were said to carry different let's say spores and different like beginnings of life or seeds of life, which spores have been shown to be able to exist in like essentially in a vacuum. They don't need like oxygen or anything to exist. They can just exist in outer space. So when we talk about extraterrestrials, we're talking about life from other places in the galaxies and the planets, right? And I see AE came on the screen. He's like excited, so I'm looking forward to hear more about what you want to share about this. But I wanted to say I don't have a slide or anything like that. I'm just here like chatting with y'all and telling y'all what I know and sharing more about my own personal story. But I found a lot of interest in the story about panspermia because we're all kind of like, this is a big question. What was the beginning of life and things like that? So, it's been theorized that these spores or these seeds of life, entered Earth's atmospheres and struck the Earth. And this was how, the beginning of life. And before we had plant life, it's been scientifically proven that we had fungus and molds and bacteria and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
So even earlier than plants and animals, we had fungus, we had mushrooms, right? Yep. If you look at stones, if you're a naturalist or you enjoy going out into the woods and looking at things in nature, you'll find that the surface of a lot of these stones and boulders that you find in nature have these lichen that that grow on the surface of this stone. And what's happening is this is like essentially like a mold or a fungus, and it's growing and it's decomposing the stone. That's breaking down the elements within the stone, and then that's actually going to form the soil, the loose soil that's now the bed or the garden for plant life and seeds to grow. So these fungus and mushrooms predated plant life, and they were also they were necessary to create the soil environment for life to grow. And we actually have a connection through our DNA to the fungal life and mushrooms. So like one of my really good friends, some of you might have heard him, but his name is Darren LeBaron, and he says, we're mushrooms having a human experience. And I love that concept. But if you just think about this, like the introduction of spores into the earth, and think about our connections in the beginning of life, we can see how we actually have alien origins. There's an amazing movie called Fantastic Fungi. I know a lot of you probably seen it or heard it, but if you haven't checked it out, I think it's on Netflix. You can check it out. It's called Fantastic Fungi. And he goes, Paul Stamets goes into this, our ancient connections with fungus and mycelium, really, right? And this is this is like the internet of the environment. This is the connecting network that connects all the roots in the underground and complete darkness, right? So it's very interesting how these things came from outer space and they were introduced into the earth. They came from the blackness and the darkness of outer space. And then they were what we know in mycology is called colonization, right? So the mushrooms were actually the original colonizers. If we can blame it on anybody, we can blame it on the mushrooms. they colonized the earth, right? Anybody, are y'all with me? Y'all feeling that?
Yeah, I had to step away for a second. The idea that you're coming across here has been looked at in a different way too. It's like there's been 5 major mass extinctions on Earth, right, over the history of the planet. But even like at the time that they have decided that Earth was a rock, right, it was just a big rock. How did life again evolve here? If you follow that logic time-wise, we had talked about earlier, the timeline doesn't quite add up right as far as, you know, evolution from what? From nothing. But if you think about in panspermia terms, that the basic building blocks of uracil and thymine and what is it? The GCAT, right? Guanine and all that, cytosine, thymine, adenosine, I think. When all those things come across, if they were, those precursor elements were on meteors. And the other thing is, where did all the water come from on Earth? If the water was to just spring out of what? Nothing. So they thought maybe comets hit the Earth during that time and bombarded it so many comets that the, you know, ice melted and became, you know, liquid water here. And the combination of the two could have jump-started life here on our planet, which begs the question, you know, where did it come from originally, obviously? But it's not like we had that Uma thing came through here a couple of years ago, that trans-interstellar object. So these things do happen. We do see, you know, transstellar, you know, interplanetary objects coming from other places. And it's possible that that's how some of that life got here. To your point about the spores, even tardigrades, man, look at the tardigrade. The tardigrades, those little water bear things, those are very resistant to radiation, temperatures, you know, extremes of temperature, high and low, you know, and also lack of oxygen, but they thrive. So anaerobic life forms, when they decay, they may be combining with other things in our atmosphere from volcanic gases and create organic compounds, which then again, you go back up into what you had said about moss. When moss breaks down and lichens break down the soil, Tom should be listening to this because he'll go right down that path, right with the prunes. And the whole thing is all this type of stuff is then once the mushrooms start, the fungi starts coming up, it's also interconnected, right? This is something they've discovered, I thought fairly recently, because I don't remember learning about it when I was a kid, where in large forests, a lot of the communication among the plants is facilitated by underground fungi. That they have, the fungi themselves act like a neural network amongst the forest to let, when the weak parts of the forest are there, different species start coming up. So there's a lot to that idea of panspermia, and then there's an awful lot with the integration of fungi into the ecosystems.
Yeah, so you're on something for sure, because not only is the origins of fungi and mycelium networks extraterrestrial, but the origins of water is extraterrestrial.
Yeah, that's what they're starting to think.
So this is phenomenal. And they just I saw this week in the news, they just released a scientific article that talks about the origins of water on Earth are extraterrestrial. And they go into, you know, what that means and everything, but essentially it's confirming. So I used to sit in the Native American church, and I sit with peyote, you know, and inside the peyote meetings, there would be different stories and things that would, you know, be talked about and stuff. And at a certain time in the evening, at the midnight hour, there's like water that comes in to the teepee, and you know, it's prayed over and things. And in the morning, there's water that comes in, and this water is in a bucket, and it's a sacred water pail that's prayed over, right? And there's usually an elder female or woman, a water woman, that's praying with the water. And this woman was speaking about the origins of water, and you know, it took her like a half an hour to tell the story of where these waters began, because it wasn't here on earth at all, you know. And this water is just, it's also extraterrestrial, so there's no denying that the source of life is extraterrestrial, like we are the aliens, you know. And then that gets into the water aspect of that. We look into the ancient connections with the mer people, the mermaids, and
Lemuria, Atlantis, yeah, right?
right.
Yeah.
So this water element is actually, this is essentially, it's the mirror, right? So the Ankh in ancient Kemetic time or in Egyptian time was a symbol of eternal life, but it was also a term that meant mirror. And when you look at the surface of water at night, you'll notice when you see still water or you're looking out over the ocean, you'll see the reflection of the night sky of the stars and the moon and things. So this is the light seed. You know, people talk about light language, light seeds and things. This is actually the heavens planting the seed of creation into the water, and the water is a mirror. So our origins actually are in the depth, like, you know, what we're seeing out there is just reflection of the inner depths of what's going on under the water. Okay, so there's a lot, it's talked about a lot now, like there's these you know, the water is less explored, right? So there's all these mystic things. They just discovered that there's these, you know, what you were sharing about the micro, the life that lives like around the edges of underwater vents, lava vents and tubes and things. And then actually they just discovered these microscopic beings that like live in the lava. So there's actually like there's life inside of this extreme high temperature, you know. So life go ahead.
It's crazy when you think about the extremes of temperature and pressure that these things are existing under, and yet they're alive. That's their that's like their standard temperature and pressure for us is like, you know, I don't know, anywhere between 0 and 100 degrees and, you know, Fahrenheit. And then it's, you know, whatever the atmospheric pressure is around 14 pounds a square inch, right? And ATP, you know, the standard things for them are unlivable for us. They're underwater. There's no oxygen really, that's free oxygen, right? And it's being boiled at 400 degrees or more under thousands and thousands per square inch of pressure. It's just amazing when you think that that's one of the parameters that life exists. And that's on our planet. That's not on another planet.
But what you see within that is how you have these different zones underneath the ocean, right? You have these different zones, and in these different zones are different life forms and things that exist. But it's almost like a layer or like a film or a encasing that basically, like, after it can be likened to the ancestors, but essentially it's like a realm that we can't enter, penetrate, or go beyond. But there's still life that exists on that depth and in that under that level of pressure. So like as the ancestors pass on and our generations move forward, it's like an encasing of like a layer, like our ancestors on the other side, they're still alive and we can connect with them, but there's like a veil or like a pressure valve between us and them, you know. So right. So this is like what you're seeing at the depths of the ocean is that, like, is place, unless you're a deep diver and you're highly equipped, you know, we've seen from recent news developments what happens when you try to go to those depths, you know what I'm saying? And so it's like that place is only for the deep divers, the ones who are trained to hold their breath that long to go into those and, you know, have the right equipment and the light and all that. It's like this is the training or the preparation for the psychedelic journey. Okay, so as you're getting ready, as you're like an astronaut or a voyager of the ocean, you don't just go out there and not know how to tie a knot. You know, you don't go out there without provisions or the proper vessel. You know, you make sure that your sails are all in place and things, and it's a preparation and like a training that you go through to go to those depths, to go to those heights in the extraterrestrial space. We have to be prepared for that, and like the vessel that can't stand that pressure is, you're just gonna like vanquish. So what I'm saying is that if we could liken the story to us, and us being the ship or the vessel, you know, we start to build barnacles over time from being out to sea. And so we, you know, it's a time to get to, when we need to reach to other places, we got to clean the barnacles. So that's like, it's nothing even outside of us. It's something that we get to take care of within ourselves, like to prepare ourselves for the journey. We need to clean the vessel, clean the barnacles, right? And so it's not even like deep math or science or anything. It's just about getting your, you know, your diet right, like getting your exercise and your workout and things that one does to train themselves to go on a journey. You know, so when instead of thinking about I'm gonna blast off and go out there, like meet the aliens, or they're gonna come over here, we're talking about going within the realms within the underwater. The depth is within us, is what I'm saying. So to
I
be
wonder,
a deep,
have you ever noticed it's a scaling factor thing, right? Because you keep coming back. I'm really intrigued that you keep coming back to this underwater vent kind of a thing, because when you watch the videos of those things, remember they're way down below 30,000 feet under the water, and they emit these clouds of silt, right? You know, I'm talking about like the silt that comes out of it looks like a little miniature volcano at the bottom of the ocean, right?
Right.
If you look at a volcano, the volcano has a similar plume pattern, right? I mean, it's bigger, it's in the atmosphere, but you have the appearance, the fractal nature of things, you know, the clouds that are in the sky, the clouds that are making up the volcanic ash, the clouds that are making up these emissions at the bottom of the ocean look the same. They're just, if you took pictures of them and put them right next to each other and no one told you and you had scaled them appropriately, you couldn't really tell where they're coming from. And to me, that's kind of interesting. But the mind-blowing part is when you look at like the pillars of creation out in the galaxy, way out, you know, hundreds and thousands of light years away, and the sizes of these things, and they still look like clouds. They still look like shapes that they're larger than Earth, but it's just a portion of a little cloud out in space, right? I mean, visually. Excuse me. So it seems to me one of the things that you just emphasized was this separation of things, you know, as we go up and down in our ancestral exploration and our spiritual exploration. And yet we also have a similar talisman, I suppose, or token that we can recognize at all levels of that journey. These little cloud things, there's certain things that you're going to always be able to find during the journey that are recognizable. Maybe those are guideposts or waypoints for us to maintain our perspective. What do you think?
Well, truly, like we're still underwater, even like on walking on land, we're underwater. If you think about what we breathe, H2O, you know, like we breathe water.
Water,
There's water in the
made out of
atmosphere.
water too, right? You know,
Right. So there's that element that is, you know, on this plane of existence of being of the elements of earth, air, water, and fire. And like genuinely everything on earth is kind of made of that. There's an ether too, but you know.
oh, ether. Man, I'm glad you brought that up. If you don't mind, I just want to say one thing about it. Up until I think about the late 40s or thereabouts, ether was a really concentrate. The quantum physicists were arguing about this. They used to spell it AETHER, right? And Max Planck and the Niels Bohr guys and Einstein said, no, there's no such thing as an ether or sub-ether, right? They put their foot down there during what I think they called it the Copenhagen model of quantum physics. It's coming back around now that people are other, you know, because of CERN and stuff, the particle physics and everything, people are actually starting to consider that the ether model may be correct, that there is a fabric that's underlying all of our space time right now. It's not like what Einstein said. It's not too different, but it's not the same. And it's but by being able to pierce that ether, we could do instantaneous travel anywhere in the galaxy and universe for that matter, because it's the information that gets, how does that work? It's the information is duplicated in quantum physics and it's instantaneously communicated from one place to another. So if you're separated by, you know, 100 feet or light years or this other side of the universe, the quantum entanglement allows both particles to know the state. Like if one is in an up spin, the other one goes into a down spin. If it flips over instantaneously, that happens. It's all across the universe. And classical quantum physics it's called spooky action at a distance. All right. Einstein was always freaked out about this. But if you incorporate something like a sub-ether or ether layer, then it makes perfect sense. Then there's a way to communicate that way because the distances are not there. It's just they're right next to each other. Right. So you're coming at this from a perspective of we're being underneath this layer, this underwater thing, right? And when you bring the ether up, it's like, well, yeah, exactly. This is the modern thinking now, and it's mirroring what happened, 50, 60 years ago. It's crazy. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, there's I don't know if you've done any, I kind of come in this, I'm a world bridger, so I I'm into the science and the kind of more nerdy geeky stuff like yourself. And then I'm also into metaphysics and deep spiritual esoteric knowledge and things. So I do get to connect dots and bring the worlds together in the way that I can. But the ethers, I would say, the ethers were immortal beings. If you look into the ancient stories, they spoke about the ethers, and it wasn't as as most ancient stories, they connect these to actual beings and energies or forces, if you will. So these were unembodied forces, and the aethers or the ethers were not control. They were connected to the four elements: earth, air, water, and fire. But as you mentioned, they were almost a separate fabric that brought them together, right?
Yeah.
Gretchen's, I don't know if you were trying to say something, but it looks like you're muted.
You got a question, Gretchen?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. My apologies.
No, don't be sorry. I just wanted to make sure
We
that
saw
you
you
had
come online and we're like, oh, I bet you she has something to ask.
No, I'm just listening. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So anyways, if you look and do some research, like there's some Greek, the stories around the Greeks, but it goes on before that. There's other cultures and people that spoke about the ethers. And if any of you watch the Marvel Comics movies that are going down, like I really I love Hollywood now, and that they like just share all these gems, and then they throw in all the the deceptions. But there's like, if you know what you're watching and you can understand the language of the muses and the etymology and all the different ancient stories, you can connect a lot of dots through Hollywood movies. But the Marvel Comics movie, particularly, there's one called The Immortals that came out, I think last year or something. And it was kind of like, I felt like the story of the ethers, which were immortal beings. But essentially, I want to see if I can pull up, because I did some research. Maybe I can find it in my notes. But hold on just one second. Let me see if I can pull this up. If you got any other question or anything, you can, anybody on the panel that's here, if y'all want to ask questions, we got about 40, well, we got a good bit of time left. No, 25 minutes. We got 25 minutes. So if y'all want to ask questions or you have something to share, I would love to hear from others. I mean, I could go in, like, I speak publicly on all these different matters and things, so I could go into more depths in any area that you have curiosity. But I want to see if I can find this information that I had about the ether. So let me know. Hold on one second. Is it AE? Is that what we call you? Can you speak?
Yeah.
Can you
Everyone
speak?
calls me Bill, so you can call me AE or Bill. It's fine.
Bill?
Yeah.
All right. Bill is like a proclamation.
Yeah, it is.
What do you have to proclaim, Bill? No, so what I want you to do, Bill, is help me out, because I'm going to be looking for this
Oh, okay.
thing that I want to share. But if
All
you
right.
could
Well,
just
yeah, let me kind of throw something out at you then, okay? Because
wait,
now,
hold on 1 second, Bill, though, because some Leo asked a question. Can you speak on timelines? That's a really great question.
good. You can
Can I field that first?
fine. Take your time. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. So Leo, you wanted me to talk about the timelines. So if you're familiar, let me know in the chat, or raise your hand, something. Let me know if you heard of the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project. If you know anything about conspiracy theories, it's actually one of the biggest conspiracy theories in US history, right? And this was the beginning of the tear, or the hole that they ripped in the time-space continuum with the Philadelphia experiment. So the essence of the experiment was manning the USS Eldridge with technologies which were actually Tesla coil technologies, and they needed to be operated from a naval base that was on shore. And so they were sending signals to the USS Eldridge to activate this particular technology. And they essentially, when they activated, what they were doing was experiment to figure out like cloaking technology for their aircraft carriers and ships to be able to travel under a cloak. And so when they did this experiment, they were wildly successful. Essentially, they actually the USS Eldridge disappeared, and there was I think there was some other ships around, and there was definitely a whole, obviously a whole crew of members on board, who were present when the thing happened, and essentially blinked out of space-time and disappeared. And supposedly later it reappeared in the bay, or in the shipyard. I don't know if it was, I can't remember the exact timeline, but essentially what happened was when they did that experiment, they created like a tear or rip in the space-time fabric. And even some of the members of the ship went missing. There's 2 particular people that didn't come back, and then other people that were like fused to the body of the ship, and it was crazy. But that's what created the ability for them to kind of start to create different timelines, and that was where the big branching off happened. And so what we just did, this was the 80th anniversary. August 12th was the 80th anniversary of the Montauk, or it was the 40th anniversary of Montauk Project and the 80th anniversary of the Philadelphia Experiment. And what we did is we closed the timeline and restored our own visionary timeline. And basically, I don't know about y'all, but that's what I did. I took my own timeline back. And so yeah, at this point you have the choice. Okay, so we have consciousness, and we have the ability to travel forward and backward in time with our mind. We might not be able to go there with our body, but you can think about what happened to you 10 years ago. You can remember a trauma that happened, or you can go into the future with your mind and think about where you'll be in 10 years and what you're creating for yourself. So you actually have the ability, instead of, I won't say instead of, I will say, cancel clear that. I would say, once you utilize that ability to time travel and go back and heal the traumas and create a new narrative and project yourself in a new direction, then you can utilize your consciousness to travel into the future and meet your future self. Just like you can go back and remember when you were a child, you can go into the future in your mind and see yourself. And see yourself on your highest timeline, right? Or your most harmonic timeline, we'll say. And, when this happens, it's like you can bring yourself or give yourself gifts from the future technologies, or just like future projections, future ideas, future seeds that are planted. But you go and meet yourself in the future and you receive that gift, That's what I'm saying. We have the ability to create our own timelines and create our own future. And the thing about it is that they did this experiment when it was, how much time do I got? Okay, we got 15 minutes. They did this experiment that you might be familiar with, but basically, what happened was during the Cold War and the fall of the Berlin Wall, right? It was East Berlin and West Berlin. And then there was like the fall of that wall, and then the reintegration of that society. And they wanted to, they basically got together and started to, figure out what type of future that they wanted to create for themselves. And they formed like essentially, I don't know if it was a society or just a group or whatnot, organization, but it was called Futuring. and they got together all these different like scientists and artists and theologians and just all different people from different walks of life, and created this framework for us to travel into the future and see our future selves. And they described 4 different types of future. It was like the dark future, the dim future, the bright future, and the brilliant future. So we have 4, in that sense, we have 4 timelines in which we can choose. We can choose the dark future, which we already see that on the television right now, We can see the dim, like there's levels to this. So, I can get into the description of the different futures and what that means for us. But, essentially what I want to focalize on is the brilliant future, because that's where you're not just like, making the bread and being in love and, having a really great life. But it's like when you're living the most brilliant future, it's where you're in full service and devotion from love. You know what I mean? And it's like everything is fulfilled, and you are like, and it's not just a bright future for you anymore. It's a brilliant future, if you get what I'm saying. Does that make sense, Leo? I can't hear you, but
Could you just repeat the last part there? I had some background noise. Were you asking a question?
I don't know what I say.
I thought you had referenced something that because I had my mute on, so it's fine. Just disregard. Just continue.
Oh yeah, no, I was just asking you if you were saying something because I couldn't hear your voice.
No. I am curious though, as far as psychedelics go, and I don't know if you've already covered this because I had taken a short break, but do you feel like psychedelics offer people the ability to travel timelines or to have psychic experiences or have their ESP, kind of like how the mycelium are connected? Do you feel like that that you see that people who take entheogens, maybe in particular, have like the ability to pick up psychically on one another's energy or on people's energy in general in a way that's kind of increased, or it intensifies for those folks who take psychedelics?
I would say that psychedelics can awaken you to the fact that you have all different types of psychic abilities, which everybody does. There's no human being on earth that doesn't have the ability to empathize, to prophesize, to what do you call that? Shit. The word is escaping me right now, but all the different levels of those psychic abilities, right? Sentient, clairsentient, there you go. Clairsentient, clairaudient, there's like different levels of that ability to just tap into the knowing, right? And that is basically fragmented and taken away from childhood, and so we're slowly protected and boxed away from our abilities, right? So what it is some people take psychedelics and they remember that they see prophecies. Some people get into a car accident, have a near-death experience, and they come back and realize they're clairvoyant. Some people go on a 90-minute breathwork journey and have a totally non-ordinary experience that could be described as psychedelic, So the psychedelic is a tool for that, yes, that awakening or that that connection to open. And essentially the source of that I see is like that fragmentation from early childhood, and us coming into the space knowing exactly who we are and what we're meant to be, but because of conditioning, because of customization, because of constructs, we are taught that certain ways are bad and wrong, and that the way we're acting or behaving is, not within societal standards and things like that. So it's like we get these conditions placed on us, and therefore that fragments us and removes us from our ability, which is innate, intuitive, a birthright. It's like, but now because we live in this world where, we're going to hell if we, have crystals in the house or something, then it's like, I just feel like there's so many different ways to it, and that psychedelics are one of them. But I don't want to emphasize that it's like the only way, or that it's like a silver bullet to people's awakening, and that they're going to get these psychic abilities or clairsentience from doing a mushroom trip. It's like there's if you know anything about near-death experiences, that's like one of the closest things to, it's essentially, it's a non-ordinary state of being where you're not connected or attached to the body anymore. So you start to go through the process, or the transition, if you will, and then you're brought back. So you actually get the experience of what it's like to die, and then, go through that tunnel or go through that experience and come back from that. So yeah, I think that psychedelics are, for me, have been a great tool to that end. And that I wouldn't recommend them for everybody. It's not something that should be just like haphazard and just anybody should do, but I do think that if you have the earnest ability to educate yourself, if you have some level of mental stability, and you want to either explore or heal yourself in an alternative way, and you've explored other things, like it could be an avenue for your deeper understanding of who you are and your abilities and purposes as a clairvoyant.
Went ahead and attached a file for people to look at. I can't vouch for the accuracy of the contents, but it talks exactly about what you're talking about now in terms of the out-of-body experiences, and its provenance is rather interesting. This is a declassified document from the Department of the Army. It was declassified in September 10th of 2003, analysis and an assessment of the gateway process. And this is by Lieutenant Commander Wayne M. McDonald. And the basically talking about different ways of out-of-body experiences can be achieved. And he's talking about the consciousness matrix. He's talking about an energy grid, left and right hemisphere. You have a copy of this in your chat over here if you want to look at it. And it's amazing how well it maps to what you're talking about in the various aspects of being able to have an out-of-body experience. And the thing that they reference, and again, I'm not trying to credit or discredit anybody here. They talk about something called the Monroe Institute, which I took a peek at, and they've been around for a long time. And one of their things is, being able to heal these wounds from childhood trauma and things like this by giving you perspective of the out of body experience. But
yeah, you got it. The thing is, because it's such a personalized,
exactly,
deeply embedded experience, and you have to back off of it. You literally have to visualize it and then imagine it as a picture spinning away from you. This is a part of the, what I do as a metaphysical teacher and healer. But because when you get into those spaces, when it's like you're talking about like, really deep, dark things, it's on a person. So that you have to create a safe space for them and start to have them imagine that as like an image or a picture, and then they can slowly imagine it backing away or spinning away from them until it's really, really far away. And then once they're at a great distance from that experience and they can connect and talk about it, from like an observation space versus like a oppression space. But that's really important. I know there's only a couple more minutes, so I want to thank you for sharing that. I wanted to share one other thing that could be cool. Maybe if you could type it in the chat or put a link, but it's a book that's called The Journey of the Souls. And it's from a researcher who's a hypnotherapist.
Got it.
He's put hundreds and hundreds of people through the like past life regressions where they actually the journey of the souls. Yep. I can't remember the name of the author, but it's a phenomenal book, and essentially he talks about how the journey is he talks about between lives, essentially the between life journey, like once you die and then you're reincarnated or you come back, that time or that experience in between those two phases, which
Michael Newton
is what he's researching.
Michael Newton, is that the guy?
Michael Newton, that's it. Yeah. So if you're really interested in near-death experiences and where this journey of the soul goes after death, that's a phenomenal book that I highly recommend, because it just really gives a lot of answers to what happens after death and where the soul goes after this plane of existence. So is there any last questions? I know there's only 3 minutes left in my little adventure here. Anybody else got questions?
The next moderator's not on yet, so maybe just assume they're going to be 5 minutes late. So if you take one last question or whatever, I think it's fine to roll over for a minute.
All right, Gretchen, what did you want to say? Gretchen, I know you wanted to ask a question.
She's muted, so.
Yeah, okay. How about Christopher? How you doing tonight? Any questions? No, y'all are shy. Come on now, let me hear you. Shelby.
Shelley wants a link to your creations. I think that was one of the things you mentioned.
Oh, Shelly. Okay. Now we're talking.
There we are. You're unmuted now, Gretchen. You have a question?
Go ahead, Gretchen.
Ankara?
I can't get it to it. Yes, I got it.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
You want to ask a question, Shelley?
Sorry, technology and me are not exactly friends. I wanted to know what you were making. You said you were making something with crystals. I just wanted to know more about that.
I make crystal synergy unks, or I started calling them cosmic keys, but essentially they're they're ancient future technologies, and I use copper, for the, you know, the framework essentially. And then I use crystals in the body and copper tubing. I create like chambers inside that have magnets and hidden crystals, and essentially they're like they can be utilized for all different purposes, but the main frame of my work and what I do with them is like ancestral connection and communication. But essentially it's like an electromagnetic, you know, frequency amplifier. So you're utilizing the pressure of the copper in your hand to create piezoelectricity. You know about piezoelectricity?
I don't, but I don't know if the notes from the last speaker are still on here, but I had an experience at Mount Shasta that, are the A.E. Williams, you were on the last with
Yeah,
Shane?
about the ball lightning stuff, right?
Yes, and
Yeah.
that with the copper coil conductor and all that stuff. And I definitely am getting just like downloads in everyday life that synchronistic stuff. And that's what you're talking about. Sounds like a lot of what's been coming to me, and I don't know what to do with. So I'd like to look at what you've got going on and see if that's something, because I experienced electricity coming from an amethyst crystal that I was holding during a group meditation in a cave. And it since my eyes were closed, I didn't see the electricity, but I heard it crackling on the roof, on the ceiling of the cave. So
yeah, it's called piezoelectricity. There's two different forms of the electric nature of quartz crystal, and amethyst is a form of quartz, of course. But piezoelectricity is it's basically the pressurization of crystalline matter, and that pressurization creates an electrical charge. So when you take quartz, for example, like is, you know, it grows inside the mantle of the earth, right? The mantle of the earth has great pressure and heat coming down upon it. So these crystals are inside the earth under intense pressure and heat. Therefore, they're generating a piezoelectric charge, and that's what gives the earth its aspect of electromagnetic force, where you see this toroidal field and all of that. So essentially the quartz is a piezoelectric generator, and what you felt or what you could see, if you take two quartz, go into a completely dark room or in the bathroom and put a towel, go into a really dark space and get two crystals and put them face to face and rub them like this as fast as you can. And you're going to see little sparks of lightning, just like what you described, but you're going to visually see it jumping, and this piezoelectricity. So you can see, so all of our technology, like for example, every cell phone that we're connecting on right now uses microchip technology, right? This is created Silicon Valley's silicon wafer, silicon chip. Okay, silicon is silicon dioxide. That's where it comes from. It's silicon dioxide is quartz crystal. So all of the technology, all of the memory keeping and storing capacity of these silicon wafers are crystal technology. Like crystals have the ability to hold information. Okay. And then when you put that pressure on them, or you put that piezoelectric force, it oscillates back out. It sends the information back out.
Radio.
You know what I'm saying?
When Marconi invented the radio, you know, way back in the day in Tesla, that's what a radio, you heard of a quartz crystal radio. It would have a quartz crystal and then the copper, and you would tune it by going back and forth across it with a wire. And then that would pick up the emanations from the other radios that are being broadcasting to it. And as long as the both of them were the same, this is quartz, right? And it's the piezoelectric effect too, as he's saying, when you bang it together, it sparks. Or if you rub it vigorously, as he said, it'll spark. So a lot of the ancient connections to these, what we find is interesting is that stuff that it's new to us, quote unquote, wasn't new to like the Babylonians or the Sumerians or whatever. Like they had these in Iran, they've discovered batteries that are centuries and centuries old, made out of, clay pots and pieces of carbon and stuff like that. And all of this technology that we have today is based upon the principles that are ancient principles. These are things that are known for many, many years. That's cool. Look at that.
It's a disappearing magic trick. This is one of the let me see if I can fix the background here. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. So this is one of the technologies that I make right here. This is not a super advanced one. This is more of a basic model. But essentially, you're looking at, one of my creations. So I do custom pieces. And, I work with each one of my clients. We can do a consultation, and I basically do what I call a vibratory analysis. And then I just basically get information from you and data. And then I put it into the conscious computer, and I get, intuitive uplinks. And also I have 20 years of knowledge of working with crystals. So I kind of know what works with what, and also have a intuitive awareness. So basically I create a piece for you that's completely unique. Like no two of my keys are the same, combinations and things. And then there's options as far as the model that you want and the scalability of it and things like that. But you can reach out to me. You go check out Cosmic Keymaker on IG. If you're on IG, Cosmic_Keymaker. I can put, Bill, if you could put that in the chat. It's at Cosmic_Keymaker_ at Cosmic_Key_Maker. There you go.
Maker. That's on.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then also I do an entheogenic facilitator course. You can check out Cosmic Key Makers with an S.com. Cosmic Key Makers is where you'll find out all the information about my community and the course that we offer. As well, if you want to check out, I have a couple of different channels and things, of course, that you can get information and everything. But if you want to reach out to me about a consultation or schedule an appointment or anything with me, you can reach me at cosmickeymakers@gmail.com is my email reference. So saw that. And then Psilocipher Sessions, I talked about that earlier in the talk, but Psilocipher Sessions podcast, that's PSILOCYPHER, Psilocipher Sessions podcast. That's where you'll find me on YouTube. And I'm going to be releasing a series of podcasts coming in 2024 called Psilocipher Sessions, and I'm going to be going deep with some deep divers in the field of psychedelics and transformational experiences.
Can I ask one other question from you?
Yeah, we got time, Leo. What's up at the time? Is the other speaker here?
We're waiting for Ron, but Jonathan has graciously offered to hold the hour, but he's flexible, so he's willing to take over, but if you want to answer another question, I think it's totally fine.
Yeah, let me just seal it up and just, I think everybody's got the links and stuff now. So please, fam, if you're here on the line, you're watching this later and you want to reach out to me, let's connect. I'm all about collaborations. I do, as I said, I have a community entheogenic facilitators, and I teach people how to make these tools. And I also do breath work, and that's kind of one of my favorite things is taking people on like a DMT trip without the DMT. Just through holotropic breathing and parasympathetic breathing, combination of different techniques and things. But I take people on like a 90-minute journey through the breath, and that's one of my favorite things to do. So if you want to do like a breathwork session with me, and that's all about transformation and breakthrough. So when we do a breathwork session, it's like I'm gonna help you remove blocks, and we're just gonna like destroy anything that's holding you back, essentially.
Awesome.
Does that work, Shelly?
Yeah.
All right, cool. And then last question. You got the last question, Bill?
Yeah, I just was wondering, do you feel that any particular substance crystal wise is more energetic than another?
Great question, man. They just so the new research that's happening, as you can see, I'm into the science and stuff, I love the science. I'm geeky like that, but they've actually, been able to synthesize psilocybin into a crystal.
Oh, wow.
And there's like, I've seen a couple different posts floating around. I actually reposted one of them on IG, but if you look back on my reels, I think you'll see the post, and I talk about the psilocybin crystallization. It looks similar to if you're familiar with scolecite, the scolecite crystal, but essentially it starts like, if you look at how mycelium grows, it starts from a central place and then it webs out and spans out like that. Well, synthesized psilocybin or crystallized psilocybin spans out and formulates these crystals that are like angel hair like growths. And so you'll see them spreading and growing just like as a crystal growth would. And so basically they're crystallizing psilocybin at this point in the research. It's pretty fucking cool. I don't know. I love it. So the other cool thing is I was doing some research about, sorry, Jonathan, I'll let you go in just 1 second. But the last thing that I wanted to share was a talk that I want to do, and Leo, we can talk more about this, but I want to do a talk on the connection between the crystal kingdom and the mushroom world, and how those two pair and combine in the story of crystals and mushrooms. But most recently, they just found a fossilized mushroom that was like, I think at least 4 million years old or something like that. And it was just really phenomenal to me because fossils represent, sort of like a record book in the geology, right? So we can actually, it's like a time stamp or a print, an image, if you will, of like an ancient living creature, right? It wasn't a crystal. It didn't start out as a stone or a rock or a mineral. It started out as a fungus. And this fungus was then encased in a layer of earth or, the environment, which, allowed it to essentially be preserved. And then over eons of time, this preservation started to there's a process called pseudomorph where the minerals basically eat away the organic composition of the matter and transform it into a mineral form. So this fossilization process is like a way that preserves ancient life. And it's a really great way to like look back in time. But essentially, you know, it's just really cool to me that we're starting to find more like fossilized mushrooms that were 4 million years old and shit like that. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's just mind blowing to me, and it connects the dots between the mineral and crystal world with the mushroom and fossil world. They just found a mineral. Oh, that's what it was. Paul Stamets, he talks about in the podcast and with Joe Rogan, talks about a mushroom that grows in lava. That's what it was. That's what I was making a reference to earlier. But if you check out that podcast with Joe Rogan and Paul Stamets, he talks about a lot of their current research around, you know, mycology and stuff. And they basically figured out, you know, how to map cities and most ergonomical and economical way for cities to be designed and laid out for like the road planning and subways and different things. Like they did this with mycelium, mapping out cities and stuff, and it's crazy research, but it's super like cool because mushrooms are actually showing us the way to the future. That's it. If I Jonathan, if you want to take it over, but that's pretty much what I got for y'all.
Thank you, Ankara. Jonathan, take it away.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm serendipitously just kind of logging in to an event that I'd been hearing a lot about, and I'm glad to see everybody here. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Right on. So the topic is along the lines of, and you'll forgive me because I'm just jumping in, and I really appreciate what you were talking about. Will you tell me your name? Yeah, you, the gentleman who was just talking.
Ankara.
Ankara. Okay, right on.
Yeah, Ankara Akiru. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button, but yeah, man, Ankara.
No, I feel you. So Ankara, no, I appreciate what you're saying about some of the interesting things as we get closer into the microcosm of mycelia and seeing how they make decisions and find the routes that they take, and some of the rather counterintuitive aspects that occur when you're actually looking at something under a microscope or through a telescope or through any of these kind of instruments that extend our senses. And to whatever extent you know, those of us that are gathered here today to talk about these experiences and things like that are utilizing our senses and extending our senses, and you know, all of those kinds of things I think are wonderful adjuncts to our capacity as individuals of whatever this species is to be able to, you know, continue along with its self-modulation as well as hopefully self-expression and you know, Maslow's hierarchy of values. I think that's a valid metaphor. So I've been asked to talk about UFOs and government cover-ups and some of the other tangential things, and I'm kind of curious to know if anybody in the room has actually had any kind of personal encounter. You don't have to raise your hand or anything. You can just unmute yourself if you'd like, and if you'd like to share. Otherwise, Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I'm going to say is I worked for the Department of Defense subcontractor for 20 years. There's a lot of weird stuff out there.
Yeah, I come from a military family. I'm the first generation of my family going clear back to the Revolutionary War to not be directly involved with the with the military as either a conscript or a volunteer. And at the same time, I live in an interesting little area, little neck of the woods that's just north of one of the largest naval air stations in the United States. And there's no small amount of very interesting things that go on in the skies. And, for me personally, growing up, I grew up, just to give you a brief background, just to kind of let you know where I'm coming from. I grew up in a strange mix of, evangelical upbringing against the backdrop of empirical Western science. And in my time kind of seeking, I found a lot of utility in the philosophy of people like Gurdjieff, for whom he doesn't necessarily posit a supernatural world. He says that these experiences that people experience are aspects of our natural world, and they're aspects of our natural world that, if we're sensitized to them, that can become accessible to us. And at the same time, I know that there's no small number of people that are presented with very challenging experiences, either through through their encounters with what are traditionally regarded as psychedelics, or just extended periods of wakefulness, or all kinds of different variables in neurodiversity. A lot of times these experiences come across as very challenging for individuals, and finding a framework in which we can discuss these things in a positive and creative and hopefully meaningful way is something that I think everybody wants. And at the same time, we've been seeing in the news lately, the past several months, there's been a lot going on in congressional hearings in our country and in other countries as well, that have really, in my opinion, and I'd like to, again, I kind of throw this out there to open up the floor a little bit, but in my opinion, a lot of the hearings that have been had, I don't know who's been watching them thoroughly. I've been seeing clips and snippets, and there's people that have eyewitness accounts, and I think those eyewitness accounts are important and relevant. Excuse me. But there's no small number of people that come into those hearings that are basically second and third hand acknowledgement of things that they've heard rumors of, or things that they've been told. And it's a little, personally, it's a little dissatisfying that we're only just now, through kind of C-SPAN auspices, having access to some of the modality and methodology, and being able to kind of follow the money. And the government, and I use that word in heavy air quotes, so forgive me, but there's a lot of interested parties, and as Mr. Williams had pointed out, defense contractors are often private companies. They have profit motive, which isn't in and of itself a bad thing, and simultaneously it creates a certain variety of conflict of interest and you'll forgive me because I'm blanking on the names right now, and I'm not going to switch over to Google to look it up, but he was the senator from Utah that created part of this project funding, and then basically gave like his buddy $20 million to go off and play at like Skinwalker Ranch, for a year or so. And I just kind of, I'm just putting it out there to the universe that if anyone wants to like drop $20 million into the laps of people that could actually like provide some actual critical feedback, I think this community is worthwhile in that way. And at the same time, I've found myself a lot of times enthralled by artists and musicians and people that put together very compelling installations that have a certain spontaneity to them, to be able to convey the nature of the information of the nature that we would desire to see in something like a solid state technology. And I'm curious, Mr. Williams, like if you could give us just a little bit more information about, like, because yeah, just if you don't mind, like conversing with me about this.
What specifically would you like to know?
Well, what do you think about the relationship between like future planning or designing the future or imagining the future, and then the actual material science that comes into being when we're having to actually tool up to either create new technology, or if we're doing something as clumsy as reverse engineering and advanced technology. And I personally eschew those terms just because they're kind of contradictory in and of themselves. But go ahead.
So you must have missed my earlier presentation. I kind of talked a little bit, right? So one of the things I brought up was science. I'm a science fiction author on top of everything else, right? And one of the things that science fiction, what they used to call futurists or speculative fiction people, like Clarke and Heinlein and all those, would try to envision what was happening. And if you go far enough back, past even Jules Verne, way back in history, right? You have these ideas, like the Greeks, Archimedes and Aristotle. They're like, how small is something, right? Can we break things down into components, atoms, right? And the original model of the atom was a planet with a moon around it, right? That was the way that people thought about things, because that made sense at the time. They could model things, and then when you got to the from the Earth-centric to the heliocentric model of the solar system, right? People invented other things to go out and look at the stars and calculating the planetary motions. And a lot of this was even, and this is the weird part, you have the Mayans and the Aztecs and these other, what do they call them? The South American, there's another word for that, civilizations, right? I want to say Mesoamerican, I think it is. They didn't necessarily use telescopes, and yet their accurate calculations based off of observation of the sun and whatever rude or crude tools that they had were very accurate, right? Their calendars are dead on, okay? And here you have Galileo and the rest of these people are out there using telescopes to do the same kind of thing, and they're being held back by the church or whatever. And then ultimately the truth wins out. But as the science fiction authors are observing throughout this process, there's always some visionary that says, oh, what is a telescope? How can I look at, like Newton? What do I do with a prism? How can I separate out the light and all this, right? And this leads directly to lasers, and it leads to, crystals like Tesla, right? And all of this kind of interconnectedness has nothing to do with alien technology. This is all development of history, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. You can make a lens with ice.
Right, ice or water, however it works out. And the development of glass, as a matter of fact, there's a really good YouTube channel, Dr. Allison Collier, I believe it is. Her name is it's A. Collier Astro, I think is what it is. Wonderful. And she was talking about glass and how glass has gone ahead and changed the way we do science, because you can see the reactions in front of you. You can use glass to flatten things out and dry it on and all, make meshes and filters. It's just a fantastic material, and it's the underpinning of a lot of the silicon. Silica and silicon are different, obviously, but it's the underpinning of some of the technology that we have. Solar cells. Tom's very big in Florida about solar. He's one of the pioneers. Tom Lane, one of the pioneers of solar energy here in photovoltaic down here in Florida. But the thing is that all of this technology doesn't need, aliens to explain it, right? But
Correct.
Here's the thing. Let's assume for a second that you were able to go back in time and take a tempered steel or annealed steel 300 years before it was invented, back to the Bronze Age, perhaps, or the Stone Age, right? The technology leaps and bounds that happen because of the introduction of a new material, not always predictable, but the possibilities are a lot better, the opportunities. There's a joke that's kind of a throwaway in I think it's in Star Trek 4, the movie, right? Where Bones and Scotty go to get some material to make a tank for the whale.
The transparent aluminum.
Transparent aluminum, right? And so what do? They go back and they find the guy and they give him the formula, and he makes this transparent aluminum based off of his avarice and greed, right? Like he knows he's going to be a billionaire or trillionaire by inventing this stuff, right? And then the throwaway joke was, are we okay giving this technology to this schmoob? and Scotty, or I guess Bones looks at him and goes, how do we know he wasn't the one that invented it, right?
Right.
So that's hilarious to me. It's like the idea that something gets thrown at us and then it's like modified, like, the thought processes that went into the development of a uranium reactor, right? Fermi and the gang there in Chicago, and they're sitting there realizing that naturally occurring uranium is giving off heat through atomic decay. And then how they went and put this together. Again, I said earlier about the atom being a planet with a moon around it. The more refined our instruments got, the more accurate we were about predicting what an atom actually looks like, to the point where we can actually photograph these things today, right? And they don't look like a ball with, an orbiting electron or little orbiting electrons. They're fuzzy. They're little fuzzy things. And the uncertainty, the quantum mechanics below atomics, right? The stuff that the nature of quarks and gluons and muons and all the other subatomic particles, the quantum entanglement that allows spooky action at a distance, which is a possibility for us to extrapolate potential faster than light or instantaneous travel through hyperspace or ether, right? Those types of things we're discovering. So one of the things about that is, are we discovering or inventing math to explain this? And the thinking goes like Tesla and those kinds of brilliant engineers are really inventing the math that they're using to explain what they're observing. And then other people like Einstein and Bohr are uncovering it. They're they're saying the universe is mathematical. There's an underlying layer of, physical constants and all this other stuff. And they're excavating it like with a shovel. And they're like, oh, I found a little nugget, and this particular nugget is the Planck lane, all right? Or I found this other thing and it happens to be Fibonacci sequence in sunflowers, right? So all of this stuff that happens underneath the hood as an engineer, when you go into, you're being tasked by your boss, so we need to come up with a new way to clean crap off of a jet engine blade or something, right? And it's a chemical process, but it's also some mechanical process. So there's these different things going into it. So when you're there, you're looking at the history of that alloy. How is that material made? You know, what were the components of it? And we're right back to Aristotle and the rest of the gang. We're trying to deconstruct these things on an atomic level, molecular, and then trying to recombine them or alter them using physical or chemical ways that we already have perfected. And I'm going
May
to
I ask a personal
20 years ahead is where our DoD was back when I was working. The stuff that the technology, the techniques we were doing, you would not see on the open market for at least 20 years.
and just I'm just extrapolating, since you're in Florida, like, I'm sure you're familiar with Pratt Whitney.
I worked there 20 years.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. All right. I used to live in Jupiter.
Yeah, you remember the SR-71 engines all running all night, right?
Well, whether you hear them or not, that's the you know, which engine are they running? The SR-71 is a very fascinating topic in and of itself.
Tell me about it.
You know, just being that it's you know, the SR-71 is one of these kind of weird little anomalies that kind of, it's where the rubber meets the road in a lot of ways, because the physics that are involved in actually engineering something to that degree to be able to transverse the atmosphere, you know, working with the actual friction constraints and the heat constraints and the material components, the sourcing of the titanium, and then the physical demands upon the actual pilots. And from what I'm understanding, like the SR-75 or whatever it might be, the successor is essentially an unmanned drone that can deliver a payload from one place to another within an hour anywhere on Earth. And so it to an extent it shrinks the world, and then on the flip side of that, it really does enlarge the horizons, you know, as we peer down into what we believe to be, you know, these atomic models and these mathematical models. The model is only as good as the results that we get predictively, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're finding, like the things that kind of catch my interest in terms of like energy science and that kind of stuff are, for example, like artificial diamonds created out of nuclear waste that that are essentially like forever batteries. The properties of nanographene, being able to lay graphene down in very, 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 you know, intricate. But these are all material science questions. And again, the tooling up to get to that material science. I was once repairing a deck for a gentleman who was a sales guy for a very high-end fiber optics manufacturer, and they had a quandary over at Intel where, and this was back in the it had to be back in the early 90s, but Intel was basically getting to the point where their optical cameras could no longer see clearly enough what the machine was doing to be able to stitch together the components of the chip. And so and because it's a clean room, there was basically a lot of glass between an actual person and the fabrication process, and they needed to be able to see what was happening at the level of fabrication. And so they hired this filament firm to come in, and they had fiber optic cameras that were finer than a horse's hair that they could slide in and get right down at that level and be able to actually optically receive the information. And so we're seeing some of this stuff as well now in terms of like photographs of the atom, or whatever. There's nanoscale photography that's taking place. And like the closer we get to this stuff and the more we look at it, the more solid state things become. And to me, it kind of it's a weird open door into the possibilities that the constraints of the laws of thermodynamics, while being a consideration under certain conditions, might have other properties at different levels of conditions. So, and this goes back to like the nanographene. If anyone's not familiar with that, basically they're putting layers of graphene on top of each other, and what they're finding is that there's a jiggle in the electron, and it'll end up bouncing out energy. And this is an energy that's harnessable. And they actually produced this is a graphene based nano antenna that would be activated by infrared, and they could roll it out like almost like tar paper. They could roll this stuff out, they could print it or make an impression of it. So they had a roller that was making the impression on the surface of this paper, and the paper at a microscopic scale had a nano antenna array of differing heights, and this would catch different wavelengths of infrared energy, and it would jiggle just enough to jiggle electrons, and you could hook up a positive and a negative to it, and you could trickle charge a battery with it. And this was,
everything you're saying is making sense to me except for the infrared part. All right.
So the infrared was, they chose to use the infrared rather than visible light spectrum because it could charge in the dark. So as you have ambient sunlight on the earth during the day, the earth gives off heat at night when we're on the other side or whatever. So it would basically be something that you could install onto roofs that would not rely on sunny days.
I get it. I'm trying to figure out electronically what's going on with it. And it's not like a radio antenna. It's more of a thermal heat sink of infrared energy. Okay.
Yeah, and it's at a nano scale.
Because
they call them nano antennas.
Well, that's kind of not really what I don't think is going on there.
No,
Photovoltaic is, the electrons hit the substrates and stuff and collect the energy, jumps back and forth on the substrate to the other thing. There's two pieces. There's a top and a bottom layer, and as the energy hits the top, it gets bounced around on that layer and into the substrate, and then you get a current. So they're doing the same thing, but they're doing it with nanographene, which means it's carbon, right? So carbon is, carbon 12, 13, 14 isotopes. And if it's doing it on that level, then what's exciting it isn't necessarily microwave type radiation. Radiation is radiation across the spectrum. So I'm assuming that the infrared is acting as an analog to whatever microwaves or anything like that. It's not actually acting as like a solar cell. It's acting on a mechanical, physical kind of a thing.
Yes, it's more mechanical. It's
there we go. Now it makes sense.
Oscillations of the nano.
Yeah. All right.
I'm doing this because this is the
I know
way
what
that
you mean. I know what you mean there. Yeah.
But it's through that oscillation, it's through that mechanical action that there creates the
that's what creates the thermal energy. Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, the thermal energy creates the positive and the negative flow of electrons.
Yeah, then it's probably bimetal to flex things up and down like this, and that mechanical energy gets transferred into battery or something that stores it. But there's all kinds of weird crap that they do. Like I said, it's like, all right, how do they come up with that one, But
right, and so bring that, and kind of like what you're saying about the technology being 20 years ahead. I think that that's very there's two parts to that. I mean, I used to, one of my Sunday out here, we're getting real personal now. One of my Sunday school teachers was a engineer over at Pratt Whitney, and his job was to fire frozen geese into jet turbines.
Oh, yeah. Out in B area, we had that too.
Right, to see what how the blades chipped.
Yeah, they'd have the engine on, they'd stick a frozen turkey or frozen chicken into it. It was gross.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
And he brought in, one day he brought in a fan that he had deconstructed and a strobe light, and he had on, he had replaced the fan blades with what looked like random letters and numbers and whatever. And he turned this thing on, and then he turned on the strobe light, and then he started tuning the strobe light, just varying the strobe. And he got it to the point where all the letters and numbers and everything lined up, and it was like, it was a Bible verse, surprise. It was the Bible verse. But it was a very interesting physical demonstration of a principle that we do have, that we're in a stroboscopic world, and our sensory perception is based on stroboscopism, if you will. We have a certain degree of frame rates in films, frame rates on Zoom, the persistence of motion as an optical illusion. These are concepts that basically underlie our precepts of reality, and getting around those precepts is very, very difficult for a lot of people living their daily lives. And at the same time, it's simple to demonstrate, and it's unique and entertaining, and simultaneously, like, the 20 to 40 years ahead may or may not be a propaganda piece. I don't know if that's something that we're advertising that way. I mean, I think it's really interesting. Like Michael Bay, for example, has a very good working relationship with the military. He was able to do what was the one about the asteroid?
Transformers.
Well, he did Transformers.
Armageddon too.
Armageddon.
Yeah.
All of these films of his that, he's always rolling onto military bases. He's in hangars with, and I live in a place where they're like, they're constantly doing flyovers of the F-35s, like, just, not nonstop, but like it's pretty picturesque. And it's one of my personal hobbies, is, as a person who believes they've had and I don't want to go into like close encounters kind of demarcation of whatever, because I think a lot of this stuff is questionable, and because it's based in human perception, I question it. But to the extent that I also enjoy like perihelia and those kinds of optical illusions, and to the extent that those kinds of things are capable of being provoked. I once ran outside. I walked outside. I walked outside and looked up in the sky, and up in the sky there was an upside down rainbow, and I'd never seen such a thing in all my life. I ran back inside and grabbed my camera, came back outside and took a picture of it, and looked it up. And it's called a circumzenithal arc, and it's a natural phenomenon that occurs in cirrus clouds that are being held there. The cirrus clouds are the ones that look, again, this horse hair kind of like theme, but they've got this like wispy kind of look to them. They're really high in the atmosphere typically, but they are ice molecules that are being held in place magnetically, and when the sun hits them just right, they create an upside down rainbow that has the reverse Roy G. Biv schemata. And so there's all these different, you know, sun dogs, all these different varieties of phenomenon that people experience. And, you know, now that we're in a much more like holographic kind of collective space where we can compare and contrast information, we can share information much more widely. The congressional hearings and all that kind of thing are giving credence to sensible people sharing sensible things amongst themselves as you know, as ought be. And at the same time, had I not taken a picture of this thing, I probably would have been just ranting and raving about it tonight even still. But, you know, thankfully I got a really nice picture of it. And, you know, I've seen other pictures on Google and none of them even come close. And there's parts of me that do wonder about my consciousness's personal capacity to interact with something as obtuse as like chemtrails in heavy air quotes, you know. But weathermancy, you know, is like a very old term. But here we are kind of in this 2023. And if you're noticing, how did you phrase it? Strange action at a distance?
Spooky action at a distance.
Spooky action at a distance. The number, it's very easy to perceive spooky action at a distance and either become a megalomaniac or become completely catatonic. I've personally found the better route is gratitude, and then a certain deference to the number of cooperative interlinking intervals that have to be in alignment in order for such a thing to even be perceived. And so I think that the UFO question, I think that all those kinds of questions are still very much mysterious. And
well, yeah, John, I wonder if I could jump in really quick.
Hey, go ahead.
Please.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, John, for inviting me. Just listening to you guys talk, I think, John, that was a really good. I wanted to jump in right there because I have kind of a segue, because that is the question, sort of, how do we know? How do you know? How do you, as an individual, know what your perceptual experience actually signifies? Like, how do we know what we're viewing is what we think that, you know, what we think we're viewing? Because I'm sure we've all had, you know, as a kid, sleep paralysis, or what, you know, what's known as sleep paralysis. We probably all had that experience. And when you have that experience, you know, you attach a narrative to it. You can't help it. And the question is, where's that narrative coming from? Am I just taking bits of pop culture? Because I know that's what I did, but then there were, you know, some things that, you know, was that genuine, or am I kind of translating it through the filter of what I already have, you know, stored up, the images and mythology of popular culture, you know, your own personal experience. And in relation to that, it made me think about the 4 million year old mushroom that you guys were talking about earlier, because I just finished a book by another science fiction writer. It's called Annihilation.
Yeah.
And what he does, I'm sure everybody's familiar with the Terence McKenna theory of the mushroom intelligence, you know, kind of panspermia, spores traveling through space. And what the guy does in this book, there's also a movie, Annihilate, with Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
But the movie is kind of, it doesn't really get in, you know, like everything, you know, it doesn't get into it like the book does.
It's a trilogy.
Yeah, and it's 3 books too, so you can't really do that in 2 hours. But one of the basic premises is it kind of reverses Terence McKenna's concept of mushrooms coming in and originating intelligence. It sort of asks the question, what if that happened again? What if an intelligence that we were unfamiliar with, what if we encountered something? How would we even know how to regard it? Because in the book, I'm not giving anything away, but they go into the area that's been infected by this fungus, kind of. It's kind of, you don't really know what it is, but it's like they don't really know what it is.
You call it the shimmer.
Yeah, the shimmer. They don't really have the language to even describe what they're experiencing when they come into contact with it. And also it's like sort of like that's the mushroom is the metaphor, because the scientists who are investigating, they inhale some of the spores, and then it starts to infect them from the inside out. It changes their perception of what it actually is. So to me, or that's one of the things for me, is how do we even know, what are the limits of our own ability to interpret our own experience? I don't know, I don't know if I'd be even be, if a flying saucer came down, and it looked like the silver saucer, what would that really even mean? You wouldn't know, I guess, until and if it was more subtle than that, if it was something that was more subtle, like a spore, it would be even more difficult to make to recognize something, to recognize the other in that way.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe that might be our first, I don't know, or that's the way that I approach it, is what's my capacity for understanding the unfamiliar, and what tools do we use to kind of to expand our awareness, whether it's with mushrooms or whatever, or understanding the sort of the nuts and bolts kind of scientific side of what the limits are, and what we're doing as a species. What are we capable of doing? Or just like individually, who am I? I don't know, that maybe that's too vague, but I wanted to bring that in because you guys mentioned you're talking about the mushrooms earlier, and in that book, I just finished the first one today. It's a different kind of a alien.
Mm-hmm.
It's in a different sort of way.
Well, then the question of self and other, and the conceptualization and the actual experience of having the childhood through into adulthood, and then depending on where things fall into your life at, and how ecologically friendly those things are. And I'm saying ecology in terms of like just the general overall well-being of the person that's interacting with themselves and other, because a lot of artists hearken unto muse. They have a very healthy relationship with an other that isn't necessarily available to other people, and yet each person has this supposedly, and this is part of our culture, and I think it's a healthy part of our culture to encourage that people have the capacity to perceive other, and to do so in a way that's not an ab reaction, and to do so like, so there, your comment, Jermaine, kind of calls to mind Robert Anton Wilson, and I've talked about this before in other forums, but the Robert Anton Wilson example of 50 people are on a bridge and 3 of them see the silver saucer. The silver saucer, they're all looking in the same direction. They're all seeing the same vista. They have the same visible light spectrum wavelength capacity, but only 3 of them see the saucer. Does the saucer choose them? Does their consciousness choose to see the saucer? Do the other 47 people have a defense mechanism that prevents them from being conscious of the saucer because it would be disruptive to their ecology, their personal ecology? That idea that there is an other, and as you're talking about, Mr. Williams, the kind of progress that's been made in terms of optics, and there was like a weird quote that I've heard somewhere that the science of optics is like one of the only sciences that's considered closed, and I think that's such a weird statement to make, but that happened with Newton. And at the same time, I'm somebody that depends on glasses. I depend on corrective lenses and the process of refraction, and I do a fair bit of pondering on the actual constant that we regard as the speed of light. And when we say that, like when light enters water, it bends, it refracts. Why is it doing that? It's doing that because it's slowing down. Is it a constant, or is it slowing down? I kind of have questions as to that. I wonder sometimes if there's only one electron in the entire universe. Why couldn't there not be? And the models, as they become more and more mathematical, and the empiricism becomes more and more based on predictive outcomes that are aspects of the model, it kind of falls on the scientists among us to create models that accurately represent the nature as it is. And I was watching, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, pedestrian as he is, that's fine. He had an interesting little blip on aerogel the other day, and it was something to the effect of and I've phrased it this way: it's like, if I was a creature whose retinas had evolved to see only gamma waves instead of what we call the visible light spectrum, because visible light spectrum is so speciest, it's so us, it's very, very based on what we are and who we are, and it's visible to us. But if there are microwaves, if there are infrared, if we can translate these things, if I was a creature that only saw gamma waves, the earth would be invisible to me. All of its inhabitants would be, aspects of speculation.
Spectrum. But hey, Colonel Alexander's here now. I think we
John
should.
Alexander. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jonathan. Thank
No,
you
this has
so
been
much.
great. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, stay on, please. Welcome John Alexander to the stage. You're welcome to share any screens you want. We're happy to have you, and thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thanks, Jermaine. Thanks, Leo.
Well, let's see if we can make this work. We just lose Jonathan, who was talking. I was going to give them a kind of a war story when it got to do with seeing UFOs. When I was at Los Alamos, I lived in Santa Fe. I used to drive down and stop at this bookstore, and there was a guy there who sold UFO books and all kinds of things. And it was interesting because he told me a story about how he, in the prior, had not been able to see it. And they would go out with people who would not necessarily see the things that he said he was seeing. It also turns out, this was kind of the unique piece of it, when he was young, they used to go out, 285 was the main highway that went through Santa Fe. There's a whole bypass now, but they would get these big cartons that toilet paper came in, and says they would hide, and what they do is they'd cut a slit in the carton, and then they would go out and they would stand on the highway, and then when cars came up, they would zip off the highway and just try to scare the drivers. Well, turns out one day he zigged when he should have zagged, and in fact he pulled up his pants leg to show me that a good bit of his chunk of his leg was out. But it was after he'd been hit by the car that he became able to actually see these things. It happened when he was a kid, obviously. But this notion that the visible spectrum is just from A to B, and people see that, no, there are people who see into the near IR and into infrared or ultraviolet technique. So it varies considerably beside the individual. In fact, I'm just trying to remember the guy's name. There was a Dutch psychic. Oh, terrible, very, very famous psychic at the time. And his literal war story was that during World War II, he had become psychic and was telling people lots of things that were going to happen. And he had become psychic, interestingly, after falling. He was a house painter and had fallen off the ladder and hit his head. And said that because of the information was putting out, the Gestapo decided to assassinate him. And so the guy went in to kill him and put the pillow over his head and started suffocating him. And at that time, he was able to tell the guy, his assassin, what he was thinking. And that's when they said, oh, wait a minute, maybe this really does happen. Really quite different. Well, I haven't got many. I'm going to try. Let me hear if we can do the screen sharing. Oh, what? If this were this. Oh, that's certainly not it. Looking for, because I had.
If you're opening up a presentation, open it up full screen and then do your screen share afterwards, and then you should be able to find it.
Okay, well, let me check because it should be here.
Yeah, if you've got it minimized, it doesn't always show up in Zoom very easily.
Okay, let me. Hope we don't lose it here.
I had something come up here a minute ago. It looked interesting.
Yeah, that was not it because there was. See if we can. Oh, well, wait a minute. There we go. Let me move this to full screen. Yeah, is that showing? I can't tell.
Hit your share screen button now and then choose that window you just opened.
I am seeing the actual presentation.
Yeah, you just alternate tab. You're using a Mac or you're using a PC?
PC.
Okay, alternate tab to the window that says Zoom. use your alternate key and your tab key, press alternate key and tab at the same time, and it should go to the next window. which is
Let me
the
see.
Zoom window, and then you can hit share.
Alternate, where the control.
So on your keyboard next to the space bar is the alternate key, and the tab key is up next to the number 1. All right, so alternate tab, if you hold the alternate key down with your thumb and you use your index finger with the tab, you can cycle through all your open windows in Windows. Just stop whenever you get to the one that you're interested in, which would be the Zoom window. And then when you let up.
Well, what I'm wondering is if it's showing, because I'm getting all the stuff, but I think I'm the only one seeing it, right?
Yeah, you have to go back to Zoom. At the bottom, there's a big green button that says share screen, which you hit already. Click that. And then when it says share screen, you can either share the entire screen or you can share the specific window.
I do not, I saw that before. Oh, wait a minute. Oops. What I don't have is the Zoom session at all.
It's maybe minimized for you. Sometimes that happens. You'll see if you can see yourself on the screen.
I cannot.
All
I see is the presentation.
Yeah.
Let me try escape.
You might hit, yeah, if you put it into slideshow, then that could be what it is too. Once you escape, go ahead and minimize the window for the PowerPoint presentation that you're going to show, and then you should be able to see the Zoom window again.
Got the Zoom window now.
Okay, good. And then just expand that so it's full screen. At the bottom, you'll see the green button that says share screen.
Right.
Click that share screen. And then when it comes up, you can share either the entire screen or the one.
Okay.
You're right there. Give it 1 second.
Have we got it now?
Yes, sir.
Ooh. Oh yeah, we got it.
Okay. Yeah, I know what I'm seeing. I can't tell.
No, don't do that. Don't hit the slideshow. Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to go up to the word view at the top where it says help and view, and click on view. Keep going right up at the top there. Keep going to your right. Right. It says transitions, animation, slideshow, record, review. Hit the word view with your mouse.
I don't.
Up. Just you're almost there. It says help and view. Hit view.
I do not see view.
It's between review and help. It's literally above your mouse, about a half an inch to the left.
If it is.
Nope, that's a range. Go back the other way.
No, I was trying to drop the screen.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Go back over to the view. As soon as you hit view and go to reading mode, you'll be fine.
I don't. I've got mute, stop video, security.
Is your Zoom window in the way, perhaps? You should be able to see the word review, record, review, and view and help at the top in the orange part.
Don't have what I have is a black
right
bar.
Above the word anything. Right above the word anything. Go straight up. Straight up. Anything, go straight up with your mouse.
I don't have anything.
No, the word anything that does happen can happen. Anything. Go straight up. Straight up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There's the word view right there. About just a little further. Can you go any further?
No.
Okay, so then you have the window maximized still. So hit the escape key. Now you should be able to see the whole thing. And then the word view is right up there, right?
Nope.
You got something in the way then. Well, you can always just start it now and use the arrow keys, I think, or you can just use the down arrow. That'll go slide too.
No, we can do that, I guess. So
yeah,
probably wasting a lot of time here.
That's okay. You're good. This stuff happens. Technical difficulty. Been there, done that.
Okay, well, let me start with this.
That's cool.
Is there any way to turn the volume on?
If he has it enabled in the share screen advanced option, you can do share computer audio. But he has to do it when he starts the share session.
Okay, well, we can drop out of this anyway.
So is that you? I guess the question is, are you the guy that was behind the Men Who Stare at Goats? That's you.
That's come up several times. There are some who say that Clooney played me. The reality was that was certainly let me drop to get this.
Hit your down arrow again, and you can go to the next.
Well, that's what I was doing.
You got to click over in the where it says number 2 over there. Click that second slide. Click the number 2 slide, and then just hit the down arrow on your keyboard.
Well, 3 is what I want. This is where I want to go.
Just keep hitting your down arrows, and you'll be fine.
Okay. The answer to your question is we think Clooney was a composite person. Now, the movie is based on a book called The Men Who Stare at Goats. And then there's no doubt who we are because John Ronson, who wrote it, used our real names. So is that the only one in the movie that is 1 for 1 was Jeff Bridges, played my friend Jimmy Channon. He's the one who created, it was the First Earth Battalion, not First Earth Army as it became in the movie. Now, this what's up now, the slide that I use in all briefings, and it's kind of a starting point. You could do a whole hour on this one. But my point is that there are a whole range of phenomena out there, and I do think they are all interrelated. I've been involved in all of those research in all those fields. And it is that consciousness is a piece of that. Of course, you see ions, I'll come to ions and postmortem communication, firewalking, and even cryptozoology. To a lot of presentations and to different groups. And the point is that some of the UFO near-death studies, with shamans, I've worked with the International Amazonian Shamans Conference in Iquitos a number of times. The other, of course, is remote viewing. And until recently, most of these people seem to think that they're separate and distinct from the others. Now, when I get into UFOs, I start with a simple question like, what do you mean? And by that, I mean, I got little balls of light, got huge craft, miles and miles across, and thousands of variations in between. And I think that actually argues against the ET hypothesis. And it says that, you know, Earth would have to be on the galactic bucket list of places to visit for having so many different kinds of things showing up. That just makes no sense. Again, the question is there life in the universe? Yeah, that's it. It was estimated, and this is about, almost a decade old, that the number of planets out there that can host life, and it says 16 or 19 sextillion, and that's like 32 zeros after it. So the point is, does life exist? The answer is yes, and that's mathematics. That has nothing to do with belief system per se. In beliefs, so this is kind of the thing in the lower left, you've got the bunkers, and I put most of the people who quote say they're skeptics in the debunker range, so UFOs exist. Down in the lower right, which is kind of interesting, that ET's here walking among us, and that was a global poll by Roper that came up and said, yeah, that's probably there. By the way, I'm up there. Do UFOs exist? Absolutely. It says Pentagon says nothing. It's a big stone building, and there are lots of people. There's probably 32,000 people and 35,000 opinions. Say good news and bad news. Government doesn't know what the government, quote, government knows. And quite frankly, most of them don't care. So whatever you're seeing that's coming out now is, yeah, there are a few people who care intensely and work on it, but by and large, this is not a Pentagon issue. So this is a paradox that I say we have. Most people think the government's incompetent, except for UFOs, where they tend to be omniscient. And one of the things they also argue is there's a huge difference between personal interest and institutional responsibility. And say there's greater than 4 million government workers who are thankfully now, just found out a few hours ago, going to get paid. But if we just use, you know, the common figure, about 12% of adults think they've seen something that looks like a UFO. That means you've got nearly 500,000 people who have had their own observations. But that does not make it an institutional responsibility. I did run a group for a long time. We call it Advanced Theoretical Physics. And by the way, we did that because FOIA had just come into existence as the Freedom of Information Act. And it turns out the government getting a huge number of requests for UFOs. So we thought by changing the name, good chance that it would, you know, we wouldn't have to answer FOIA. We also said no written records. And as you see, we had all the services, the aerospace industry, the intelligence community, and all had top clearances. So what we found was not what's particularly, but not what's being reported now. And I use this as a comparison between my study on the left, we called HEP, and compared that with the one that Lou Elizondo ran. And basically everything that they discovered for $20 million, we already knew in the 1980s. And certainly that included the what they call the 5 observables. One of the things I point out, and some of the people will say, well, is this Chinese or Russian? The Milton Torres case is particularly interesting, kind of long involved. He's at Lakenheath, gets vectored out to protect. He says, what am I looking for? And they say, well, you'll know it if you see it. And what he sees is something the size of an aircraft carrier that's floating over the UK. He goes to Ripple, Mighty Mouse rockets, and this thing goes zip in 2 turns of the radar. It is off the radar screen. And that means it covered a distance of over 250 miles in less than 2 seconds. And that's Mach 500. Actually, it's more than Mach 500. And that's in 1957. So we can be pretty sure that no, these are not foreign. But all of these things, transmedium, the transmedium, by the way, just familiar with the term, is ones where had aerial phenomenal things flying around, but some of them coming into and out of the water and into space and transiting areas at, again, high speed, high G turns. If anybody's familiar with Corso, new Phil, picture in the upper right is with me, Phil Corso, Hal Puthoff, and George Knapp. And we knew about him. This was before the book came out. Actually, George was supposed to be the co-author on this and lost out because it had some other things. But the point was, he's exactly who he said he was. But having said that, none of the technology claims were real. It's interesting. When the book came out, I sent him a 7-page letter and they said, here are all the errors. And it started with, it's a Delphi, Maryland, not Adelphia. To the other, no, the Cold War was not a cover for fighting ET. And anyway, then my son was getting married and I went down to Florida. He had a heart attack and had just come out. And then we went and had lunch with him, and he was right. He said, "What I've got to do is to write a new book and correct the errors." And he had started to, Phil was not computer literate, so a lot of this was either typed or literally handwritten. As was the first book. I actually have the original of that as well. But unfortunately, and we were warned, he had a second attack, and the next one was fatal. Now, I come down against the extraterrestrial hypothesis, not because the events don't occur, but that's simply too simple. And what we say is there have been reports of interactions between humans and sentient non-humans throughout the entirety of human history and in all cultures, and that they fly in little tin cans and something that's a relatively new wrinkle. I'll take just a second here and tell you about a case that I think is absolutely phenomenal and why. I think I've got his book. There is a new book by Chris out there. January of 2007, he goes down to the Cape Fear River. This is now just south of Fayetteville, North Carolina. They're going fishing and they build a big fire. And he decides he's going to go back up the hill, just a couple of 100 meters, and get something. And he goes up and he starts hearing things. And as he walks up the hill, there are these two big luminous objects, 2 or 3. And he has some kind of interaction with them. And he comes back thinking that maybe he's been gone 20 minutes and the fire is now embers. He finds out that it's near 11 o'clock. His son was out hiding, and these folks are terrified. Also, UFOs come in and they're flying over them. I mean, this case has so many attributes to it. It can literally take hours to win. But anyway, they throw their gear in the car and go roaring back, and they finally get home. And he looks outside and he sees a creepy crawler of some kind peering in the window out. And so he goes out, and whatever this is starts chasing him. And he was at that time he lived on about a 5-acre lot, lots of trees, and you'll see some pictures of it in just a second. And all of a sudden, he gets down back there, and Chris says, "Okay, you caught me." And he gets this telepathic message, "You don't understand, we're here to help." Time passes, and you see there the next day, about noon, he goes, "Damn, I haven't taken my medicine." And he had had Crohn's disease for over 12 years before that, which is socially very debilitating. And he has never taken another pill since that time. More importantly is these incidents continue to this day. Now, what happened was in 2015, I went there, my wife and I were interviewing, and we go back down to the river site. And we come up late afternoon, it's just turning dusk. And we're leaning against the car. He and I are leaning against the car. Victoria and his daughter are inside the car. And so Chris is pointing things out. This happened over here, this happened over there. And all of a sudden he stops and he says, "Oh, I think they're here." And with that, this thing pops into view and it goes zipping off. My point is there, I saw that. And so that's what definitely got my attention. I've had two sightings. That was definitely the most evident, but it's the temporal relationship between him saying, "I think they're here," and the thing appearing. Just to give you, there was, unfortunately, they have reached, somebody has recently, he's living in a different location. Somebody's cut this tree down, but this tree initially actually caught fire from the inside and burned from the inside out. Well, some friend of mine took these pictures. That smoke is not there. And people started sending stuff, and they would use the tree for healing. Actually, various items go in there.
Excuse me a second. Do you mean that when he took the picture, there was no smoke visible and then it showed up on the photograph afterwards?
Right. Well,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going to get to some good stuff in just a second here, but yes, that sort of thing happens all the time. So I have here what's called a question of orbs. Let me see how this is going to work. This is an example. And by the way, this stuff is happening all the time. Chris sends me videos, almost weekly. So this is an example of what they're capturing. But this is just to let people know what orbs actually look like if they haven't seen these things. Again, it gets back to the earlier question, what do you mean by UFOs? Now, he thinks that there's a connection between this. Let me see if this will go now. By the way, he wrote a book that's just out called UFO of God. And I did write a foreword for it. But yeah, I might mention this. The new, if you've seen, search for Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, there's a new one. And we were in the last episode 8 of Beyond Skinwalker Ranch. One of the things that's most telling about this one, the film crew was just amazed because they were catching the orbs too. And what they did is they put Chris out there with a EEG helmet on, and they were doing a split screen thing where they had him pointing towards UFOs, another camera that was capturing the orbs that are going on, and the third one that was capturing the EEG mapping. And the point was, because they had experts there, what was going on was there was a distinct change in the brainwave when this was going on. He's telepathically kind of communicating with them. And what this was showing, I think for the first time, is where we actually had people showing a definite, clear, altered state that was quantifiable. Yeah, been at Skinwalker Ranch, but all I want to say on that is a very, very strange place. We can answer questions on that when people get to that. But I was with Bob Bigelow the day that he bought the ranch, and I was the first one from NIDS, National Institute for Discovery Science, to actually spend the night out there. But there's some books out on it by George Knapp and Colin Kelleher that are just phenomenal. And there's a third book that's just about to come out any day now. about the events that are on the ranch, and we can have it. It just gets to truly mind-boggling. One of the things that I came up with, I was watching because the phenomena kept morphing. And I've been involved with, as you said, lots and lots of studies on this. But the point was, and I came up with this term, the precognitive sentient phenomena. And the idea here was that it, whatever it is around the planet, it seemed to know how we were going to respond before the event even occurred. And it constantly happened. And, we'd start to study and go, oh, like that, try this. And you get something delivered, or constantly just off camera, or in some cases, things that should have been on camera weren't. But bottom line was, it was definitely in control. As I say, there is a long history in Loki and Kokopelli. The idea of the trickster has certainly been in mythology forever as well. Now, this is my most recent book, Reality Denied, and it covered a lot of other areas. One of those was voodoo. Voodoo is much more of a religion. And forget everything you've seen in the movies and TV and all of that. But it's an entire way of life. And some of the things we saw here, this was in Togo and Benin, I say, defy the laws of thermodynamics. These are people stand in the fire, sit in the fire, eat the fire. I don't know if you can see it, but this guy this was the main voodoo master there. He had a lot of long chin whiskers, and he put the thing up to his face. The face just disappears, and yet not even singed. This is another example. This is in Zimbabwe, where the witch doctor is trying to contact the great uncle. Another example, we've been in, this is in Mongolia, and meeting with a reindeer shaman. There was an article literally a week ago Sunday in the New York Times that mentioned that going to out of the way places, and the last place was Ulaanbaatar, which is in the capital of Mongolia, and that's where we started. But here you see these other reindeer shamans, and you could throw stones at the Siberian border. Nobody knows exactly where it is there. But the point, there's two things where you can see my hand. The one in the upper right is a coin. And what happened there is we were slipping in these little tents, turning them upside down, shaking it every night. And eighth night, we woke up and there's a 50 pence Australian coin lying between our sleeping pads. Don't know how that got there. The one in the lower left came from Shaman Bold, who's the shaman I'm confronting there. And he's doing his thing, drumming and all that. And all of a sudden we heard the sound, and this thing came rolling out. Now, what was most of interest to me there was that we were the only foreigners, and there were a number of local people attending, and it was clear they had never seen anything like this. Well, could he have palmed it and dropped it? Yeah, but these are semi-rare. It's a tektite, and we're talking a poverty level that looks up to dirt. You were talking as it came in about various psychedelics. This is ayahuasca. Ron Wheelock is the Gringo shaman. If anybody's interested, we can put you in touch. I happen to think that the locale makes a difference, and it is different being in the Amazon jungle doing these things. And my point is the psychopharmacology does not explain what you've seen. I've seen people take huge amounts and have no experience whatsoever. Conversely, actually, we're in Brazil, son of Daime, And our interpreter who was along was a former Jesuit priest who took just a small amount and had transformational experiences. By the way, not to be taken lightly. It will never be a recreational drug at all because side effects are pretty significant. But particularly for PTSD, and I do think it's an area to be looked at. This is, we were at a Umbanda ceremony in Curitiba, Brazil. And the point here, this is my wife, Victoria, is out there. And you see everybody standing looking. Now this Umbanda, they are used to seeing possession take place, but not gringos. And there's about 300 locals there and about 10 foreigners. And she's out there spinning around fully possessed for a fair length of time, and literally a showstopper. We also have been several times to see John of God in Abadinia. Probably bad timing on this. Last week, he received a sentence of 118 years. But the point here is that the healing kinds of things that happen justify explanation. He does about 3 ways. That's they're shoving a thing up your way up the nose, and it's not gentle. And the patients don't seem to have any response to it. Another is scraping eyeballs, and the third one is when they send spirit helpers out at night to do survey. This is actually earlier. This is in May of this year. We were in several of the stands. Upper right is in the Tanshan Mountains in Kyrgyzstan, dealing. And it's interesting because these are Muslim areas, and the question about dealing with spirits and that with Muslims is pretty sensitive. Left is we were in Samarkand in Uzbekistan. Lower left is just kind of a neat picture because that's actually an eagle that's sitting on my arm there. And the other is in Turkmenistan, which is a country I highly recommend nobody go to. I say it's like North Korea with money, but that's the gates of hell. This is a pit where natural gas has been burning for years and they can't extinguish it. Remote viewing, I think you got people probably who address this. That's with Joe McMoneagle. And I was on the founding board member of IRBA, International Remote Viewing Association. My head of my doctorate was Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, which the medical community knows. She's the one who brought hospice to the United States, well known, and led me to IONS. And Gaiman was a medium that we worked with, and she was very instrumental because when PK Party, the metal bending, was first coming out, was holding one at my apartment. And my boss, who was General Sullivan at the time, was there and sitting directly across from Anne, and she's holding up 2 forks, and the thing just goes bloop, and drops over. That's what she said, oh shit, this isn't real, we ought to look at it. And one of my favorite mediums is Suzanne Giesman. I haven't got time to go into street, but interestingly, her first book, several, was about Anne Gaiman. It's called The Priest and the Medium. I just recommend people look at her up because she, in her own right, she is a retired naval commander who was executive to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Suddenly has this medium experience, has thousands of people following her now. And finally is interspecies communications have done work. This is upper left with dolphins.
It's Dr. Lilly, right?
Sorry?
Isn't that Dr. Lilly?
I knew John. I had met him at Esalen, years ago. Yeah, if you want my story there, like I said, I first met him at Esalen, absolutely brilliant. And he wrote, of course, Lilian Dolphins and the Scientists and those sorts. He was also one of the co-inventors of the sensory deprivation tank.
Right.
And
Third
I
state.
was sometime in the 80s, we were at a conference. It was on sensory deprivation, and he was there, and I talked to him, and John wasn't home. He was, what he told me, he says, look, you can take vitamin K, 25 milligrams every hour. He was doing IV K, and like literally was not there. Fortunately, Tony, his wife, was with him, and was able to answer questions, but it's clearly he got burned up. But yeah, he was Lilian Dolphins, I would recommend. Now, I guess they had done some in the wild, but they'd also worked with dolphins in captivity. We did too. Long story, telepathic communications that we did in the Bahamas.
Yeah. The Day of the Dolphin movie with George C. Scott, they kind of talked about that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's a fictionalized version.
Right, the fictional version of what actually was going on there.
And this is most recent. In May, we were in eastern Turkey, and some will know about Göbekli Tepe, which is there. And the problem is people don't know where it came from. It was also the epicenter of the February earthquake, and amazingly took almost no damage whatsoever. However, just south of there is a brand new site. Very few people have seen these pictures. It's only about 1% excavated at the moment. They have no idea who it is. Because I had asked the people, I said, well, the ones that are working there, so how big was the population that would have to be necessary to build this massive thing? And it goes off. You're looking to the south here, and off to the right would be off the east, and it goes on for hundreds of meters. And they just recently discovered. But my basic point is, I think that I am not a fan of Africa, and think that human history is not what we thought it was. And this is the last one that I'll use. And my point here is how much is enough? And you get into near-death experiences. We've got millions of cases, highly credible witnesses, many doctors, a few cases where the patient is fully instrumented at the time. Just watching the presentation on Stargate today, but when you get into remote viewing, with the scientists, they argue about the theoretical viability, and we had an operational capability, that was already working. And scientists want to argue, how could you possibly do that? Particularly when you start perturbating time, precognitive and retrocognitive experiences. And finally, of course, UFOs. And the main point is basically every sensor we have picks them up. But my view is that whatever we're dealing with, this is more complex than cancer. And what we need to do is to get the best and brightest people involved in this area. Because unfortunately, you've got a competing belief system, fundamentally, materialists versus non-materialists or whatnot. And as Max Planck said, science will progress one funeral at a time. So with that, let me stop there and open it up.
That was very.
I question, but go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Williams.
Go ahead. I'm still stunned by a lot of the stuff he showed me just now. I was like, wow.
Well, I admit it's a fire hose, and it was designed as in reality denied. There are chapters on most of those things, the whole segment that I call On Being Dead, which also gets heavily into postmortem communication and things like that. Yeah, I've been to a lot of places. The subtitle is firsthand experience with things that can't happen. So, yeah, been there, done that. Yeah. Jonathan, did you want the?
I'm very, first of all, thank you so much for what an excellent presentation, and thank you for your patience and just working through to bring us the on-screen share. I love the nomenclature. I love what you're saying about the precognitive responsivity of some of these phenomena. I think that's a really interesting term. And I think that the more that these terms can kind of get into regular use among people that are operating in this field, the easier of a time we will have in dealing with folks that would fancy themselves materialists. And it seems like it's a question of density, especially when you're talking about and you'll forgive me because I'm forgetting the phrase right now, but when they go from one medium to another without any
transmedium.
So the transmedium, it does seem like a question of density. And I think as we get further into an actual science-based authenticity of what matter is constituted of. And we were talking about this earlier, just in terms of the atomic, the varieties of atomic model through history, and the kind of, the questioning that our species has done in regards to that. And I like your perspective on non-human intelligence and not necessarily extraterrestrial. I think a lot of people jump to extraterrestrial, and I think it's a pop culture kind of phenomenon, and it's something that can be either quickly embraced or quickly rejected. Whereas, an actual experience with an other variety of intelligence that seems to seek some kind of anthropomorphic connection with what we are. I wanted to ask you specifically about Ingo Swann. I noticed you had him there on one of the slides. One of my first.
Ingo's a friend.
Yeah, I read Penetration, and I was trained in the Silva method of remote viewing, and have gleaned a lot of very useful methodologies from that line of thought. And I'd like to know a little bit more about, Ingo's connection to the work that you were doing, especially with the operational capabilities.
Oh, Ingo is absolutely central to that. You opened up probably another hour's worth of stuff just there. You may not be aware of it. Yeah, by the way, I also know Jose Silva, and his fatal flaw, though, was he wanted to stay in Laredo, Texas, and that kind of restricted things because he had a much bigger following actually in Central South America. Ingo, for what lastly became Stargate, had a lot of names before that. But he's the one who actually developed the process that was, it was called the Matrix. And this was a way to get in and move information around. And it made it a teachable skill. Having said that, I want to emphasize there's very few instructors out there that I would actually recommend, and this is a caveat emptor, that there are an awful lot of people making a lot of claims. But the key issue is that, yeah, we Army INSCOM at the time had a highly developed program. One of the questions that normally comes up is, what are they doing now? And I do not think there's a program. This is where the difference between individual interest and institutional responsibility. I think there's a number of people in DOD who reach out periodically and ask the folks for information. I know that to be true. But that's very different from when we had a formalized program that included research and development and ways to get the information into the thing. Ingo was a good friend and a very, very colorful character.
I also really liked, gosh, and I just lost my train of thought on that one. But yeah, your caution as far as the number of people that are kind of picking up on the back of this. Oh, and it was the compartmentalization of the government programs, and that the government has things going on that the quote unquote government doesn't know about. I think is a very important aspect of when we think about institutional responsibility and the responsibility that the institutions have in regards to, like, quote unquote informing a populace as to whether or not the populace is either ready to be informed or willing to be informed, or are they willingly ignorant?
Well, let me tell you, I'm going to argue that this is not even a government issue, mainly because it's too big. I look at it again like cancer. The government has a role in cancer and a role in that research and development, but that is not the role, that is picked up by a whole civilian sector. I think the issue is too broad in that it is global. And this idea that, a few people are going to, somehow narrow in. I don't think there's any one narrow answer to what it is. And what should be released. I think they have some information. Having said that, I can tell you that I had seen some of the deeply classified information. And what the public didn't know is most of it was already in the public domain. And the issues that were involved, particularly with sensor systems, had to do with the operational parameters of the satellite, the cameras, whatever the sensor is. You didn't want to give that part away. But the information satellites do pick up UFOs, by the way, and have for decades. But the, getting all the information. Now, you also run into, I didn't put in here why you don't do it. One of these that has to do with belief systems has to do with the work of the devil. And that should not be characterized. Remote viewing program ran into that. Yes, you can do it, but that's the work of the devil. You shouldn't do it. Even in the UFO area, we had people say, well, this is demonology. We shouldn't be involved. And some of this runs to very, very high levels in the government.
The demonology question, though, is interesting because in a proper theological context, if it's within the permissible will of God, and I have these conversations, so within the permissible will of God and within the rationality of a being that's supposedly created in his image, we wouldn't be permitted the capacity if it wasn't an aspect of that creation. So it kind of nullifies the question in a way, but it has to do it at a level. And I'm not promoting that variety of theology. However, if I encounter somebody that has a theological bent, it's often necessary to put it in those terms.
By the way, we agree, and you won't win.
I said earlier,
reality has nothing to, and logic does not apply.
I said earlier, you don't know the mind of aliens. All right, an alien that's of sufficiently advanced technology, the motivations are not going to be mappable to human experience because they're alien. Same with an immortal being or eternal being. Their perspective over time is so different than ours. We're minuscule, YOLO kind of things. We come in, boof, we're gone. And these things, they are eternal. They've got, it's incredible to even conceive of.
I would argue so are we.
Pardon?
I said I would argue so are we.
Well, okay.
Continuation of consciousness.
Yeah,
beyond
energy
body.
gets curved and all that. I get it, but I'm just saying that one of the concepts that I've been playing around with lately is, what if these things, the UFOs that you're seeing, are fourth dimensional protrusions of a multi-dimensional being? You know, they're coming in and they're sticking their finger in.
Oh
You
yeah,
see-
no, agree. I use the term that what was it? It's sort of ultra terrestrial, because it allows for interdimensional kinds of things you're describing, penetration, temporal displacement, and also it gets into actually spiritual beings as well.
Yeah,
you say it's a whole range of things. That's why I say the ET nomenclature hypothesis just doesn't fit the what we see.
Rudy Rucker gets into that in his more recent stuff, not the early cyberpunk stuff, but his kind of post-singularity kind of ideas. He talks a lot about the kind of ultra-terrestrial idea, because at that level, does it really even make a difference? You know, whether it was literally from, you know, somebody from another planet or like another dimension, you know, once you get into that kind of realm, that level, you know, from our terrestrial standpoint, you know, it doesn't make that much of a, you know, a difference really.
Okay. Yeah. I see the slide. Okay. Go, Leo.
No, I mean, I was conscious of the hour ending, and at the same time, I would like to acknowledge that you're probably our most senior expert that we've had grace us with their presence. And I think I speak for everyone in just saying how honored we are that you would speak with us on these cool subjects, and that we're just extremely grateful. This has been live streamed, and I will send it to you via email. But you know, you're willing and able to hop on anytime, maybe after you've had some sleep. But we'd love to hear more from you. And I think I've gotten lots of personal messages during your talk about how amazing it is, the things you're sharing.
Well, always glad to share it. Like I say, we got to get the best and brightest and involved and bring the public along.
No, I hear you. And I think it takes all of us to make it happen, but you've really been inspirational. And I love how you interweave all the different cultural perspectives. And I echo what Jonathan said about how you teach us that there's more than just the extraterrestrial, that there's all kinds of intelligence out there that is beyond, you know, our understanding.
Agree.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been amazing. I wish you could have been here for like 6 hours.
Well, I am doing other things.
I know.
Actually, related to continuation of consciousness studies right now. Some very interesting things emerging there as well.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would love to hear more. When maybe you'll come back and speak to us another day, or we could do an interview with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you now.
Okay, take care. Let's welcome Yasmin Waheed. She's our next moderator. Yasmin, the stage is yours. Take it away. You're muted.
Okay, no, I was saying I'm trying to get on from my computer. So just one moment, it's connecting now. Okay, good. Join with computer audio. Log in. Okay, so let's